Nilante Vanderpoy went on to retain the Odododio seat after this episode. Can the same be said about President Mahama? The answer will be provided after 7th December. After all, we might just be reading meanings into these incidents.
That's unforgivable. That's unforgivable. I hope you will allow me to withdraw that statement. The Akufo-Addo Bawumia era.
Well, that question has been answered.
Absolutely.
And that question has been answered, and the answer is yes.
Indeed, he was retained.
Yes, he has returned.
I think even with that, we had the situation of Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh as well.
Yeah, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh is a Mahama.
No, he said when you vote for the candidate, the parliamentary,
they vote for Mahama.
GHOne Mahama. He said
People
it twice.
When you're about to lose, even in the spirits, the things are against you, so it is written on the wall. You start campaigning for your opponent.
It's one of the exciting or light moments of a season like this, and I was just reminiscing back then in 2017 when Nana Akufo-Addo was sworn in as president.
Yeah.
The hope of the country was as colorful as his kente was.
Oh, yes.
Did you see how a lot of focus was placed on what the kente he was wearing meant?
What it meant.
You saw that of Osafo Mafo as well. It was rich and colorful. Beyond the plagiarized speech, it was a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
And many people were hopeful. Well, 8 years down the line, what will people say?
8 years down the line, people will say that the second term of Nana Akufo-Addo has been one of the worst that we've seen in the history of this country, right? We spoke to Dr. Asa Asante earlier, and you asked him specifically, how will he rate the performance of Nana Akufo-Addo?
It's a 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10.
That's just poor.
That is very poor.
It's not an average.
That's according to Asa Asante. He says the second term, 3 out of 10. He said the first term, President Akufo-Addo did very well.
Yes.
But the second term, 3 out of 10. And he's not the only one who is sharing that sentiment. Ghanaians generally, obviously with the victory that they've given to President John Mahama, share the same sentiments that the second term of President Akufo-Addo has been abysmal, right? And I've heard, many other people, when you spoke to Selo Brantier earlier before Asa Asante, what the Selo Brantier say was the reason why they were on a crusade to get this government out. Because the government was not listening, because the government was bad. So I don't think it is lost on anybody that the second term of President Akufo-Addo will go down in history as one of the worst presidential terms that we've seen here in this country, as evidenced by the verdict placed by the Ghanaian people.
It also serves as a moment of reflection for everybody, and especially for the incoming administration, that you can enjoy so much goodwill if you do take the people for granted, or do not pay heed to the concerns or pay mind to the concerns of these people. It may cost you. And so we do hope that the politicians generally are learning, because in our side of town we always say it, that politicians don't learn. Same scripts, different actors. You see them criticize something and then they do it in triple or quadruple fold. And so the incoming administration, I hope that they will go back to watch this inauguration day and look at the reaction they are receiving now, 8 years down the line.
It's also caution for politicians to watch what they say. When they are in opposition and when they are on campaign platforms.
True.
They should watch what they say
These days
watch
they are
the
receipts.
promises. These days it's very easy to go. You see, during the era of President Rawlings, President John Kufuor, social media wasn't so much of a big thing, right? But now it is. So watch what you say, because all the things you say will come back when you are in opposition. So now that the MPP is going in opposition, they should watch the things that they are saying. And the NDC should be mindful of all the things that they have said now that they are coming into government, because we have even recapped some of the things that President Akufo-Addo said when he was in opposition, and how it is at variance with his presidency. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia given all the economic lectures, and how it is at variance with how the economy has been managed, especially in the second term of President Akufo-Addo's administration, right? So politicians should also be mindful of the promises you make Be mindful of the things that you say. We've not seen anything like this before, right? We only saw it for the very first time at the end of President John Mahama's term, right? At the end of J.J. Rawlings's term, President Mills came in, as the flag bearer of the NDC, he lost. Not so, I mean, it was a big margin, right?
Perhaps at that time, we were not as politically aware as we are now.
Ghanaians are waking up.
Yes.
Ghanaians are waking up. And then when, President Kufuor was also leaving office with President Rawlings, we saw what happened, right? Now, when President Mahama was leaving in 2016,
yes,
see the margin of defeat.
Yes.
In the figures.
Close to a
lost,
million.
yeah, by about 1 million votes. Humiliating defeat.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming. No. And now look at President Kufuor leaving office. Unfortunately, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the casualty over here, but the MPP is also the casualty.
But
that is largely attributed to President Kufuor's performance in the second term.
Absolutely. And even though it was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that was standing, and it wasn't the face of the Nana Opoku-Agyemang that was on the ballot paper, this was a referendum.
Yes.
On the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. You understand? So perhaps someone will make the comparison and say that, well, Akufo-Addo polled higher numbers in 2020, so you cannot compare the figures.
Lost the election.
This was generally a referendum on the performance of
President Akufo-Addo is one of the reasons, one of the major factors to the MPP.
And most of the analysts we've spoken to have made reference to.
And I'm wondering how much of a factor was Vice Presidential candidates Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh's, candidate. How much of a factor was it to this defeat in your estimation?
Well, there are those who hold the view that it wasn't necessarily Napo's doing.
Was it a factor? Was his candidature a factor?
As to whether he added to the numbers, I do not know. But there are those who believe that every time he misspoke, he chipped a bit of Bawumia's votes away.
Yeah.
And so, we haven't really done the research or otherwise to know how much of an impact Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh did have on him.
I think it played a role.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Yes.
Before you end on your point there. But, like you were saying, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh was chosen because he was from the base of the NPP, the stronghold of the NPP.
Yes.
But if they are performing abysmally, then it means that that decision
didn't work.
It did not work.
Yeah, it probably didn't work because they realized that the Ashanti region was becoming apathetic, right? And here it says that they have a candidate who is from the north, right? And so they will need to complement that candidate with someone whom would be able to energize the base of the Ashanti region, who people in the Ashanti region would warm up to. And Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh came up strongly because he obviously has a certain endorsement or a certain backing from Menchia. And we know how in the Ashanti region, or as people would like to call it, the Ashanti Kingdom, right? People revere Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. They call him King Solomon. They revere him. If Otumfuo Osei Tutu II says that I'm going to do the level of support that comes his way from people in Asante-Man, from even in the diaspora, that is the reverence that people hold for Menchia and Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. And so having somebody who has links to Menchia, Otumfuo Wofasiye, coming in. They thought it was going to have an impact.
You have lived in Kumasi, so you know the dynamics there.
Yes. So they thought it was going to have an impact, right?
Yeah.
And so Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh also coming in there, according to the NPP, by their calculations and their permutations, he's also seen as somebody, apart from being from Menchia, who has the ability to whip up the base and whip up support, when he goes to a place, right? But I think one thing that the NPP lost sight of is, apart from appealing to the base, what is Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh's national appeal? And let's take a look at that from when he was education minister and transitioned into energy minister. Apart from the core supporters of the NPP who may love Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, and but Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh can be a very polarizing figure, right? There are people who absolutely love and adore him because He takes care of his own, according to a lot of people. He takes care of his people and all of that. And there are those who loathe him, right? Those who really do not like him.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a case
so
of
I think one
the
thing
double L's, either they love or they loathe you.
Yeah, and I think one thing they fail to take note of, what is his national appeal? Like I said, from when he was education minister and transition to be energy minister, what was his, apart from the Ashanti region?
Yes.
What was his national appeal? What was his posturing with regard to, responding to people, talking to people and all of that? Did we see a tone of condescension? And you remember the height of it, because he was seen as, an arrogant person. The height of it was when we were in the Doomsor crisis, and he says, no, this is not Doomsor, this is Doom CSA. And then you remember eventually a journalist asked him, will you provide us with a timetable? He said, then provide your own timetable. Why do you wish evil for this country?
Absolutely.
So those who are asking for a timetable are wishing evil for this country. So nationally, he wasn't necessarily having that appeal. And I think that is one thing that the MPP failed to take into consideration. Fast forward, he wins, the bid to become, the vice presidential candidate. He goes to Menchia. Menchia sort of endorses him, and then he is unveiled in the Ashanti region. And the first statement Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh makes is, Mokwame Nkrumah. In touting President Akufo-Addo as the best president that Ghana has ever seen, he says, Mokwame Nkrumah, and that did not sit well with a lot of people, right? That did not sit well with a lot of people. And subsequently, there were gaffes here, gaffes there, goofing here, goofing there. And I think even the straw nowadays that broke the camel's back was when Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh stood somewhere in the north and said that President Mills and President Mahama didn't go and live at the Jubilee House because they hate Muslims, because they don't like Muslims, and the Jubilee House is near Muslims. So because of that, President Mills and President Mahama didn't go and live at the Jubilee House. And if you're a Muslim and you go and vote for President Mahama, it is haram. I mean, how can you say this? How can you go up there and say this? So he was seriously chipping away, whatever goodwill that Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had, because I know that there were people who saw Dr. Bawumia as a very nice man, as a very nice candidate, but they felt that his vice presidential candidate wasn't doing them any favors. And what makes me also think that this was a factor is that I spoke to a couple of people. We were having a conversation once. I spoke to a couple of people, right? And they said that, I like Dr. And this is, I'm just reiterating what they told you. So, Dr. Bawumia seems like a very nice man. He seems like a very nice person. But when I imagine Napo as vice president, I get put off. So I can't vote for Bawumia. They told me, and these were different people who told me this, right, in the group, and all of them agreed that imagining Napo as vice president, no, they can't take it. No, they can't take it. So I think it was also a contributing factor. The choice of the vice presidential candidate was a contributing factor to the defeat.
It's how you do the choice of the... You're very sure of the points.
Oh, I'm sure. I've just explained to you the reason why.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not in any way questioning your judgment. I'm just saying I like your vim. How you said the choice of
a factor.
Yes. There are also those who disagree, who say that it falls squarely on President Akufo-Addo. That
it
really was him,
to a large extent,
and the whole attempt not to accept responsibility. The vice president tried as much as he can to distance himself from the troubles and to bask in the glories. And there were people who were looking through it and were not enthused about it. When you're talking about when the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. You have the same situation, and then, like someone said, you're waxing lyrical about it. There are people who would look at you and listen to you, and they would not find it funny because they would want that you would accept some form of responsibility, and so they could not see themselves, giving the mandate to someone who they believe was part of the mess creation. You saw the people around the vice president try as much as they could to paint the picture of a vice president who they say had been sidelined.
A vice president
yes.
who was not in control necessarily.
Meanwhile, you go back to speeches of the vice president who would say that he would tout himself as the head of the economic team and make reference to the members of the team and say what a solid team.
Professor Jambafo, Akoto-Efri,
and then all of a sudden, when you are looking for the mandate, you try as much as you can to distance yourself.
But I remember he said that. I remember he said that he was proud of the work that he done. Right. I remember at a point in time, Vice President Bawumia said, "Well, I'm proud of the work that we've been able to do as the economic management team."
Yeah.
Before he come and say, he came back to say, that but as a vice president, I am like a driver's mate. Before he said that, he said he's proud of the work that they've been able to do as the economic management team.
So it's a mixed bag of issues, but I think predominantly it falls on President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself.
And even more,
Dr. Matthew Opoku-Agyemang is just a minute fraction.
Yeah, a minute fraction. But even more so, to the fact that the famous tag of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of being the economic whiz kid. Where did that one come from? Who described him as such?
Oh, that's Samira Bawumia.
The economic whiz kid, right?
She did say that my husband is an economic whiz kid.
You see, and Dr. Bawumia had positioned himself so well as somebody who was well versed when it comes to matters of the economy.
Absolutely.
He positioned himself so well. And if you look at his history, he has a history from working at the Bank of Ghana, and all of that, and then gradually began to win the hearts of Ghana. One would say that in the 2016 election, Dr. Bawumia was the star boy with all the lectures and saying all of these things, and eventually you come into office and this is the performance. So that's also another factor.
All right, this is our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We've been with you since December 6th. Today's December 9th. We are waiting for that crucial declaration by GHOne Adukwemensah, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. At this point in time, we will take a break. We will be back with more. Stay tuned.
Will give him the opportunity to lead the nation once again. Who is he?
John Dramani Mahama.
Mr. John Dramani Mahama.
John Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama.
John Dramani Mahama.
Ghana Yeya Mobodudo.
The former president and NDC presidential candidate was born on 29th November 1958 in Damongo, which was then the capital of the West Gonja district in the northern region. He is the son of Emmanuel Adama Mahama, the West Gonja constituency MP and the first regional commissioner of the northern region under Ghana's first president Kwame Nkrumah. He received his basic education at Achimota Basic School and later moved to the Ghana Secondary School in Tamale. In 1981, he received a Bachelor of Arts degree in history, but was forced to flee to Nigeria, where his father was living in exile. However, in 1983, he returned to Ghana and enrolled in a postgraduate program in communication studies at the University of Ghana and received a postgraduate degree in social psychology from the Institute of Social Sciences in Moscow in 1988. Mr. Mahama was employed as an information officer at the Embassy of Japan in the Republic of Ghana from 1991 to 1995 and moved on to join the non-governmental organization Plan International as a sponsorship and grants manager in the Ghana country office from 1995 to 1996. It wasn't until 1996 that John Dramani Mahama entered Ghanaian politics. He joined the National Democratic Congress and was elected to the Parliament of Ghana to represent the Bole Bamboi constituency. He was re-elected in the 2000 and 2004 elections. During this time, he was appointed a Deputy Minister for Communications in 1997 and then Minister for Communications from November 1998 until January 2001. He also became Minority Parliamentary Spokesperson for Communications from 2001 until 2005 and then from 2005 until 2008. The year 2008 was a defining moment for Mr. Mahama as he partnered the late Professor John Evans Atta-Mills to helm the affairs of government from 2009 to July 2012, where he assumed command of the nation following the death of the Asumdwe-Hene.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established.
During the 2012 elections, Ghanaians gave him the nod to occupy the Flagstaff House. As such, on 7th January 2013, John Dramani Mahama was sworn into office as the President of the Republic of Ghana, making him the first Ghanaian head of state to have been born after Ghana's declaration of independence on 6th March 1957. According to Mr. Mahama's website, Ghana's ranking when it came to press freedom rose from 41st in 2012 to 26th in 2016 under his administration. In 2016, however, Mr. Mahama was unable to secure a second term as president, losing out to the NPP's candidate then, Nana Akufo-Addo.
On the basis of the foregoing figures, and by the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential election, it is my duty and my privilege to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
I will leave it to history to be the judge of my time and contributions while in that highest office. Indeed, we are dealing with a situation already. Let me make a distinction between what Ghanaians call dumso, that is outages. We have two phenomena. We have load management, which used to be called load shedding, and we have outages. Load shedding is implemented when the amount of power is insufficient to meet the demand. Outages are the common occurrences that happen with overloaded transformers or blasted cables or something like that. So there are two differences. What we're going through currently is a load management or load shedding, if you prefer to call it that, created by an act of God. A ship's anchor broke the West African gas pipeline and knocked out 320 megawatts of our generation.
Despite being a distinguished statesman, Mr. Mahama's administration was marred by frequent power outages, which became a significant issue during his tenure. This challenge arguably overshadowed many of his contributions to the country.
I'll allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation, how well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all, and done so with the best of intentions for my God and my country.
During the 2020 elections, Mr. Mahama contested with the hope of returning to power. He, however, lost to the incumbent president, Nana Akufo-Addo. The NDC later petitioned the Supreme Court over alleged irregularities. Then, on 24th April 2024, Mr. Mahama announced Professor Naana Opoku-Agyemang as his running mate for the 2024 elections.
When people were dying and they needed just a little bit of help, you will not find in his term an Ejapa-like manifesto. And you will not find him as president clearing malfeasance and writing love letters to prejudice a bad situation.
She had previously contested the same position in the 2020 elections. As a family man, John Mahama is married to Lordina Mahama, to whom he has been married to for 32 years. Together, they have 5 children. Outside of being a politician, the former president is also an author, having published his book, My First Coup d'etat and Other True Stories from the Lost Decades of Africa, in July 2012. He attributes the awakening of his consciousness and subsequent actions to that fateful day in 1966 when Ghana's founding president Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was ousted in a military coup documented in the first chapter of his book. If given the nod, the NDC presidential candidate will be the first president in Ghana's history to return to serve another term in the Fourth Republic.
In November 1951 in Cape Coast, had her secondary education at the Wesley Girls High School in Cape Coast. She completed a bachelor in education in English and French at the University of Cape Coast in 1977 and has a master's and doctorate degrees in literature from York University in Toronto, Canada. She also holds a diploma in advanced studies in French from the University of Dakar. The 72-year-old began her teaching experience at the University of Cape Coast in 1986. She has held various academic positions, including head of the Department of English, Dean of Faculty of Arts, Warden of Adeshe Hall, Valco Trust Fund Postgraduate Hostel, and Dean of the School of Graduate Studies and Research. From 2008 to 2012, she was the university's Vice Chancellor, the first female Vice Chancellor of a state university in Ghana. Ahead of the 2012 general elections, Naana Opoku-Agyemang moderated the debate with Kojo Nkrumah. She was in 2012 appointed Education Minister by President John Mahama and served until January 2017. Opoku-Agyemang has been honored with honorary degrees from the University of West Indies and Western Salem University. In 2020, she was named the running mate of NDC flag bearer and former President John Dramani Mahama. She is the recipient of many international and national awards, including Officer of the Order of the Voter, which is the highest award Ghana bestows on its citizens for academic distinction. Professor Opoku-Agyemang is a mother of 3, intending to be a mother of the nation by becoming Ghana's first female vice president.
Worry. Masifia nyame masifia. Madum sika na ya dai. Say wanna bu ne bo sebo. Okay. Well, when you prepare no court or concept of kunka.
Yo, yentio, ya fro say.
Me the azozo, iki ona bo worry. Be a moving actor. Me ne lewe ne taye film. Na na kufu ado be catch say obesi film village amayen. Amayi na Asia culture center. Even eja ku ni penifo me ble Asia. To catch say no, ye gidi ehun so obeboa yen. Yeni be so na hokusi ni Eastern region no kura na du ba bi si a empagyae ti me hu se woni akola e kokotobo na se wa mu bi anhye ne se na afo so bo a e na ye hyemla se nyinso dwa ya nyemla e kodwale dwale betima adwon so afam ti me hu se papa no wadada me na me akala pese no MP na ote so no e na me mpena asem ba presidential ande me ni asem sana me tuma ba yes
yo yeah that's it
we have lost the game worry if you like it or not you cry now cause Mahama your size Mahama was
experience so and about a mistake. There was all your fast now clear levy. Now clear betting taxes, you know. And son, how can you have tomorrow answer? Yari!
Honorable worry. Honorable worry. Honorable one worry. Nagas honorable a fan of Kati, Miss Worry. Kati, worry. Ade, worry. Union. Oh, Fanny, Yamashin. Semajina Bana Maria. Aha, a fan obey. Oh, Sikane Usika, and Yamsika.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. I get it. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up.
How far with your internship?
and has been one of the best vans I've used personally in this country. It runs a system where we are able to run on Dante to be able to do our broadcast mixed well also from this van.
I've used this OB van for quite a number of big productions, i.e. 3 music awards, the late President Rawlings' state funeral, Miss Africa Awards, and a number of them.
Welcome back to our continued coverage of the 2024 general elections. Let's head to the NDC headquarters where its National Communications Officer, let's head to the EC headquarters where the NDC's National Communications Officer, Sami Jenfi, is addressing the press. My name is Lily Muhammad. I'm back shortly.
At 4:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
And other materials which were meant to be distributed to voters before the December 7th election as part of the NPP's voter inducement strategy. Also, some of these unfortunate incidents are reported to have been carried out by over-jubilant supporters of the NDC who have been carried away by the excitement of the party's resounding victory in the just ended presidential and parliamentary elections. The NDC hereby condemns, in no uncertain terms, these acts of lawlessness, whether carried out by NDC supporters or other party supporters. While we appreciate the legitimate frustration of the Ghanaian people against the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia MPP regime, we wish to call on Ghanaians, especially the rank and file of the NDC, to exercise restraint and to go about their jubilations with a sense of responsibility. The NDC remains committed to upholding probity and accountability in government. And this we shall begin to do after assuming the reins of office on the 7th of January 2025, in accordance with the rule of law. The vandalism of state property, mob justice, and any form of lawless retribution have the potential to undermine the peace and stability of our dear nation. Hence, unacceptable. Such lawless acts constitute grievous offenses under the laws of Ghana and will not be countenanced by the Ghana Police Service. The NDC calls for calm among all its supporters across the 16 regions of Ghana. Comrades, our hard-fought and long-awaited victory is finally here. Our long-awaited victory, the change we've all been working for, has finally arrived. Let's celebrate this victory responsibly and trust the incoming NDC Mahama government to do the needful as far as probity and accountability are concerned, in accordance with the rule of law. The day of accountability is finally here. Our patience is very critical at this stage. Fellow countrymen and women, and especially NDC supporters who may be watching this address, the leadership of the party calls on all of you to exercise restraint in how we celebrate the resounding victory we have been given by the good people of Ghana and by God Almighty. Everyone has a right to celebrate in this time, but we must show that we are responsible citizens. The reason why you cannot engage in violence or any acts of vandalism or any attacks on state property or looting of state property is that it is against the law. And ours is a law-abiding political party. Aside that, we want you to live to see John Dramani Mahama sworn in as president on the 7th of January. We want you to participate in the process of resetting Ghana and to benefit from the new Ghana, the Ghana that works, that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be leading us to build, the Ghana we all want. We want you to live to see that, to participate in that process, and to benefit from the fruits thereof. You cannot do that if you end up injured or dead because of excesses, the excesses with the jubilations currently ongoing. Aside this, there are many disgruntled and frustrated NPP supporters who are looking for an opportunity to cause mayhem. We won this election clean. We won this election free and fair. We did not resort to violence. That has never been our nature. And so it is not now that we will resort to violence or acts of vandalism. Don't give them what they are looking for. Let's be peaceful. By 4:30 p.m., John Dramani Mahama will be declared as president. And by close of day, the new president-elect will address the nation. Latest, by the 7th of January, in the next 28 days, he will be sworn in as president. And when he is sworn in, the change you are looking for, the accountability you are looking for, the probity you are looking for, you are going to see it. We want you to live to see that. Only this afternoon, 2 of our supporters have been murdered in cold blood in Akomadan as a result of these excesses associated with the jubilation going on. We don't want to lose any NDC supporter again. We don't want that. John Mahama doesn't want that. The leadership of the NDC don't want that. We want you alive to see the new Ghana, the Ghana we all want, the Ghana that works, that John Dramani Mahama will be working with the entire nation to build and to benefit from the fruits thereof. As I've mentioned, in Tamale Central and Gushigu, we know that the people who attacked the NADMO offices there were not NDC people, they were NPP people, because they claimed that their parliamentary candidates hoarded food items which were supposed to be distributed to them before the election. And so when you do this as an NDC supporter, you give people the opportunity to heap all the blame on us, when in actual fact, in some places, not in all places, in some places, those doing that are NPP supporters. And finally, the reason why we must all heed this advice is that there are many NPP supporters who want to destroy evidence of their wrongdoings and their criminal conduct. Don't give them a small screen for them to do that. So there is no need attacking any government institution, vandalizing any public property, breaking anything. There is no need for that. You don't need rice at this stage. Victory is here. If you need rice, you call us, we'll give you rice. So don't attack any state institution. We love you and we want you to be safe. We want you to jubilate responsibly so that we can all see Akufo-Addo handing over the baton to John Mahama on the 7th of January 2025. Something is sworn never to do. We want you to see Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono administering the oath of office of president. We want you to see John Mahama at the Independence Square. We want you to see him begin the implementation of the 24-hour economy to create jobs and opportunities for all and a select few. This is a new dawn. You need to live to see the Ghana that we all want, which John Dramani Mahama will be delivering. So please, we are begging you. For those of you who are at various regional coalition centers, please, you need to be calm. Currently, in all those regional coalition centers, our regional executives are there in their numbers. For those of you in Greater Accra, the regional secretary and other executives are there. And once results have been declared, the results cannot be changed at the regional coalition center. If the declaration was legally made at the constituency coalition center by the designated returning officer. So the Obuasi East constituency results as declared cannot change. Nobody can change it at the regional center. It will not happen. And what they are trying to do in Greater Accra will not happen. for the constituencies whose results have not yet been declared, like Okaikwe Central, because EC officials have tried without success to swap pink sheets. We are following it keenly. We are addressing the issue with the EC at the regional coalition office, and the right thing will be done. The same applies to Ablikumanov and the other constituencies. In Eastern region, our regional chairman and his executives are currently in the at the regional coalition center. The issue about Akwetia, Fantiakwa North, and Nsawema Dwajui are all being resolved. And we know that at the end of the day, the truth will prevail, and our parliamentary candidates declared as the duly elected members of parliament for those constituencies. As for Anodompre, who has shot one of our supporters in the thigh, he himself shooting, you don't worry. 7 January is not far. The day of accountability is coming. Don't take the laws into your own hands. We waited for 8 years for this. Don't do the things the NPP did, for which reason Ghanaians have rejected them. Let's all reflect the persona and character of our leader, John Dramani Mahama, and he will not let us down. Thank you very much. I will do a very brief summary of this very important message in Twi. Now, to say the media can no potoka semuno. A krate the NSA NDC Treasurer for Penny, our General Secretary, Yura Fifi Aviquati, and Ononama Makwenya said, Minyasa, Mefansemi, and Tuga, and Famana. Abusianfo, if you know every year, Quenumre, Yatete in Sendia, SEC Ghana Fanai, Nina. Amaya Yemshishena, Amaya Rahopa. Yatese, Nadmo office biwo, Kru Biswa, Nipebinum, Apaku Bubu office Neni, Afefa, in Mianene Yemef.
So that's the National Communications Officer for the NDC, Sami Jenfi, addressing party supporters, asking them to remain calm. In any way, victory is here. You don't need to go to any state institution, attack, vandalize, and loot. And then he also condemned the murder of 2 of the NDC supporters during jubilation at Akumada. So, on your screens currently are live pictures from the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. We understand scores of NDC supporters have massed up in their numbers there. Since we're getting chaotic, you can see reinforcement of security personnel on standby to foil this situation. Quite unfortunate. Your dear NDC supporters, your National Communications Officer a while ago addressed you and told you to remain calm, stay home, and that according to results, victory was for you. I'm wondering why the NDC supporters will mass up there to demand whatever. Ibrahim Alassam is our head of political desk. Dr. Adam Bona is a security analyst, and he is here as well. Ibrahim, you wanted to say something?
Yes, of course. The reason why the NDC supporters have massed up at the Greater Accra regional headquarters of the EC, which just a few months ago housed the national headquarters of the EC, is that there were reports that the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary results announced in the constituency late last night. There were attempts to have the results as declared in the constituency changed or amended, and so that's how come
amended in favor of the ruling government.
Yes, so there's a protest that is emanating from Michael Kwe Jr. and his team. Of course, he had a little or 50,000 votes, and then Eliklim Akurugu had in excess of that, and thereby been declared winner. We told there's a challenge that has been mounted at the regional coalition center.
He's challenging, and he doesn't have pin sheets. He said the pin sheets have been destroyed. He's a lawyer. He should know better.
Yes, so that's
introduce me, but he's a lawyer.
Yes, yes.
The old man, his old man is a lawyer.
Yes.
And so he should know better that if you don't just go without evidence and say, so if the evidence is destroyed, we who alleges must prove.
Yes.
So if you are alleging and you have no proof, then any court will throw you out, because you just don't go and because then you are only doing hearsay, and the hearsay evidence is not taken in court. You should know.
Yes.
So for me, I don't know what he's talking about anyway.
Then, of course, and Lily, that's not the only place where a challenge has been mounted. You heard Sami Gyamfi relate to the Nsawama Duajiri issue, which has Frank Anodonpre and his team currently in Koforidua as we speak. Interestingly, the NDC in the constituency has equally followed up and then gone to the eastern region where they are pink sheets.
We understand that he fired shots.
Yes, Sami Gyamfi is alleged. We actually have a video of the gentleman who was shot in the thigh. We have it, and I'm sure the people at the back will roll it as we speak. But then we didn't have the information that the shot came directly from Frank Anodonpre.
So this is something that the security service must critically look into.
Yes.
Because you cannot just throw allegations in the air when this is a member of parliament for that matter.
Yes. Yes. And so that challenge is being mounted fiercely at the Regional Coalition Center in
That's
Koforidua.
what you have on your screens
there. Yes, of course. And then as well as here in Greater Accra. And as you heard, there are many other constituency results declared that are being challenged at the regional coalition centers. But because they are parliamentary results, that's how come they've not affected the transmission of the presidential results from the regional coalition centers.
Yes. So far, 15 regions are in the National Strong Room and the EC headquarters. The Electoral Commission says kwata kwata by 4:30 there. Obviously, what is evident out there will be declared, whether or not it is same as we all have it all over the country, the various political parties, to the extent that the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has conceded defeat. But, Doc, you remember 2 days ago when you were here, you talked about the fact that people should go to the coalition centers and police it. But in the spate of things, is it the right call?
I will still urge every political party supporter, both MPP and DC, if you can. I call it organized chaos. I call it organized chaos. You see, you can have an organized chaos that must lead to something positive. Do you understand?
But they are turning violent.
No, you see, the truth is that it is better this way than all blood or bloody confrontation. Collectively, this is butchering, that is butchering, this is because then if I am there, let's say where it is alleged that Anodonpre shot someone. If I am there and I saw Anodonpre shoot the person, I'm a witness. I'm a prime witness to the crime, isn't it? If it is not Anodonpre who did, I'm also a prime witness.
Yeah.
And so as far as I'm concerned, you see, the massing up of people, whether you want to say some were jubilating or they were vigilant, has aided and pushed us to where we are today. If they didn't,
that's what we have on our screen.
If that didn't happen, and in fact I have it on record, Anodonpre was at, I think I said it on your network. It was at 2 BN. So most of the soldiers
2 BN at Apremdo in
Takrady. Most of the soldiers you see flooding the some Al-Duajiri area came from 2 BN.
But the military hierarchy categorically mentioned that the military will be only deployed where necessary. Is it necessary at this point?
I've said it repeatedly that we currently don't have Ghana Armed Forces. It doesn't exist. Maybe after this whole process is done, the top, they will have to get rid of most of them. It's too heavy. They should sack most of them. Do you understand me? I hear some of them already attempting to resign and escape. There won't be any escape route for them. It's someone like the guy in 4BN, Brigadier General Opoku, who perpetrated the mother of all violence at Ayawasu West Wogon. Such persons would have to be court-martialed. They would have to be punished if they are found to have been guilty. In any case, the Emil Short Commission report did not exonerate him. You saw him fumbling. So some people's DNA is tainted with violence. Because a military officer, you are not trained to point your gun at people. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
But the survey we conducted actually pointed to military officers and security officers not happy with the current government. And this was a scientific empirical survey. They came out bastardizing us and saying we did a shoddy job. So I want to believe that what Smart Sapon did is a good job. So it is showing on the screen, isn't it? What Smart Sapon did, he's a PhD like I am. What he did is showing on the screen. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They said no. But you see, our results pointed to security officers, including the military, not voting for this government. And all garrisons, in unison, voted 70% against this government.
Was it a protest vote? You mentioned that currently we don't have a Ghana Armed Forces. Was it a protest vote?
It was a protest vote. Military officers are not on cut 30. They are not on cap 30. It means that periodically, within 2 years or so, you have to do some adjustment. It means you must do it manually. It's not automated. It has to be manually. You promised them you were going to give them 70%. That was 2 years ago. Then somewhere along the line, you did about 35%. And in the Deba, you are the military. You are a barracks girl. And you communicate to officers and men in a Deba. In a Deba, you told them, which some of them recorded, that their money, they'll carry it in the whole barrel. The pay will be, the increment will be so big. You remember ICQ?
Yes.
They will wheel the money in a whole barrel. They didn't even fill their pockets, let alone a whole barrel. So eventually they were giving about 35%. And you know, in order to hide what they are being paid, they refuse giving them from the CDS to the private soldier. To the private soldier. Nobody is receiving pay slip. You are here, you work with EIB network. They pay you and you don't see your pay slip. Would you be happy? And these people, avenue to vent is
on with the deployment and head to the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. On with the deployment and head to the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center, particularly regarding Okaikwe Central, my center. Particularly regarding Okaikwe Central, my colleague Calvin Powell is there. We understand the allegations of tampering there. Calvin, what do you have for us at this time?
All right, so there are two constituencies from the Greater Accra region that are a bone of contention right now, and they have to do with the Okaikwe Central constituency and Ablekuma North. And what has come up for the Okaikwe Central has to do with some 31 polling stations that their results have been tampered with. And this tampering occurred on the official pink sheet of the EC. The official pink sheets that have been submitted by the returning officer from the constituency to the regional directorate have been tampered with. Figures have been changed, 31 of them from the Okaikwe Central constituency. So with this, it means that the integrity of those figures from the 31 constituency cannot be added to the remaining ones. Therefore, the NDC is calling for a ratification. NDC's pink sheet have numbers that, according to them, are authentic because they were submitted to them from each polling station. But when they got to the coalition center at the constituency, the figures on the EC's own pink sheets have changed. So that is the bone of contention as far as the Okaikwe Central constituency is concerned. So the director of the election from the NDC side is saying that it's either the results are declared from the ones that are authentic. According to him, some 60% of the votes can be used to declare whoever wins. And from the 31, the rest are authentic. They can use that to declare whoever wins the constituency. Or they wait until the 31 is ratified, then they go ahead. Some persons are also raising concerns of criminality, and the NDC is saying that they are not interested in the criminality aspect of this tampering for now, but they want the EC to declare the winner of the parliamentary seat as far as the Okaikwe Central is concerned. Then later on, they can think of the criminality as to who made the changes to the figures. So this is what is happening right here. And they are saying that before they go to Ablemanov, they must resolve the Okaigwe Central irregularities, bring them to conclusion before they will go and check what other mistakes are made as far as the Ablemanov is concerned. So currently, this is what is happening here. We are still waiting. The EC is consulting with the NPP side as to what decision to take. Either to go by declaring with the 60% of the ones that are authentic, or they will wait and currently is no coalition. Okay. They are just comparing the pink sheets from the EC and the one that the EC issued to the NDC at the various polling stations. So it's not a coalition.
Okay, so they are comparing pink sheets from both the NDC and NPP to what they officially have.
And the EC. Yes.
Okay.
The NPP alleging that the man who was holding their pink sheet was assaulted by the NDC people and they took their pink sheet from him and it was bent. For that, we can establish. The EC cannot also establish the fact that the MPP man who was holding their pink sheet was actually assaulted and the pink sheet bent. So the MPP currently don't have a pink sheet to prove. But they said they are relying on the pink sheet that the returning officer has brought here. And these pink sheets brought by the returning officer are the ones that are contentious. 31 of them. They are contentious because the figures do not commensurate with what the NDC is having.
Carmen, if you can hear me, I be here. The pink sheet comparison that's going on and the checks. What is the end game? Because if there's no collation, there can't be a declaration.
Exactly.
And you are talking about polling station pink sheets, which have individual results. After the comparison, there must be a tabulation of these results, right? So what is the end game? What is the EC seeking to achieve with these comparisons? Calvin.
Hello, Ibrahim, can you come again?
Yes.
The noise here is quite deafening, so I couldn't hear you well.
Calvin, I want you to tell us what the end game is. What is the EC currently doing with the comparison of the pink sheet? We are talking about polling station pink sheets.
So the regional director of the EC has taken charge now. The returning officer from the constituency has been pushed aside because he himself has considered that there are irregularities on the 31 pink sheet that he submitted at the regional. So he has been pushed aside. The director of the region took over, and she also attests to the fact that yes, the pink sheets that his officer brought are not matching with what the EC. So she has also considered these irregularities that are found on her own returning officer's pink sheet. So she's now consulting with the NPP as to what the demand the NDC is making. Should we go ahead and use the correct, the authentic ones and declare the winner, or we should wait and resolve the 31s that are full of irregularities?
Yes, so Calvin, for the sake of listeners, the collation exercise that got disrupted in the Okaigwe Central constituency is now currently taking place, all things being equal, with both parties agreeing at the regional EC office. That's exactly what is happening.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Okay, Calvin, we'll leave it here for now, but thank you very much. That's Calvin Powell, a man on the ground in Okaigwe Central, and then he's also...
EC's candidate is contesting that. And his argument was that they have the full complement of their pink sheets from each of the polling stations.
But the interesting thing is his counterparts on the other side don't have those pink sheets. That's
right. So then they will have to depend on the pink sheet of either the EC comparing its pink sheet to that of the NDC in the constituency, and then arrive at a final decision as to what the collated result is. But the point is that this lends credence to the argument that the Okaigwe Central constituency parliamentary result cannot be declared at this material point in time. So the results that are out there, projecting one as the winner, right, cannot be confirmed as of now. It is good that the regional EC has taken charge. Hopefully, they all get to agree so that a collation is done. Otherwise, they might have to cancel the entire exercise in the constituency and rerun.
We'll have to rerun. Yeah. Doc.
Yeah. Well, for me, I just think that even at this point where we know the winner who is the president-elect. Some probably mischievous and criminally minded EC officials are still scheming to steal, and push this whole thing to one side, or maybe let someone who is losing be declared a winner. It speaks volumes, because then it is okay if you are a thief. When you steal during the night, it's usually not surprising. But when you see a thief who breaks into this facility, we are all here, and the thief just walks in and pick one of these cameras and he wants to walk away. There are two things: either that thief has been doing that and has never been caught, or that thief is mentally insane. Because in the face of it, we all know Dr. Bawumia has, conceded
defeat,
to his opponent. And you are still scheming to do. Are you not afraid that after declaration you will be prosecuted? Because if I am in their shoes, this is the time you raise your hand and say, I give up. You wanted my support. Maybe I thought I could help you. But at this point, when the Opemu himself has given up, who am I? I want to do it because I want to keep my job. And you are scheming to get Patrick Boama, right?
Yes.
He's a fine gentleman, but let's not take away the fact that if he has to win an election, win it black and white. It shouldn't be just winning it and we are not sure. So it means that probably in the 8th Parliament, there are so many crooks in that Parliament who are not supposed to be there.
But Doc, if indeed there are issues that must be addressed, is it not legitimate that those issues get addressed? In fact, there was a coalition exercise going on. There was disruption of the process. In fact, per the report, the disruption took place as a result of the invasion of the coalition center by supporters of Baba Sadiq.
But I am surprised. The cohesive force of the states would usually be on one side. Tell me I'm lying. I mean, until the 7th, when declaration, the swearing in takes place, the president still remains the commander-in-chief of the they are the beck and call. I mean, he can call anybody and say, do ABCD. I mean, 2020, I mean, my MPP people have been laughing at the NDC that you people, you didn't even have collated results and pink sheets. It looks like almost politicians don't learn, because now how do you go and say we couldn't protect our your pink sheets? Are they telling me that the NDC supporters were more than their supporters? Do you understand me? So much so that the pink sheets are destroyed. I mean, you can see this is just pure lies. If you don't have pink sheets, you are lying. It's not true. I'm telling you that anybody who comes challenging any results, claiming that I don't have pink sheets, should be driven away by EC. They are just fomenting trouble. They are just looking at how much they've lost in the elections, and they want to see whether they can have. But then
the EC can check from its own.
That's what I'm saying. So if you can check from your own pink sheet, like where I think the location where they are saying it looks like they've tempered with, is it the same place?
Yes, that's the Concession Center.
That's why if you check and it's been tempered with, first of all, what do? You hand over the EC official to the police. If I'm the EC official, then I will begin to say the truth and say, Charlie, the thing I tempered with it, forgive me. So that we resolve this thing and move on.
But the NDC in that area is saying that, well, we have the pink sheets, whether or not the 31 we can find or not. That's not our business, because 60% you are free to declare, right?
Yes.
So why shouldn't the EC take that portion and say, okay, the NDC has agreed, the NPP, do you agree? Because you don't have proof, right?
You don't have proof, so they need a declaration.
Let's go ahead and declare.
If you are not happy, if you are not happy, because mine, just like you say it makes logical sense. Logical reasoning. At least we all learned that a bit. It makes logical sense that if this is not there, you can add A, B, C, D, S, Y, Z, and you can deduct and infer and say that this is it until you rebut it. And so mine is that it is up to the EC to take. You can see the thing has been tempered with. Take the other pink sheets from all over the country, the genuine one. Compare them to what these other people are saying is genuine. Then look at them and say, this looks more genuine. Then you say, we will count them. When you are done, you declare. Then you say, well, you didn't bring me anything. But what we have looked tempered. So that one, we will disregard it. Or you take what is available to you and put them together and do your declaration. And say, well, I don't have so and so and so. We move on. But I think that even at this last hour, some people are playing games and trying to trick the system. Maybe these people have mastered, the act of tricking the system, and so they fell asleep, believing that this time around the automated trick would work. It's not all the time that when you automate stuff and you don't go supervising it to work. So even if you can see, it looks like, I don't know whether the NDC deployed ground forces and they declared, sea forces, and they declared, the Navy, and they declared air forces, because it looks like wherever those who want to cheat the system passed, there was a force. There was a counter bigger force that stopped it. And the IGP did so well by making sure coalitions are done in confined areas.
But talking about IGP,
Mrekuduka lost.
Yes,
that's like we.
You had on a number of occasions talked about security deployment in secrecy and how people their machinations to foment trouble in that particular area. Is this evidence of what you said earlier?
Yes, it's evident, because 2020, just when the declaration in that area was about to be made, then the place was invaded, then ballot boxes got swapped. Then when tempers calmed down, when they counted again, the elections has been lost to the person who should have won. So in that area, and I'm happy Mrekuduka, he lost. I'm sure you know the allegations of Galamsey, and and you ask yourself, these guys why were they even appointed in the first place to lead this country in these regions? So the 2BN guy and all of these guys schemed, but fortunately the IGP just wanted to remain in the middle, neutral. Whoever. So I will tell you, I think that this election, I will tell you, is the most organic elections we have ever had in this country, because it looks like the stealing got stopped, and maybe the NDC, vigilance also paid off. So anyway, I saw some videos in Ashanti region where, and I don't know how they did it though, but it was done so well that the guys who are helping you to pack maybe ballot boxes to go and cheat, by the time they finish passing, they themselves will leak information that they are near the bow. Then the ground forces will go and meet you and destroy the thing. So it became very difficult for anyone to cheat. And I think that let's grow up, let's mature as a country and move away from, we will use, someone on the MPP side said, we'll use intelligence to beat you.
Yes.
I don't know whether, I'm sure, I don't know who said that.
I know, it was Samuel Uku who said that the strategy they would deploy in defeating the NDC, they will not know what hit them. Like NDC will never understand
how. And I heard one of them on TV say, we'll use intelligence to beat you. And I thought that...
Did they fail then in gathering this intelligence?
No. When you say intelligence, or you are going to use, it means that, you don't worry. You see, it's less like when you are going to sit in an exam. You all study prep time. If you went to secondary school or university, prep time, we all go out, we all go and learn. Exams is coming. The normal thing for every student, 99% of students, when exams is drawing closer, even those who are not learning, nobody was running the state. So these things made a lot of people angry. I had my fair share from small boys in Jubilee House. One Kwabena Akrobia Santi or something. Small boy, I'm sure I'm as young as could be my son, talking a lot of nonsense because he feels that he's an appointee of government in Jubilee House. You see, when you do this to some of us, and you get your social media goons to come and attack us on social media, those majority of Ghanaians are not like that. Once they are reading in between the lines, they will come after you. And it happened to so many. This morning I was speaking to Martin Pebu. I mentioned the guy, and Martin Pebu said, ignore those boys. They said that same guy, Kwabena Santis. Somebody told me they saw him around Bawumia. They are the people who led Bawumia and Nana into this thing. Because when you have people who are so arrogant, and they think that to them, once you disagree with the status quo, you are an enemy. They won't probably call you to tell you that, oh, maybe you misunderstood something. The first thing to do is to go on social media and start insulting you. And most of them, brother, say you are earning a living. You work to, and you see, Omumbo brother, I have known you for long. I've known Lily for as much as I can remember, and you've been working to earn a living. So tomorrow, if maybe you are brought in to help any government, no one will come and tell you that Okra now free him, I'll buy him. Some of these boys, you know, would have worked 1 year or 2 years somewhere, and all of a sudden, through some political, I'm not saying it is wrong, but for God's sake, they should know that, and also to the NDC, that those who will be given the opportunity to act, they should ensure that they respect. You see, almost 2 million. This is almost about, it's like when Ghana gained its independence, and when South Africa had to move from the apartheid regime to democracy, how the people voted en bloc. This has never happened before, where NDC is doing almost 190 seats in parliament. You ask yourself, incumbent government, what did you do? It's because Nana didn't care about us. When you somebody who could, you know, he himself, Nana himself, was very disrespectful. You see, you know why we call, you know why when a boy is born today or a girl is, you know, we will say you are Nana. If you are from the north, we'll say you are Na, isn't it? At that point, that person is Nana. Whether he's a child or he's an old man, but Nana could openly ask a chief to stand up and greet him. That's why I'm saying he himself, you know, demonstrated serious levels of disrespect towards everybody. And you know, I always say that if you've lived out there before, not when you visit, but if you've lived out there before, you take the train, you take the bus, maybe you are doing intercity air. The moment you sit in a train or a tram or a bus and you see Lily, nobody will tell you Lily is a Ghanaian. Nobody will tell you IB is a Ghanaian. We have a certain demeanor. And that demeanor is what we just demonstrated. That when the Ghanaian, you see a Ghanaian, don't take him for granted. So you see, Ghanaians are much liked out there. If you've lived there, a lot of bad things are not associated to the Ghanaian, which is good. So when you look at
you there, one of the people whose win has quite surprised a lot of people is Kwame Asario, being popularly known as A.
Oh, congratulations to him.
Yes, he's won the Gomwa Central constituency.
I wanted to transfer my votes there.
Oh, really? Because of him? Well, he's on the phone now as we speak.
Because I just thought that he's one of the few who stood up against the MPP from within.
Kwame A Plus joins me on phone. Kwame, good afternoon to you. Hello, Kwame.
Hello.
Yeah, Kwame, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing? Such a long fight. Has it been?
I'm very well. I'm excited.
You're excited. You actually have a supporter in-house, Dr. Adam Bona. He says he's particularly very proud of you.
Very proud, and there's so much input. I don't know from my end.
Okay, but
please check it's fast and everybody talking.
But can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was saying that you have a supporter in the studio, Dr. Adam Boda. He says he's very proud of you because he wanted to transfer his vote to your constituency.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
But
tell them to vote for me. They vote for me in 2028 when I'm running for the presidency.
Oh, so you are eyeing the top job in 2028?
It's one step at a time. It's a process.
But Kwame, tell us, by and large, how was the campaign for you?
My whole campaign was based on a certain principle that have produced the most popular character, if you like, in the history of humankind. That's Jesus Christ. You know, Jesus Christ had a certain principle that worked. If you want to be a great leader, you should read about Jesus Christ and apply the principles that he used. He came from nowhere with nothing, but he got the masses to support him because he understood them. So he knew the plight of the people. He knew what they wanted, and he solved those problems before he even spoke to them about the kingdom of God. So the leader of the Christian religion is somebody that you have to emulate. Whether you believe in him, whether you believe that he was born by a virgin, or it's not important. What is important is what is written about him and how you apply it. And that's the principle that worked for us.
Was it an arduous task for you going against a two-time sitting MP who was also a minister, a deputy minister?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you?
I'm asking if the task was an arduous one. You're going against an MP who had gone 2 times. She was also a deputy minister.
You're saying if it was?
If it was a difficult task for you?
Oh, if it was a difficult task, of course it would be difficult. These guys have a lot of money to spend. They were in power. She's been in power for 8 years. She has run the constituency for 8 years. She has a structure, that's the MPP. I came in as an independent person. I didn't have the structure. I had to build the structure from scratch. It was so difficult, but you see, the difference between the people in GHOne and people of other constituencies, if you like, is that the people in GHOne were looking for something new. They've been in the darkness for long. So even though it was difficult, the people made it work out. It was not easy, but they came together and they had already made up their mind to vote for something different. They were hungry to see something that has never happened in the constituency because they've tried both options, which in their opinion did not work for them. And so they were looking for a different option. They want to try something new, and this is what they got. And I would say, though it was difficult, the people helped.
Now that you are the member of parliament elect for that area, hitherto you were an ardent supporter of Nana Opoku-Agyemang. Few years or months ago, you were criticizing the NPP government. Are you going to caucus with the NDC?
Am I going to focus?
Caucus with the NDC in Parliament.
We are still talking. We are not there yet. I'm not going to make hasty decisions. All that I'm interested in is developing GHOne, and I have to understand why I caucus with anybody. If it benefits GHOne, why not? I have to put my cards on the table. And then NDC has majority in parliament, and I'm very happy that they have that majority. When you have that majority, the tendency of them doing exactly what NPP did is high. So even though they are majority, it doesn't change how I think. I'm a non-conformist. They cannot silence me in any way. They have to come and tell me what I want to hear. Something that will benefit my people, all of them put together, all the NPP MPs put together, all the NDC MPP put together. They cannot fight Kwame Plus. I fought the whole constituency, deputy minister, and won. And I come when I'm doing what is right, I fight till the end. And so I'm happy they have won. I will be excited to work hand in hand with them to build a better Ghana. But they should also understand that I have a better GHOne to build. And so if they tell me stuff that is beneficial to my people who have suffered for so many years, we will start making we will start looking at it from that direction.
But what do you make of the general outcome of the election, particularly the green wave?
It's a great one. It's a great one. It's a beautiful one. Akufo-Addo has been humiliated, and I'm so excited about it. Akufo-Addo has destroyed the NPP, and it has become very clear. It has manifested for everybody to see. If Akufo-Addo had not become president of Ghana, we will be going about saying, "Oh, if there was one guy who was going to change Ghana," and Akufo-Addo is seen. It's a shame. It is very unfortunate that he doesn't even have time. Like how John Mahama had time to come back, Akufo had time to become the father of the nation. Rawlings had all that time. Akufo-Addo doesn't have many years left, and he doesn't have even the people who are going to fight for his legacy. Everything free SHS, free SHS, free SHS. That's all that free SHS. You give people free SHS, and he and his government stole everything. They didn't listen to us. I walked into a constituency and took the seat from his MP. And I want him to understand that is how I managed to help him to become president. He has humiliated himself. The MPP, a party like the MPP, had regional chairman like Wuntumi and Abronye.
Thank you.
The party MPP had regional chairman like Wuntumi and Abronye. And this is the outcome of what they did. It's a shame. They have been humiliated. They have been silenced. And I'm very excited about it. I'm in power. And they are in opposition.
You are in power and they are in opposition. But, Kwame, do you think that going forward, the NDC will have such a smooth sail? They talk about probity, accountability, transparency. Is this something the NDC can stick to? We brought Akufo-Addo to power. And he didn't do what we expected of him. He didn't live up to our expectations. We all campaigned. I openly said I was going to vote for John Mahama. I made sure that I supported them. Not just by saying people should vote for them, but even financially, we did a lot behind the scenes to ensure that he comes back to power. And if they don't do exactly what they're supposed to do, after inauguration, 1 week, we'll start bringing them down. We have done this over and over and over. We know how to do it. We are experts in bringing governments down. And so the ball is in their court, and they have to play it and play it well. At this point, we used to work hard, do everything possible to bring government down from outside. Now I'm in parliament. I'm going to be inside there with them. Now I'm going to have the same access to every information that everybody has. And so they have to do the right thing. I want it to be smooth. I want the NDC to change this country. I want them to change livelihoods. I want them to do what the people expect of them. And I'm wishing that we don't get to that point where we are complaining and we start thinking of bringing them down because they are not probing people who have stolen from this country. People have really stolen from this country. People have taken this country like it's their personal property, have taken so much from this country, and they have to be dealt with, at least for once. But has Nana congratulated you yet?
Thank you so much.
Kwame, I was asking something before you go. Has your opponent, Nana Yakwansa, called you to congratulate or texted?
She doesn't understand that when you lose an election, you have to congratulate. She doesn't have classmates. She doesn't understand the system.
Okay.
I don't think that the NDC has congratulated me. They wrote a letter to me congratulating me for winning the seat. Nana has not, and she can't read and write. I'm not surprised. I'm waiting to see if she'll pick her phone and call.
Kwame, congratulations to you once again. So that's Kwame Asario, being popularly known as A+, a musician, an entrepreneur, now an activist, now politician, and soon to be member, well, he's the elect, so soon to be member of parliament for the Gomwa Central constituency in the Central region. Quite an interesting one. A lot of people didn't expect this to go this way. You know, people were thinking, well, maybe he's rearing his head, so probably the next parliament he could make inroads. this is one of the results that are quite surprising, if you ask me. And
Billy, it's a central region. If the green wave hit any region harder,
it is the central region. Yeah.
And the NDC is counting between 18 to 19 seats.
Doc, Kwame responded to you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to him. He's one of the few people I admire, you know, in the entertainment fraternity, who I think speaks his mind, very assertive. So we need such persons in our governance space. I mean, I like people who are blunt. We all can be like that. And so seeing him go the way he goes and does things the way he does them, I knew he was going to win that seat.
Okay.
I actually saw it coming because when we conducted the survey, you know, we had the security officers actually mentioning him in the central region.
Okay.
They mentioned him in the central region as one of the few people they think that when they find their way in parliament or one day even become president, maybe they will be able to help their situation. And so I wasn't surprised that, but I knew among those who were standing as independent, you know, for independent in terms of parliamentary, I knew he would be, even if there was just one person, I thought he would be that person to win. And I didn't have any reason to believe that he would not win. And the people there in his constituency wouldn't have had any reason not to vote for him. They rather would have more reasons to vote for him. Just like, whether you like it or not, Kennedy Agyemang. You know he left the seat, and what has happened to the seat?
It fell to the NDC.
If Kennedy was still standing, it would have been very difficult. Very difficult for anybody to beat Kennedy Agyemang. Like it, you know, you can like him or not. He's still Kennedy Agyemang. Do you understand me? He's still Kennedy Agyemang. And so as far as I'm concerned, there are some people that if you can disagree with me, but you can say the person is good in this thing. And if we appreciate such persons in society, I believe that they should be giving him this mandate. We'll see how he performs. And I want to believe he'll do well to uplift the image of the GHOne central seat. He will do well to uplift it. He's still quite young.
And he says he's eyeing the top job in 2020.
No, he's still quite young. And so I want to believe that such persons will do, even if he was to stand as an independent candidate, president, I still believe that
he'll make it work.
Yes. He might not win. But you see, the Ghanaian has become very sensitive, has become very dynamic, matured, to be able to say, let me vote for this person. You see, even Chada, where he came from nowhere. I mean, I knew Chada I've known him for many years, you know, and you would say, even though Chada, not too many people knew him until recently. Kwame A+ has been in the woods. I mean, he's been there screaming, doing a lot of Kasanchi songs, promote. I mean, you get it. He's done very well for himself. So I just think that such persons, obviously, he will be disappointed in Nana Akufo-Addo. And I am highly disappointed in him because he's one person I thought.
Who, Nanado?
Yes, I thought becoming president, he would have painted our street with gold.
Because he
rather painted the street with corruption.
Held him in high esteem. A lot of people had very high expectations of him. And Kwame mentioned that he was one of the people who campaigned for the NPP and Nanado in
and most
particular.
People who campaigned for him or probably thought well of the president are today I would wish that Nanado's name would be expunged from the list of ex-presidents.
Why?
Because he masterminded some of the gargantuan corruptions of all time, selling all our state lands from Hamile to Teshin. I would wish that if there was a way to expunge his name from the list of, that is how I mean, hard I see it, but I mean, how else can I describe it? See, You understand me? Okay. And in the chain, even when you sold the bowl, the thing for that, the guy who put it into that descent, at least come and tell me that you to take some water and drink. But in that chain, you are not factored, and that is how painful this whole process is. When you look at the things that Nanado superintended over, and I think that you can't say you go closer to honey and it pours on your hand and you won't lick some.
Sure.
Do you understand me? Sure. But when you go and you cut the tree, listen, even water. Those days, if you wanted to have very beautiful environment, serene environment, you go and live in the village. That is where it's clean, unadulterated, everything is. Today, my wife's village, in the eastern region, when it rains, they said they shouldn't even trap water. Galamsey is polluted the environment. And yet Nana tells us his fought with Galamsey. The water bodies our ancestors left us have all been destroyed. What do you expect? This annihilation and this defeat is even small. I would wish that his name would be expunged from the list of ex-presidents. Can you say the same of President Kufuor?
No, okay, isn't that too harsh?
No, can you say the same? No, I'm coming.
Yes.
President Kufuor, under the 1992 Constitution, is the first president to serve on the ticket of the MPP.
Yes.
Can you say the same of President Kufuor? It's a question. Can you say the same? No, it's a question. I shouldn't be asking you.
No, I get you. I get the point. That's how you feel. Yeah, I get that.
Matrix. I mean, in comparing the two, you talk about
the thing. I came to Ghana. I relocated back to Ghana in 2006.
Okay.
Ghana was so sweet that those of us in the diaspora, you asked everybody, wanted to come back. I was living my life in London. Nanado came to London. I said, Nanado, President Kufuor came, saw some of us and said, oh, you see, I was quite young. You are, we need all of you back home to come and help develop this country.
And you bought into it.
Oh, yeah, and I came 2006. And when I came, I didn't have to go to his office. My business was thriving. Fantastic. That was fantastic. Eventually, after President Kufuor left, Nanado tried. You see, even when Nanado contested the late Professor
Mills,
because Kufuor had done well, he was very competitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think he went to second round, eh?
Yes.
2008.
He went to second round.
Yes.
And they started blaming Kufuor that he didn't do this, he didn't do this.
He didn't
but we
lay the ground
Kufuor's time. It was a time that you will say most diasporans came back to Ghana. I came 2006. Most diasporans came because then when you compare living there and working and being here, when you are free, everybody is like you come, you play, and I'm happy I did. But eventually, subsequently, and under Kufuor, I mean, people who were corrupt were dealt with. Don't you have the evidence? Tell me one person under this president, Nanado, who is handing over on the 7th, who was corrupt and the person was punished, recommended to be punished.
He talked about evidence, that after investigations, if no evidence is found, how can he prosecute them?
Prosecutions are done for and on behalf of Article 88 of the AG. Go and check. Prosecutions are done on behalf of the AG. So it is up to the AG to say, we don't want to prosecute you, or he tells you, he takes the docket from you and he keeps it at the AG department and no prosecutor can prosecute. Even the special prosecutor, his head is still on the chopping board. They were trying to remove him. Is it not true?
Yes.
So what you see, all these things, I'm just speaking directly to the MPP.
Okay.
I don't think we want the MPP destroyed. Ghanaians don't want the MPP destroyed. But I think that the current MPP is almost like some extraterrestrial object that came from space to come and take over the MPP and destroyed everything MPP. The MPP Kufuor left. And I usually don't talk politics, but I'm smart enough. I work within the governance space, and I've worked with a lot of the MPP people. I've worked with a lot of them, and they will tell you, a lot of the MPP people, most of the big men didn't vote for MPP in this election. A lot of them didn't, because they will tell you that what is going on. It's unlike the Ghanaian and unlike the MPP. You don't steal everything. And not that when they steal cry, they'll use it to go and buy gobe. No. They sit in first class aeroplanes. They go to wherever and go and chop. Look at, there's some small boy who used to work under Kendo Foriata. You know how that boy has helped himself. Do you understand me? Yeah. All these things play out, and few people actually benefited from the loot. And everybody, even within the MPP, a lot of people within the MPP, you cannot run a state like that. And this president wants to tell us that when you complain, when you cough, free SAH, free senior high school, if you complain, free senior high school, there's no water, free senior high school. Meanwhile, the secondary school I went to, Ghanata Secondary School, that I 1 to 5. There was so much food. The kenke, I used to like the kenke, and they used to even give us a corned beef, fried corned beef. They used to give, tea was good. I don't know which days we used to drink tea and bread and butter. Today, I hear the children are so many. The children don't have food to eat, to the extent that rotten food is being fed to our children in secondary schools. And yet, when you want to complain, they will send their goons on you. Well, it is for the first time under the 1992 Constitution that we do not have a military. The military is so weak. Right. And so for me, I just think that the MPP should look within and start their reorganization. Put and Mahama, President Mahama, one thing Ghanaians want him to do is to prosecute these corrupt people. We know them.
He instead of operation to cover all loot, right? But I'll come to you shortly. Let's hear from the NDC in the Eastern region. They are calling for the arrest of Member of Parliament from Frank Anodompe.
IGP tampering, people should arrest him immediately.
A complaint has been lodged with the police, and you can verify from the Nsawam police station. There's a formal complaint there that reports of this particular incident, the shooting incident by the MP, and we are waiting. We were hoping that by now an arrest would have been caused, interrogated, and whatever steps that they will have to follow to bring justice would have happened. But this is the situation. The man is still walking around, carrying his weight about, and contesting a seat that he has already lost. They are urging the IGP to immediately direct his men on the ground to arrest Mr. Frank Anodompe for shooting one Tabor Richard, who is currently hospitalized.
So that's a national executive of the NDC in the Eastern region calling for the arrests of Frank Anodompe, who's Member of Parliament for the Nsawam Adredri constituency.
That's Dr. Mark Oliver.
Okay.
Regional executive
of the NDC in the Eastern region. Yes. You wanted to say something?
Yes. An official complaint has been lodged. We know that Frank Anodompe is contesting.
The people should effect a citizen's arrest. No, they should arrest him themselves. They should arrest him themselves.
Do you understand the difficulty the police will be in at this material point in time in moving in to take action? Do you understand, as from a security point of view, do you understand the difficulty? But this is an incumbent member of parliament.
I'd be sorry not to catch you, but what we have on our screens are some scenes from the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. Quite chaotic scenes there. I'm wondering what is exactly happening. I'm sure it has to do with the pink sheets, brouhaha.
The outstanding issues relative to Iowa. So Okankwe
Central,
and then
Ablekuma North.
Ablekuma North as well.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, but Doc, first of all, let's touch on this. There are party supporters massed up right behind us at the Regional Coalition Center. They are making demands. Now we are aware that it's these massing ups that result in these shootings that have led to death. What is the way forward? How do we manage this?
The way forward is after these elections, Ghana will not remain the same. We need to change the electoral process. Someone was telling me this afternoon in India, we don't use the manual way. It's a touch screen, where you go, you see all the candidates from Mahmoud Bawumia to, I think, is it Alan was the last? Alan was the last. I mean, I've got to know because of the survey we conducted.
Okay.
And so when you go, you press whoever you want to vote for. There's a green light there with a sound, "Tung," you are voted. You cannot vote twice. And when you vote, it records, in the back room where, the votes are going on. So by the time they finish everything, it's like you are using an Excel sheet. If it is formatted well, once you are keying in the stuff, by the time you do, it calculates it for you. I think we should improve it. But the issue to do with today, I would say that it is better than nothing.
Absolutely.
I still stand by that argument that this way of dealing with this organized chaos, I call it organized chaos. Chaos that brings about change. I call it organized chaos. Where
Okay, sorry, Doc, but let's listen to Director of Legal Affairs for the NDC, GHOne Tamaklo. He's at the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. They are raising certain concerns. Let's listen to Eduji.
By the Electoral Commission, presiding officers in those jurisdictions, and I am calling the special prosecutor to immediately investigation in those affected polling stations in Okankwe Central and bring those presiding officers to book for the first time. Electoral Commission officials might go to prison, so they'll know that they cannot subvert the will of the people. Ghanaians in Okankwe Central voted overwhelmingly for Baba Sadiq, and the MPP parliamentary candidate, MP now Patrick Boama, is conniving, and that is the issue, and we will not permit it. We have called the returning officer for Okankwe Central to go ahead and declare the result.
So that's GHOne Tamaklo. He is the Director of Legal Affairs for the NDC. They are calling for the arrest and further prosecution of EC officials in the Okankwe Central constituency. They say that the incumbent Member of Parliament, Patrick Boama, is conniving with the EC to rig the election. Doc, let me get your reaction to this.
Well, I think that, like I said, if anyone, touch wood, comes in here in the night and the security man is sleeping, you get up and the person has taken the microphone, you'll be wondering, okay, well, it happened what time? Say in the night. Yeah, we expect things to happen that way. It's normal. But during the day, we are sitting here on live TV. Then the guy comes here, the camera, I think this is my camera, the camera this is my camera. Then the guy is undoing the camera, he's taking it away. What would you think? You either will say this guy is so emboldened, believing that if he takes this thing, you can't do anything. Bolare can't do anything. My sister Lily can't do anything. So you come and take it. If not, when you know there is someone has conceded, someone has said, "Oh, I accept. I've lost the election." At this point, even if you wanted to steal, this is not the time to steal, because you know whether you like it or not, there will be a new president, and you were not stealing in favor of that president, and I don't think that president will want you to steal in his favor. So stay away, or else you'll be prosecuted. But you can see all of this. I think that the EC, Jane Mensah, I mean, you know my banter with her 2020. This man is an agitator. He's an agitator. You see, with what is his name? These are former captain. What is his name? Former the Slim.
These are still scenes from the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center.
Captain.
You can cite Samuel Nete George in there. Yeah, raising some concerns.
Yes,
I wish we could
hear.
You
can see Abraham Amaliba as well there. But Lily, how? Let's ask you of this. How practical is it for EC officials with pink sheets that have serial numbers?
Exactly.
To tamper with serial numbers or the pink sheet, and it's become difficult for the right decision to be taken because every serial number, pink sheet has a serial number. If they are tampered with, it should be visibly clear. Why are we here?
I think by now the EC chair, the bossman and Tete and those people should have handed over these criminals to the police, for the police to start taking their information to prosecute them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you ask me, I will tell you, just like the scenario I created, that a thief who doesn't mind to steal from the in-laws' house, that thief doesn't deserve any mercy. Because then it is clear, you know that this time around, the opposition party or the party elect, now they are so vigilant. From the day up to today, some of them haven't slept. They've been policing every bit of the thing up to today. And you can see it's a mudslide, not you want to say it's a mudslide. You don't say landslide. It's a mud, mudslide, it comes with speed. Landslide doesn't go, this is a mudslide. So you ask yourself, in a situation like this, who would it benefit if you cheat? How much are they going to give you to do this? And you know that the opposition party people are holding on this thing like egg. They don't want, if you kill them, and they're still holding the pin sheet. You can't take it from them. So why would you do this? And just heightening tension, making things difficult for everybody. For me, I just think that when it is time, it is time. So we should all fall in line and ensure that right things are done. I don't see 2016. Go back and check His Excellency the ex-president, former president Mahama, when he needed to concede, or I think when he that day I looked at him and I was like, political power is transient. You have to be very careful. Flip it to 2024. Just oppose that to Mahmoud Bawumia, my brother Mahmoud Bawumia. You see the way he feels today. So mine is that if you are celebrating today, be magnanimous, be measured. There's a reason why Ghanaians have voted as Ghanaians have voted, and it is similar to a country that is coming out of oppression, a country that has been suppressed for too long, because Nana came and shut down banks, closed down banks that he could have put some money into. Just close all of them down and block. Today, where is Data Bank? It's in the shadows, isn't it? No. Have you heard that they closed it down? Banks that were doing well, giving loans to contractors that government has given them money to work with. And most of these banks were my clients. I'll tell you that about 50% of the banks were my clients that were paying one of the businesses I work for support. You get the money every month or every other whatever. What happened? He got up one day. You see what happened? They were targeting the banks, but they didn't know in the end, those of us down the chain all suffered.
Yeah, the ripple effect.
Yes. They were targeting the banks thinking that if they don't close down these banks, some of them have political party, whatever. I'm better off making you stronger. To come stronger, then I'll be stronger, then we fight. Than attempting to cut you into pieces. In the end, who has been cut into pieces? Someone just said, hey, I'm mean by saying they should expunge his name. I'm saying I wish I hear NDC has so many, they can do a lot of things.
Yeah, but the two-thirds majority. That's absolute majority.
I don't know whether they can do that by getting. I have to look at that aspect of the law.
But he's still part of our history.
Well,
there
can be history that you can decide to write off. You can write off history. Nanado's history can be written off. I'm sure a lot of the MPP people today will tell you that Nanado's history is nothing to write home about.
But there's free SHS, which is part of his history.
Did you go to free senior high school?
No, I was done with my tertiary.
Were you in boarding school?
Became president.
Did you go to boarding school?
Yes, I did.
Did you like the food? When they cook cheese, it's difficult to eat until I grew up and I started enjoying it. But the school I went to, kenke was served more. So I enjoyed the kenke bit of it. Yeah. Do you understand me? But today, I saw something on Facebook where they have done something like Gary photo, and there's something like what's the name? Mayonnaise. And the children are sitting down. They don't know whether to eat or not to eat. My secondary school were giving sardines, mackerels, were giving, corned beef fried. And anybody who attended secondary school my time in Ghanata Secondary School will tell you that we enjoyed our dining hall food.
The conditions then were different. The population was different.
Listen,
yes.
Go to America today. Conditions in America has not deteriorated so much. So much so that secondary school children or high school children would be given koshoko food to eat. And that is what be given expired rice to eat. You see, the most vulnerable we usually will say would be children, people with disability, the elderly, and some segment of these days, the women, when you say they are most vulnerable, they say no, because a woman can beat you up.
Yeah. So, but you are just about to have a woman as a vice president.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Congratulations to her. I mean, and when she was the vice chancellor, I got to know her when she was the vice chancellor.
Okay.
One of my businesses provided them a service, and she's so diligent. I visited her a couple of times. Usually when she was a vice chancellor, I was in her office a couple of times. We did the business and went away.
What would she bring to? I asked.
Astuteness.
Okay.
The woman. Me, I didn't work with her, but we worked as we provided them a service. Yes. And she was. If you ask, she will check every dot, and she's somebody who, when she knows Lily, you are supposed to be the producer for this program. They have to. Everything would have to come to you. Then it comes to her. If not, or else, I work with her, and so I know. And I don't know whether she will remember. I haven't seen her since. But as for that, I can attest to her astuteness. She was very astute. So for me, she's someone that you can guarantee that if appointees of Mahama's government decide to be rotten, like Nanado, some of Nanado's appointees, not all of them, I will tell you that they were very.
Oh, that's Agbesi Woyome.
Yeah. You know,
I'm sure Ghanaians remember her.
Yes. We were talking about
the judgment.
We were talking about Woyome. Today, if they tell you to talk about Woyome, would you talk? Ibrahim, would you talk about Woyome? You won't talk about Woyome.
It was a campaign message then.
Yes.
You know, Woyome was just $12 million. You see, I said just $12 million. It was about
51 million Ghana cedis.
51 million. That time it was just about $12 million or so. Maybe. Thank you. You know what people have stolen? The whole motorway. Somebody has signed it for himself for 30 years to collect money.
And that's the Director of Conflict Resolution for the
people who are doing, some of them are 70, 75 years old. You ask yourself, why did you come to just steal everything from
former
us?
chairman of the NDC,
without any apology?
Regional chairman.
But you see, I know a lot. You know why I know a lot? Because I have worked within the system. And sometimes you ask yourself, why this? Why that? And how can you commission a whole airport? Terminal 3, very beautiful, 250 million. Then you go and do
E-Gates.
Train station, 10 stars, and call it E-Gate and say it's $240 million.
They talk about the fact that there were upgrades and many other
listen, I deal with technology. I mean, I deal with, I'm very knowledgeable in technology.
Yeah, tech savvy.
So it's not rocket science. And the technology is there. And you can't tell me it's customized. Do you understand me? There is a Visa platform. When I say there's a Visa platform, it's not the Visa card, but it's a Visa platform that, you know, most e-gates must go under. Go and compare what we have here to what we have in Heathrow, what we have at JFK or Newark, or what we have at Gatwick, or what we have at Schiphol, and come and tell me whether what we paid makes any sense. But you see, it's I blame it, because then everything stops with Nana and starts with Nana.
And I'm sure these are, when NDC talks about Operation Recover or Loot, these are some of the claims that will be looked into.
Yes.
Doc, we've not addressed this issue of jubilant supporters of NDC attacking state facilities, looting state warehouses. The director or National Communications Officer of the NDC, Sami Jemfi, has condemned it. Nonetheless, we witnessed that. It's been like cyclical, but the magnitude at which we are witnessing this is befuddling. What do you make of that development, and how do we ensure that whenever there's a change in government, because trust me, tomorrow we must sit here and be telling stories about toilet facilities being closed down and what have you?
I think it's barbaric. The young people who are doing this should bow down their heads in shame. This is not some revolution. It was just the Trump, I call it the Trump riot. And when you riot with your Trump, after the declaration, you've done your bit. So why do you go attacking? Unless of course, I also pick and tell. It's been also done.
So I can see the Director of Legal Affairs of the NDC, Godwin Yaduji Tamaklo.
You can see his forehead.
Yeah.
His Sakura head sweating.
Yeah, but we have sound, because we are seeing pictures.
Yes.
We have sound.
Can we have sound from the Okankwe? Okay,
yes,
okay, we don't have sound yet.
So the pictures, and so Doc, you can go on.
Yes. So what I am just saying is that, you see, at the end of the day, with regards to what they are doing, some of these appointees can actually hire, so it needs to be investigated well. Hire goons to come and destroy files, and they will say it is the government, the new government elect. There are people who are doing it, and so if you are, MPP, you are NDC, and you take the laws into your own hands, I think the police should deal with you ruthlessly. They should get you, lock you up, and make sure that you are dealt with. Do you understand me? It's barbaric. Okay. If they are listening to me.
Okay, Doc, let me hold you there. Let's go to the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. Calvin Powell is engaging Director of Legal Affairs for the NDC, Godwin Yaduji Tamaklo.
Like I said earlier, and listen carefully, like I said earlier, the statement of Paul, which is the declaration for, has duplicates. So once it is done, the presiding officer, having so entered the result, will give copies to the various candidates and their reps. We have the original duplicate. MPP do not have it. Question you should ask yourself is, how come? They are relying on the afterthought, the belated, created one by the presiding officers. And that is why I want to use your medium to appeal to the the special prosecutor to commence investigation immediately into those presiding officers, because that is corruption-related offense. For the first time, Electoral Commission officers must face the full rigors of the law. That is the only way that we can serve deterrence to those who have forced in their heart to corrupt the process. We will not allow that to trigger the process. The special prosecutor, his mandate, once he sees that this is a corrupt activity, he doesn't even need a petition. Yes. It doesn't require a petition. The Electoral Commission is mandated by law to investigate corruption related. It does not require a referral.
But this one might be a special case.
It's not. There's nothing special with this crime. It's a simple, corrupt presiding officer deliberately manipulating electoral outcomes, vetting the will of the people in Okankwe Central. And like I said, the number for all the NDC candidates is doing 15,383. Patrick Wama is doing 14,900 and something. The reason is simple. You see, the declaration form has duplicate copies. And then there's a yellow card. We actually told our agent, immediately you go, make sure you destroy all the statements of, the document that comes after the yellow card to avoid this incident. Why they didn't do that, we don't know. But we will not permit the copy they brought to us. That is what has helped us to uncover this massive rigging. And you see, my learned senior Patrick Wama, you have done your part. The time to go is now. Don't connive with the Electoral Commission officials, particularly presiding officers, as it were, to undermine democracy in Okankwe Central. That is exactly what has happened, and we will not tolerate it.
Where are we going from here? Ablekuma is also
step by step. Thank you.
All right, there you have it, step by step. According to Tameklo, we will have to deal with the Okankwe Central electoral results, irregularities. From there, then we move on to Ablekuma. Yes, so the returning officer is still putting out some figures together for us to have the results declared. As you can see, Sam George is there trying to put things in order so we could go on with the process. Yes. As you can see on your screen, in GPU, the result for the Okankwe Central constituency, parliamentary to be specific, will be declared.
Okay, so that was an interaction between Calvin Powell-Aman on the ground and then Director of Legal Affairs for the NDC. I saw Director of Conflict Resolution, Abraham Amaleba there. I saw the Member of Parliament for Ningo Prampram, Samuel Nete Georgia. I wish Calvin could engage either of them.
Yes, but you could tell that what's happening on the table there is they perusing the pink sheet, and he's directly involved. So I doubt, but of course subsequently, if he's able to catch up with him, he'll be engaged. I just saw him share the certified results from his constituency on his Facebook page. And I think that's subsequent to a post he had put up earlier. I'm sure some people were doubting the information he had put out relative to the percentages. He actually went against two more independent candidates in the Ningo Prampram constituency, aside the MPP's candidate. Comparatively, John Romani Mahama did much better in Ningo Prampram than Sam George, but of course he wouldn't care and he wouldn't mind. He won
the LBGT or whatever
the LGBTQ
lobby.
Yes,
you see, not many people can survive like Sam George has done. They are a very strong force, and so once you are out there opposing them, they will come after you. You know, so. Let's congratulate him. I think he's done very well, standing his ground, even though the presidency decided that somebody should go and see grandma in court until grandma deals with the issue of signing, saying that because I don't know what is being, it's sub judice, so I won't go there. But literally, I will say he's done very well.
But does it look like this administration will attend to the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill? Does it look like it will be attended to before the expiration of the tenure?
Listen, if Nana wanted to do it, he would have done it. I mean, there are. If you look at Plateau's states, there are. Mine is that whether you like it or not, Ghanaians say we don't like it. If at any given point Ghanaians change their mind, it will reflect. So, judicial interpretation, to do interpretation of laws. They will give their interpretation whether this would affect fundamental right of these people, if there is any.
But the president has nothing to lose. Will you be surprised if the president signs it? Because if the president signs this now, he's signing it for the incoming administration. Will you be surprised if he signs it?
Oh, you see, the point is that it would even make the case of MPP worse. I don't know if you heard them. How? Ibrahim, it will make it worse because then you have told us you made people go to court that you wait and you will know the Afenyo marking, this infamous Afenyo marking thing. They went to court in the night. By the following morning, they had placed an injunction, and we all know, at least you know that the process of passing law, you need the president to assent it. Then it will go to. But at this point, it almost looks like Parliament, is injuncted, or the executive is injuncted, but they reserve the exclusive right when it comes to these things. So we'll leave it to them. But I'll be surprised that I don't want to believe you sign it. If you signs it, then I'll say there's something wrong.
All right.
No. If you sign, I'll say there's something wrong. I don't want to believe.
So by way of information, the results from the Ashanti region are in.
I kindly hold on. Let's hear from the electoral officer for the, I'm sure the Okankwe Central at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. Let's go live there.
Yafuama had 14,949. Abu Baba Abdullah Sadiq had 16,383. Total valid vote is 30,332. Rejected ballot is 130. Total vote cast 30,462. So from this election, this represents 110. This represents 78% of the election held at Concession Central. So from this result, Baba Sadiq
represents 78%. 110.
This represents 110. This represents 78% of the election held at Okankwe Central. So from this result, Baba Sadiq has been elected Member of Parliament for Okankwe Central. Thank
I declare Baba Sadiq as the MP elect. Thank you. From the beginning, the first one is candidate. We were told that in fact the most credible person in Ghana today is Mr. Dankwa. Mr. Dankwa put out a statement earlier in the year where he had said that the Central is and the Pakistan was going to go nowhere. But I'm not telling other people that Mr. Dankwa has been going nowhere. Perhaps if he has taken time to understand the mindset of Baba Sadiq and how we maybe he will stick his neck out in the way to out of our but I mean the status research. We took that in good faith. And in actual fact, Musa will probably tell you that's a good trying to understand what are the exercises. Where were we failing? What are the issues? And we want to try to status research, but the most important thing very much is the place.
the language of the election day. And one thing that happened is, look, on that week, when the Senate was doing the original Chairman called, he told me the story when Ben Epstein had stick his neck out and said that he was going to retire if he wins the Delta again. And then he told me what he did afterwards, how he gathered the strength internally and managed to win that particular thing. And that story has stuck with me as well. I think, and I've always maintained, for what President Obama was trying to do now, which is very simple. I've always maintained that I don't think he's a bad person. I've always maintained I don't think he's not done his best for the president. But I think that this is the point where the constituency itself is looking for a more younger, dynamic, innovative, bold, and visionary man to come and continue and elevate the development conversation. Our message of transformation, our message to sustainable livelihood for the constituency, particularly young people, jobs for young people in the constituency, really touch the heart of the constituency. And we never slept. Morning, afternoon, evening, we were campaigning. When he was sharing money and sharing goodies, we were campaigning. In the last few days, we had heard the report where he had told others, confided in others, that he was going to engage in fraudulent activities in the election. Which is a good thing. And then we put in work. From the able-bodied men and women of our constituency, election directors, some of the executives, and the entire rank and file of the party, how we were able to unite our ranks after after primaries, how we were able to get all of that aspirants into the mix, how we were able to get executives that had issues with us. We managed to get everybody on board, and then the last minute, we were able to put it together, and then we won.
So those are scenes from Okaikwe Central, from the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. The Electoral Commission has officially declared Baba Sadiq as winner of that election. Yeah. He polled over 15,000 of the total votes cast and 14,000 to Patrick Yalbwama. And I'm wondering if it is the 60% that we're talking about.
And this constitutes 73% of the
78%. 78%,
yes. And that's because of what Calvin, our reporter,
the 31 polling stations in contention.
Yes, because the pink sheet reportedly or allegedly have been tampered with. So the AC discarded those polling station results and then worked with the 78%. Yes, if Patrick Yalbwama still feels that he was handed the raw deal, he will have to head to the High Court.
So, which is needless anyway. If you are going to the High Court, you said evidence is destroyed.
Yes.
I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
The pink sheet, yes.
I'm sure Sewa, who is about coming in, I'm announcing her presence, will tell you that in law, you don't go to court without evidence.
Yeah. Because they don't have the pink sheets.
If you allege, they will ask you, and I don't think the EC, unless you get the court to subpoena them to bring what they have, and they will bring you maybe what they declared.
Yes.
So on what basis are you going to go to court anyway? Because if now it is what the NDC seem to have the full complement of the pink sheets. The one EC is got is 70%, which they have declared, isn't it? So if you are going to go to court based on the EC's one, and they ask them to bring it to you, they will bring the 70%.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a little break here, and then when we come back, we'll be awaiting the final declaration, just about 33 minutes to the EC stating that they will declare the presidential results. So I'm here, and Joshua Kojuman, so the way he mentions is Joshua Kojuman, will join me here, and then we'll be awaiting the final declaration. That's Director of CSO Engagement for the NDC, Dr. Peter Bwama Otokuno, there in your shot, on your screens.
So
are going to deal with the next constituency. That is also suffering the same problem. That is Ablekumanov. So we are going to stay first year with the officers, and we are going to go through one after the other, and we make sure that Ablekumanov is also declared in favor of the National Democratic
What option are you going to employ in that? The first one, you did the over 50% rule. How are you going to do it? Are you going to do policy by policy coalition?
We didn't do the over 50% rule. It's a rule of election. 2/3. When there are contention in some of the polling stations, and you have to test, you can stand on it and you need to declare. And so that is what we have applied. It's the law of the commission. All our elections, that's what we do. In fact, 4 years ago, it happened in the city also, and TAPA and so on and so forth. And so it's not a new law, it's an electoral commission law. We are yet to see the case of Ablekumanov, but we can be rest assured. And all our party members in Ablekumanov and Ghana at large can be rest assured that we are going to use single eyes. If you want single lens, copiously look at every single issue, and where we find any fraud, we will eliminate the fraud and make sure that the will of the people will be fulfilled.
Thank you. And so that's
Work. What we are going to do is that we are the ultimate beneficiary of the 24-hour economy. So we are going to make sure that we assist the president, His Excellency GHOne Mahama, to make sure that he implements the 24-hour economy and the party manifesto in Greater Accra. Every MDA, the strategy that we use to solve the 32 constituency and 3 counties.
And for your student supporters, how
I will tell our advice my team supporters that remain calm. When we are winning elections, you remain calm. So I'll beg of them that it will remain very calm. We have won the election, and the Mahama is the president-elect. Very soon is going. If it destroys something, it will be difficult for us to invest the Ghanaian people's money for us to prepare. So I will beg of my party supporters to remain calm and this is what.
So the albatross or the neck of Okanse Central in terms of declaring their parliamentary candidate has been resolved. Baba Sadiq has won with some 15,000 plus votes, where I beg your pardon, Patrick Guama lost with some 14,000 votes. In meantime, there is that figure that we are facing. The returning officer is still holding on to the figure. We want to get the exact figure and put out there for you. I'm sure you have watched or listened when he was declaring. So that is the issue right now. Now, the target is Ablekumanov constituency. The officials and the party executives are about also engaging to finalize issues contending on that one as well. And from the regional direction, because we are bringing you compelling content in making sure that the integrity of the 2024 general election is maintained.
Okay, so those were live scenes from the Greater Accra Regional Coalition Center. Baba Sadiq wins Okaikwe Central seat. Sarah Meher and Joshua Kwejomensa join me. Sarah,
well,
good to have you.
Yes, good to be back. I am surprised, and I don't think that I'm the only one who is surprised at the results coming from Okaikwe Central. I think that everybody, including the NPP, underestimated how angry the people are, because the kind of anger that we have seen being shown in the results is hasn't happened before. I haven't seen anything like that before. I mean, I haven't lived that long, but I've had the opportunity to read. And yes, in 2016, people were angry. People voted the NDC out of power, but it was nothing like what we are seeing today.
Exactly.
Okay. At the time, they had about 160.
So let me hold you. So we head to the campaign office of Dr. Baumia, the national youth organizer of the NPP. Salam Mustafa is addressing the press.
NPP support. Rather will come out and ransack and run amok, break into state property and even personal property and destroying them. The affected constituencies still in an embattled decision making as a result of mayhem being caused by the NDC include Domiko-Abenya, Okankwe Central, Ablekumanov, Tema Central, Nsawam Edwajiri, Suhum, Akwetia, Ventia Kwanov, Pandai, Karga, Gushegu, seizure and burning of ballots and pink sheets in order to destroy the very document needed for the declaration of winners of the election in these constituencies. We have seen and witnessed several episodes of alarming escalation of violence being meted out by NDC supporters through mass intimidation, threats, and physical attacks on EC officials and security personnel, even your own colleagues, media personnel. I have heard horrible stories of media personnel hiding under tables to give reportage because of very serious violence being meted out and attacks on coalition centers across the country. In the Medina constituency, an NDC supporter stormed the MPP's election operations center, accusing them of ballot printing and vote manipulation. In the Okaikwe North constituency, violence erupted at the Akweteman as NDC youth are armed with machetes.
Alleged that the MPP parliamentary candidate had deployed tanks to disrupt the elections. In the Obuasi East constituency, the NDC voters clashed with military personnel at the Aka Poliso in an attempt to seize their firearms. In the Tolong constituency, tensions escalated when suspected NDC supporters vandalized an MPP monitoring team's vehicle at the Nyankpala DA polling center. There is no doubt now that the NDC trained and primed their supporters despite the peaceful nature in which this election have taken place on 7th December and how MPP supporters have carried themselves in a peaceful manner. The NDC will then resort to accusations. The NDC is forcefully trying to take over election declaration in the regional EC offices. The obvious intention is mass provocation, which will only result in violence, disruption of activities, and a disruption. In Ayawaso North Assembly, freezers were seen being carried away. In the Nadmo office, NDC supporters attacked officials who were at work. Constituency offices of the New Patriotic Party have been violated and destroyed. In Tamale, the Agric office and the school feeding warehouse have been looted. This is exactly what leads to electoral violence. The NDC are challenging and punishing and pushing security forces to respond so that they can quickly turn and accuse them of intimidation and violence on their supporters. We, the NPP, are calling for action, defending our democracy, which we have all built over the last 32 years. The NPP will not allow the NDC to undermine Ghana's hard-won democracy. It is our responsibility to protect every citizen of this great nation, and it is for all of us to protect the democracy that we have. We demand law and order. We call on the Ghana Police Service to maintain law and order at all collation centers. And some of the videos we have seen, it's heartbreaking that supporters of the NDC are vandalizing the Electoral Commission offices, and sometimes the police are watching and doing absolutely nothing. And we feel that rather the police should be stopping these people from undertaking such actions and protect the sanctity of the electoral process. We demand for electoral accountability. We urge the Electoral Commission to ensure the swift execution of its constitutional mandate without interference and intimidation. Please get the needed documents to make you effectively carry out your mandate. It is only the Electoral Commission that the law has mandated and have the primary data to make these elections. And we expect that they put their numbers together and tell us how the election is looking, and not the preserve of political parties. Our demand to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the former president: it is you who will be responsible for Ghana's peace, security, and economic stability in the few coming weeks. A chaotic country is certainly not good for him. We are therefore highly surprised and deeply disappointed that you look on while these incidents weakening the foundation of peace, security, and stability, foundation of peace, security, and economic stability to be handed to you, continue to suffer harm. We, the NPP, demand that John Dramani Mahama immediately instruct his supporters and party people to stand down and allow the EC to do its work. We caution you to note that continued propagation and aggression by the NDC supporters may lead to reactions which would jeopardize national stability. We are committed to peace. From the word go, our presidential candidate appended his signature to the Peace Pact, and his party is committed to its spirit and letter. We cannot but also defend ourselves if we come under extreme attack. Over the last period, in the last few hours, our party base and support base, we have held on because of the posturing of our presidential candidate. In the history of this country, within 12 hours of close of polls, he says that in the interest of peace and stability of this country, we have seen the trajectory of the results. Therefore, to avoid any build-up of tension, I concede defeat. It was our belief that this should have calmed the system, calmed the NDC, to ensure that the processes left thereof would all run seamlessly. Unfortunately, that's not what we are seeing. And the full blown of the horror is right in your faces, the media of Ghana. if this is what the NDC want power for, then it looks like we have a very rough ride coming our way. It's rather unfortunate that this is what we are being subjected to. We appeal to all MPP supporters, Ghanaians, to remain calm and remember that we are one nation with a shared destiny. Elections are not a justification for violence and division. They are not. Let us all work together to maintain the peace and stability that have been the hallmark of our democracy and the benchmark of Ghana. I believe that the NDC can do better. They can do better. If we are holding the fort on our part, we believe they can also hold the fort on their part. I'm therefore calling on the leadership of the NDC to call all their people off the streets, to get them out of the coalition centers, and let the EC do their work. You already have what you want, and I do not see the necessity of the brutalities going on. Just before we came in, sadly, we received news that Madam Esla Ewusu Ekufu's house has also been vandalized in Ablekuma West. Few minutes ago, Yendi is also under attack. This cannot be the spectacle. Our member of parliament for Tolong, his house is under attack. Just for what reason? Just for what reason? That you have won elections? So the country should flame up? Should flame up? We didn't go attacking people when we won 2020 elections in 2016. We didn't do that. So why is the NDC subjecting us to this horror? We think that the media should take this up. It is uncalled for. It is gory. It is shameful. It's reprehensible. It's inconceivable. It is unthinkable and cruel, dastardly, and all the words you can find to describe it. We are committed to ensuring a very peaceful transfer of power to the NDC. If the country goes up in flame, they are the losing end. And that's why I'm urging that the one who stands to gain, President John Dramani Mahama, calls his party to order. That this country is bigger than any politician, all of us, and that the peace and security of this country should be the interest of everyone. Should be the interest of everyone. What is going on, if you push people to the wall, there might be a rebound. And that's exactly the point we don't want to get. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I therefore plead that let's all work together, the MPP and the NDC, to ensure that we have our democracy and the peace of the country intact. And on this note, I say thank you for coming, and that when the need arises that we address the press again, we will. Thank you. No question. Salam Mustafa. The National Youth
All right, so that's the National Youth Organizer for the New Patriotic Party, Salam Mustafa, addressing the press there. He says they are committed to peace. In a short while, we take a break. I'll take a water break. And then Sewa and Joshua Kujumans will continue. Please stay tuned in.
Ask you to be citizens, not spectators.
President Akufo-Addo has always had something in common with the presidents of the United States of America. It started during his inauguration on 7th January 2017, where he charged Ghanaians to be citizens and not spectators.
The change can and should start now and with us as individuals. I ask you to be citizens, not subjects.
Thanks to internet sleuths, however, Ghanaians came to realize this charge was initially a call to Americans by former President George W. Bush in 2001.
I ask you to be citizens, not spectators. Citizens, not subjects.
Another paragraph of the same speech quoted Bill Clinton's 1993.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. I am so proud of the race. I get it. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Today, full of gratitude. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, following yesterday's presidential and parliamentary elections, Ghanaians at home and abroad have been sitting on tenterhooks awaiting the outcome of the election. Let me say that the data from our own internal collation of the election results indicate that former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has won the presidential election decisively. The NDC has also won the parliamentary election, even though we await final collation for a number of seats. However, I believe ultimately that these will not change the overall outcome. I have just called His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to congratulate him as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. I said during the signing our most important assets. Ghana is more important than our individual political ambitions, and we must always put Ghana first. While this was not our desired outcome, I say this is part of the democratic process. We put our best foot forward in the contest, explaining our policies and programs. However, it is sometimes the case that the voter would have other ideas. I am very proud of the efforts of our campaign team, and I thank them very much. I assure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of my full support in the transition process. As committed Democrats, we pledge to ensure that we have a very smooth transition so that the business of government will continue seamlessly. The MPP would offer the needed support to the new government in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have conceded defeat like any consummate Democrat would do. But we have not abandoned the fight to transform Ghana and expand opportunities to all sections of our society. We will not be a disruptive opposition, even though we would subject government actions and policies to strict scrutiny in the interest of our beloved nation. Our MPs, I am convinced, will do a thorough job to advance our democracy and ensure that the citizenry gets the best out of the democratic dispensation. To the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, I know the feeling hurts, given that this is not the result you worked for. I know you would feel there is darkness ahead. That is natural, especially when in all sincerity you gave the assignment your all. But I assure you that we will regroup and come back even stronger. We will take stock of events and pick lessons. I also thank my running mate, Dr. Naana Opoku-Agyemang, and his wife Alma, for their strong support in this campaign. I am eternally grateful to our revered traditional rulers, religious leaders, and the generality of Ghanaians for their support. I thank former President Kufuor, the Council of Elders, executives, and the rank and file of the New Patriotic Party for their solid support. To all Ghanaians who voted for me and the MPP to implement our proposed bold solutions, I thank you for the confidence you reposed in us. To all Ghanaians who didn't vote for me and the MPP in this particular election, I thank you for considering my proposals, even though you exercised your right to choose by settling on the eventual winner. Let me also thank the Electoral Commission for overseeing yet another transparent and fair election in Ghana. I also thank the security services for their role in maintaining the peace. My thanks also goes to the media for their excellent reportage. Ghana has won. Thank you very much, and may God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Mensa. So we are back.
Yes, we are back.
And it's been very eventful today.
At 4:30.
Yes, and it's 4:32.
But we have our rep, Arabat, there, who says that the EC is ready to do that. And so very shortly we'll take you to the Electoral Commission and bring you that. And we also understand that, okay, so these are live pictures from the EC, and you see in your shot there the U.S. ambassador to Ghana with one of the ECOWAS reps there. So they are ready to, and very shortly we'll be declaring who the winner of the presidential results are, even though we all have we all know who it is, but like we have said, we do not have the constitutional mandates to do that yet.
And I think the reason why it becomes very important for us to hear from the EC chairperson is because we want to know the numbers, and so that we can compare and know whether or not the numbers are appreciated. Also because of the level of apathy we recorded in the election. And so it's quite critical that we get to hear from Madam Jean Mensah, get to know exactly the margin by which John Mahama won. You know, yesterday when we were trying to get some figures from the NPP as to what really encouraged them to concede early at that stage, the director of elections said, well, he could not readily give us figures as to why they believe that they had lost the election as at 9:30 a.m. on Sunday. But then this would give us a clearer picture. We'll get to understand the margins, because when you look at what is happening in terms of the parliamentary race, clearly tells you that we are seeing somewhat an upscale of what happened in 2016, where there was serious wind of change blowing. And so I am very interested in the figures. I just want to know.
But you know, Joshua, yes, in 2016 we saw a wind of change, but it is nothing like what we are witnessing this year. It is nothing like what we are seeing today. What we are seeing today is an absolute disaster on the part of the NPP. Even seats that ordinarily you would have expected the NPP to maintain or take, you know, despite the polls, even the polls couldn't predict it, that some of these seats would go. You know, they have been taken.
I'm sure by now he's realized that the mathematics was wrong.
Look, if anybody had told me, and people actually said, because there are some members of the NDC who said they were targeting about 10 seats in the Ashanti region. You know, beyond the NPP refuting that, following the trend, I even said it was nearly impossible. Now they have about 8 seats in the Ashanti region. And even in the Ashanti region, what is happening? We have never seen anything like that before. The entire country is almost green. You know, you look at seats like Okaikwe Central, where the EC has just declared, okay, so in your shots are live pictures from the Electoral Commission, and that is the High Commissioner, UK High Commissioner, and then also you see Virginia Palmer.
Rashad Razali seems very excited.
She has commended,
you know,
she's happy about the polls. She's commended the Ghanaians for conducting ourselves pretty well in this election, and that is why we condemn any form of violence from both sides, or whoever is trying to mar the success that we have chalked so far. There is absolutely, in fact, if you're an NDC Adansia Sokwa Katie Hammond, where there's been a declaration though that he lost. I have heard him speak and say that he's going to contend that. He's asking for recount, and we don't know what the outcome of that is going to be. He's a lawyer, and you know the High Court has got exclusive jurisdiction to hear matters of parliamentary dispute, and so we are expecting some of these things to come up. Patrick Bama as well, I am expecting that he will head to court to challenge.
It will be a surprise if it doesn't.
I will be surprised as well. Katie Hammond, I am expecting something of the sort. You know, every election you expect some of these disputes to happen. That is why at some point there was some training among the judges to equip themselves on how to deal with these
electoral issues
quickly. But I was shocked. I have been surprised. I have been shocked at the level of seats, or the number of seats that the NPP has lost.
And the caliber of people who lost those seats. I mean, I listened to Carlos Ahinkra. And a certain picture that they failed to listen to the voices of the masses because they underestimated how much people are dissatisfied with things that were going on. And then he goes back to the issue of Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, that when even MPs who were MPP MPs petitioned for the president to remove the Finance Minister, he failed. And so that clearly tells you that at some point in this administration of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the government failed to listen to the voice of the masses, and that is what we are seeing now. And I've heard people talk about the fact that what we are seeing is not necessarily a vote against Dr. Bawumia, but it is a vote. What we are seeing is not necessarily a vote against Dr. Bawumia, but it is a vote against Nana Akufo-Addo. And I keep asking, but Nana is not on the ballot paper. What happened? No, but people down say that. You see, all that people are expressing, Dr. Bawumia, yes, he says he was the mate and all of that, but it was under the presidency of Nana Akufo-Addo. Yet he's not on the ballot paper, but this vote is to tell him that we never liked or we were not impressed with what you did in power for the past 8 years, and that's what we're seeing on the grounds.
Well, I agree with you. Yes, those who make the argument that Nanado is not on the ballot, they believe that, you know, Dr. Bawumia has, not that they believe, that is what it is. He's been part of this administration. Yeah. And maybe, even if any other person, aside Dr. Bawumia, had contested, the NPP would have still lost, because the level of anger we are seeing didn't only manifest at the national level, at the presidential level, even at the regional level. And like you said, the kind of names that have gone down, you'll be surprised. The kind of projects that certain people did in their constituencies but still lost. Yeah. It just tells you that
Patrick Bawumia was tired. He was making sure that every household had tiles in the community.
Cozy in Adenta. Cozy in Adenta. Yes, with their own money.
Coffers. And you see, I listened to an interview she conducted. She said, you know what, this stretch, I know that people here don't usually vote for the NPP. They vote for the NDC usually, but they are not people that they are people of Adenta, and I feel that they also need to benefit from it. And so she goes ahead and constructs the road there. And then there was a bridge that she said she spent so much money on for the community, and she's been carrying out all of these things. But you see, when the wind of change is blowing, when people are dissatisfied in a certain government.
Joshua, hold on. Let's go to the Ashanti region, which has been quiet, since everyone saw the direction at which the results were going. My colleague Isaac Bediako is stationed at the regional headquarters of the NDC. They're addressing the press.
For Adansia Sokwa, Afwano Southwest, Honorable Southeast, Honorable Mohammed Yakubu, Samuel Abuaje with us here at this press gathering. So these 8 seats have been declared by the EC, and today at the EC's office, they indicated that the MPP have raised some concern concerning the Obuasi East seat. Indeed, we also have concerns over some of the seats, including Offenso North, including Afidako Abre North, including Akuma Mponia, and also Obuasi West seat. All these seats, we believe that our candidates won those seats. But once the EC has made that declaration, our next option is to proceed to court, of which our legal team will take that decisive step in making sure the right thing is done. If the MPP, on the other hand, also thinks that they have an issue with any of the seats declared for, go to court. Because once the EC has made that declaration, we deem it as final. Again, in our Afwano South-West and our Afwano North constituency, there was an issue. At the lower end of their survival, there was an issue with regards to the coalition process. After the elections, there was a military invasion in Afwano Southwest, which led into a chaotic scene that led to destruction of election materials, among others. As we speak now, the EC has not been able to declare the Afwano Southwest seat. But from our internal coalition and the pink sheets we received from the various polling stations, if the EC is incompetent enough to declare the results, we do have the figures here, and from our figures, our candidate, who is the MP-elect, so far as our results are concerned, had 15,458 votes. The MPP's candidate is trailing behind, far behind, with 14,969. We are giving the EC up to tomorrow to do the needful and declare Honorable Abubakar Sadiq as the rightfully elected MP for Afwano Southwest. I have in my midst Honorable Abubakar Sadiq right here with us. And you can judge for yourself between 15,400 and 14,900 who deems to be elected.
we are telling the EC and the MPP that military invasion will not change who the Ahafo Southwest MP would be. And he is the rightfully elected MP for Ahafo Southwest. A round of applause once again for our MP elect. Also at the Ahafo North constituency, my MP elect equally has a similar record like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He was the MP. He did a lot of developments for the constituency. They voted him out, but the people have now realized that they had a treasure that they didn't protect. Now Ahafo North constituency has gone back to elect their former MP as the next MP for Ahafo North constituency. The MPP, realizing his commanding victory, also sent military invasion to Ahafo North constituency. As we speak now, the EC has not been competent enough in declaring the Ahafo North seat. And we believe, and we have collated our results, and I'll share same with you. The NPP candidate is trailing behind with 18,661 votes, whilst the MP-elect, who is standing right on beside me, had 20,654 votes. Honorable Eduse, the former MP and now MP-elect for Ahafo North, we are calling on the EC to by tomorrow 9 a.m. do the needful and declare him as the next MP for Ahafo North constituency for him to serve the good people of Tepa and its environs. So a round of applause again for the elected MP for Ahafo North. This notwithstanding, so these two seats will bring our seats in Ashanti region to a total of 10. As I mentioned early on, we are pursuing 4 additional seats, which includes the Offenso North, Afidakwabre North, Achumamponia, and Obuasi West. And we are very confident that after the whole process, the tsunami in this very election, the 2024 election, and we believe that it was a vote of no confidence on Akufo-Addo and his clueless government. It was a vote of no confidence on Bawumia and Napo. And we want to thank the people of Ashanti region and Ghana, and also want to promise them that we're going to serve them better so that they will retain us in power again and then again. We want to thank you all for your kind attention. Okay, so in repeating the number of constituencies that we have won, and as declared by the EC, we have maintained all 4 seats: Asawase, Edrase Dumase, New Adubiase, and Central Farm Place. We have won 4 new seats that have been declared by the EC: Akrofrom, Obuasi East, Adansi Asokwa, and then Ahafo Southeast. These are the 4. So KT Hammond is no more going to Parliament. So we are going to be relieved of all the comics. So these are the 8 seats as declared by the EC officially. 2 of them are yet to be declared. That is Ahafo Southwest and Ahafo North, of which we are giving them an ultimatum up to tomorrow by 9 a.m. for them to do the needful. And we have also mentioned that aside these 2, there are 4 of them that have been declared by the EC, but we think that, and we believe that there were some miscalculations with the figures. These constituencies include Ahafo Achumamponia, Afidakwabre North, Obuasi West, and Offenso South. And in most of these in most of these constituencies, you find out that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama took a very commanding lead. In Ashanti region, it is not very likely that someone will be voting for a presidential candidate and then will not be voting for a parliamentary candidates. We've done all those analysis, and we have been able to trace where the errors came in from, and we will pursue that matter in court once the EC has done the official declaration so far as those 4 seats are concerned. So once again, I want to thank you for your kind attention. I'll switch to 3 just briefly so that we can be done.
So that is the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC, Dr. Frank Amakohenen, addressing the media, explaining to them how the NDC has performed in the Ashanti region so far as election 2024 is concerned.
Right, so that was a press conference organized by the NDC in the Ashanti region. There telling us, confirming that they had won 8 seats in that region.
And they believe that there are 2 more that they also won, and they are waiting for declaration. And they talked about Ahafo North North. They want the EC to declare quickly because they know, according to them, per the figures that they have won that particular seat. So they're saying that tentatively they have about 10 seats in the Ashanti region, and that is and 10 seats for them. That's what they believe. So currently they have 8, but they say there are 2 more that they want the EC to declare.
Right, Joshua, and if you're watching us right now, we told you from the start of this coverage that we have got a strong room. We have our men on the ground and in the strong room, and we're putting together our own coalition and data. And from our own coalition, from the 16 regions, this is what we have. And I must say, though, that these are provisional results. Dr. Bawumia polled 4,657,304, representing 41.61%.
And then John Dramani Mahama polled 6,328,397, which would sum up to some 56.55%. And the others are putting the other 10 together.
Yes, and you know, from what we have put together, voter turnout is 60.9%, rejected ballots 239,109, total valid vote 11,191,422. And Joshua, I mean, it's heartbreaking though that in 2024, and you see it on the screens there from our projected coalition, and these are provisional results. It is heartbreaking that in 2024 we are having as many as 239,000 rejected ballots.
Yeah.
It means that, and you know, the last time we were talking to Ms. Adambuna, he was saying that the NTCE has got to justify their existence, basically, because these are things that the NTC is supposed to be doing, educating voters on how to properly thumbprint and vote. We cannot be recording these numbers in 2024. And, you know, as time goes on, we're going to go through the rejected ballots over the years and then let you appreciate why we say that in 2024, we still shouldn't be recording such high numbers when it comes to rejected ballots. And sadly,
the rejected ballots were even more than the votes that were cast for the other 10 candidates, because when you look at the others, they go 205,721 of the votes, which is 1.84% of the total votes cast. So when you look at that, rejected ballots would have been a third force compared to the other 10 on the ballot paper. But interestingly, voter turnout 60.9, no surprises there at all.
Yeah, okay. Since we just came from the Ashanti region, and also, I mean, let me remind you, this is your election hub. We are live on X, we are live on Facebook, we are live on YouTube as well. We are live on GHOne television and on Star 103.5 FM. Since we just came from the Ashanti region, Joshua, I want us to do a bit of comparison before we take you to the Electoral Commission, where the EC boss, Madam Jimmy,
and a lot of people are eager about that.
finally is ready to declare the results, something that we've been waiting for God knows how long. And then at 7 p.m., John Dramani Mahama will be addressing the press. First time becoming president-elect, you know, making a comeback. Well, so in the Ashanti region, right, Joshua?
Yeah.
In 2020, Nanado polled, you know, since we ushered ourselves into the election period, that this election is between 2 main people. You know, the camp of Alan wasn't happy when I made that statement, but it is evidently clear. And we have seen that in Nana Kwame Bediako, with no experience, or I mean, let me correct myself, with very little experience.
No experience politically.
Is beating Alan Chamanting in many places. I am yet to see where, in fact, the young man says he's not a politician.
He's an entrepreneur for the youth.
Yet, this is somebody who is in the league of Nanado. In fact, Jay Kufo and Nana Kwame Bediako beat him. We will discuss that.
You know what? Let's come back to
yes.
But the point I'm trying to make, the point is that, you see, you would see the people following Dr. Bawumia. I remember when Dr. Bawumia was in the Ashanti region, the mammoth rallies, people following. In fact, and the drone shots of people. In fact, we also saw what happened. The campaign launch was there. It started in the Ashanti region.
You know,
when Napo was unveiled, another beautiful ceremony. So yes, I believe that the NPP did work in terms of trying to let Ghana know that this is our base, this is what we need to, this is where we need to consolidate to be able to get. And the argument has always been, even when the results started trickling in, we heard, oh, don't worry, we'll go to Ashanti, we'll see what is happening in the Ashanti region. But when the figures started coming in from Ashanti region, then you realize that all the NPP guys I knew on social media became mute, because clearly the World Bank is not World Banking.
Do you know when I realized that the NPP had lost? When Dennis addressed that press conference. His demeanor, the things he said.
Is it the one that had Ahiagba standing behind him and Fatih also there?
Yes, with his hands at his back.
That's when you realized that the communication was not communicating.
Because 2020, we saw that room with Joe Anoche with the giant screen.
Of course.
And the keche. Today we are seeing it from the camp of the NDC. But you know, let's come back. Let's talk about the Ashanti region still. Joshua, in 2020, here's how GHOne Mahama performed in the Ashanti region.
Yeah.
And please get your calculator ready.
Okay, over 600,000.
He had 653,149. That's what GHOne Mahama got in the Ashanti region.
653,149.
149.
49.
No. Yes.
Okay.
2024, GHOne Mahama polled 697,076.
So that's a little. He appreciated by a little over 40,000.
Around 43,927 votes more
in the Ashanti region.
And you know, anytime when IB and I, in fact, the team went to the Ashanti region, you could not even think that the people of Ashanti region were going to give GHOne Mahama a chance. In fact, you'd have thought that they weren't even going to vote at all.
Right.
Especially when I spoke with Woon to me, and he was so energetic. You saw the video where he made me read Bible verses and all that, and said that, you know, he's not going to unveil his strategy, but the NPP was going to take over. But look at it. NPP depreciated in votes over 400,000, and the NDC has gone up. Even if it's 10,000, that's a lot. And you know, when GHOne Mahama came back, he kept saying that there's going to be a shocker coming from the Ashanti region, and we have seen it. 8 seats in the Ashanti region.
In fact, they're projecting 10. They say they have 2 more to go.
You know, I don't know if that 8 seats cannot, include that of Asante Achim North, because that's an independent candidate. So they lost 9.
Yeah.
The NPP has about 47 seats, right, in the Ashanti region.
No, so the Ashanti region has 47 constituencies.
47 constituencies,
exactly.
So 47 constituencies. They've lost 9. So far, 8 has gone to the NDC. 1 has gone to an independent candidate.
Who by all means?
None of us, in fact, none of us thought that Frimpong would take that seat.
Yes, but I spoke to IB.
I went there.
I spoke to IB when you guys came back from the constituency. IB said, when you speak to the people, you get the indication that they were somewhat tired of the NPP and also would not necessarily show in terms of presidential who they were going to vote for, but they were very clear that but they were not loud about it. So that is what confused the NPP. So the NPP thought that, this is come on, who is the MP there? Andy Apiakubi.
You know why I didn't want to work with what the people were saying? We have heard them. We have seen people turn up.
But this time around,
do you know that the NPP, when we went to Asante Achim North, decided not to show up? And every time we have Voter Connect, we invite all of the parties involved.
Right.
Andy Apiakubi was invited. The NDC was invited. Frimpong was invited. Andy Apiakubi didn't show up, didn't send any executives also, but we saw Frimpong, we saw reps of the NDC. And because we have gone round and we have seen many of these things, and we have, in fact, even if we haven't seen, we or gone personally, we've seen what Dr. Baumia was, the crowd that was coming out for him, the crowd that was dancing to the Sisifia and the, all the other songs. And so for me, yes, I engaged the people personally. I heard them.
Yes.
But I came back to the Ashanti region. I spoke to a few other people and I said, Asante Achim North, How is it looking? Everyone said,
MPP Afa.
MPP Afa, because he won't be the first independent candidate who would have lost. Thinking they were going to win.
The margin with which he won, over 70% in Asante Achim North. That was something else. And I was making the point here yesterday that if the people are indeed tired of the government and they are disappointed in the administration of Nana Opoku-Agyemang in Asante Achim North, and that's a very peculiar situation, why did they vote against the MP? Because the MP was the one who was championing the cause for the removal of Kenoforiata. So clearly, Andy Appiah-Kubi was bold enough to say that there is something ongoing here that would not augur well for the party. For which reason, let's bring in let's let the president let go of Kenoforiata. But then he also, surprised us when he failed to mention the businessman he said came to them with money and all of those things. He didn't mention. So I would really like to understand what exactly informed the choice of the people there. Why they decided to go for OK. And I heard he's done well in terms of development in the area, built a mosque among others for the people. And these are things that resonate with people on the ground.
Yes, he has built a mosque. We saw it personally.
Right.
And inside that mosque is a clinic. There's a clinic in the mosque, and he has a radio station as well. And the people, where his party office is, it's open for all. Everybody could just come there. And he had a lot of people. See, even beyond people just liking him for the works that he had done, a lot of the people that were following OK were angry NPP supporters. In fact, I dare say, and I wish that IB was here with us, 90% of the people who showed up for Voters Connect that day were angry NPP supporters. People who were utterly disgusted by the NPP and how things had turned out, And, to show you the level of anger in the Ashanti region, voter turnout in the Ashanti region for this year is 64%. 64.81%. In 2020, it was 82.78%.
The voter apathy was serious. And the MPP believes that is why they lost. Because people did not turn up to vote. And we've also said here, in all the discussions we've had since Friday, whenever there is serious voter apathy, incumbents suffers. Because when people don't come out to vote, it is clearly telling you they are tired of you. And so those who come out to express that tiredness and go in support of whoever the opposition is. In Asante Achim North, for instance, the MPP those who are angered MPP members would not go vote for the NDC. So who's the next option? The guy who we think is doing well for us, can represent our needs and all. And I think that also played in Gomwa Central. That played a part there. Because we will not vote for the NDC anyways, but we are tired of the MPP. Who next to go for? A+. Let's vote for A+ for him to go to parliament to represent us. So the wind of change was blowing, and I think people were also moving towards younger, energetic people who showed promise and said, you know what, we've been taken for granted for so long, so let's get in there, let's change the status quo, let us bring some fresh energy to serving you. And that's what people went for in the long run. So you realize that those who would vote for the NDC, voted for the NDC, but those who had decided not to vote for the NPP, but would also not vote for the NDC, would go otherwise. And that's why we're having, we had what's happened in Asante Achim North. OK from Paul, and everything will be OK. That's
this ninth parliament is going to be very interesting.
I told someone that the 8th parliament was dramatic. So much drama. But if things go the way I see them going, and it ends up that way, the 9th parliament would be a parliament that you and I should watch out for. Because if the MPP does not get the numbers that they need to get, they would become a very useless minority in the 9th parliament. And that would mean so many things. And I'm asking myself, so who is likely to be Speaker of the 9th Parliament?
That's a conversation that we certainly will have. I don't know if they will maintain Alban Bagbin, whether... I don't know.
But the 9th Parliament will be very interesting.
Do you expect them to? I don't think that they are going to want to necessarily... It shouldn't be a headache because they have the numbers.
No, they do have the numbers.
They have more than 2/3 of what they need.
And that is why I say if things go the way they are going and MPP keeps losing their seats and NDC keeps increasing, if NDC gets the 2/3 comfortably, NPP will be a very useless minority in parliament. They will become so, I can't find any other word than useless, because they will not be able to. You would say you have your say, but the government of the day will always have its way. But in terms of speaker, Bagman has made speakership, he's thrown more light on speakership than in the last couple of years. The number 3, he has exerted that authority, and I'm asking myself, what would happen if, for instance, the NDC decides to, or clearly Parliament decides to go for a new head, other than Speaker Bagban? Will Speaker Bagban want to be still Speaker?
Oh, I'm sure that if he's offered the position, he will take it.
That
and
is,
I don't think that he did. I don't think that he did bad as.
No, he didn't. He had a very peculiar Parliament. His Parliament was a Parliament we had never seen, never, totally. So, and everything about Bagban was mostly the first of its kind. The first time we were also having a speaker from the other side, when we have an executive president from another party. So it's quite important, and I'm sure that in the coming days we'll get more light on who gets to be Speaker of the 9th Parliament, looking at how things are shaping up.
Right, and on your screens now, live pictures from the Electoral Commission, where final declaration is expected to happen any moment from now. If you check our social media handles, on Instagram, on X, on Facebook, we have put out the numbers by which John Dramani Mahama beats the John Dramani Mahama beats the NPP, and what we have is over 1 million. Okay, I want to get that very correctly so that I make no mistakes at all, because in these days you don't want anybody to, you don't want to quote anything wrongly at all. Yeah. So Joshua, do you have that?
Let me just quickly tabulate that. So I'll tabulate that.
Okay.
Right. So that's what you're seeing on your screens there, getting ready for the much anticipated declaration from the EC chair. Madam GHOne Aduko-Mensah will tell us exactly what the figures are. But like Sarah mentioned earlier, on your screens now you can see our projection from what we collated from the 16 regions, and so far Dr. Bawumia garnering some 4,657,304 votes, representing 41.61% of total votes cast. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 6,328,397 votes, which sums up to some 56.55%. The others, all the 10, 205,721, 1.84%, and then voter turnout 60.9%. Rejected ballots, that constituency alone had 239,109 votes, and total valid votes cast 11,191,422. And remember, we're expecting about some 18.7 million people to cast their ballots. Out of that, only 11 million showed up, so about 6 million people did not vote.
Right.
That were registered.
Right. And the figures that I was looking for has been sent to me by Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. It's the NDC beat the NPP by over 1,671,093. It's never happened.
Unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Not even in 2016.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all.
So this comeback, John Mahama staged a comeback with a big bang, like seriously, a serious big bang. And for anybody in the NPP, you should know this is a massive verdict against the performance of the Akufo-Addo administration. I mean, unfortunately, that's what it is. That is what Ghanaians are saying. Over 1.6 million people believe that the NPP does not deserve to be in power. If that doesn't send a clear message, I really don't know what else sends a clearer message. So that's it. And people have said clearly it's an indictment. It's a serious indictment on Nana Akufo-Addo's governance. And I'm sure that in the coming days, we'll definitely hear from the president of the land, Nana Akufo-Addo. I don't expect him to speak anytime now. I've heard people say, well, after the elections and looking at how violence was erupting, as president of the land, he's still president to the 6th of January, he should have mentioned something. No, I don't think he should have said anything yet, because it's deeply polarized politically now. And so as president, you wouldn't even want to get into these matters as it stands now. So in a matter of minutes, as and when Madam Jean Mensah is ready with her figures, we'll cross over live to the EC headquarters here in Accra for the declaration of results. Now, people have said that it is the delay in the declaration that has led to the level of agitation across the country and in some collation centers. For instance, I mean, this afternoon, the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center has been hot because there were some 3 constituencies that had issues which needed to be resolved. And so we saw all the agitation there. We saw members of parliament who had won in their various constituencies also going there. The leadership of the NDC, Abraham Amaliba, Eduji Tamaklo, you name them, they were all at the Regional Collation Center, basically trying to also ensure that things were done. And so far, we had 3 constituencies that were challenged. We've had only 1 declared as of now, and so as and when we'll be able to get that now.
Let's cross over to the Electoral Commission now.
Results sheet. The reps of the candidates who have been with us throughout the past 2.5 days, authenticating the individual results, are now appending their signatures to the final results to be declared. As you see them, they are coming in turns in order of appearance on the ballot paper. And it is the same way that the results sheet has been structured. At the moment, is the turn of Ghana Union Movement rep endorsing the Form 13 on behalf of his party. Thank you very much.
Something about Why?
So you have on your screens the live pictures from the Electoral Commission as they get ready to declare the final presidential results. We, like Joshua said, we're still having, or they're still having, some issues with the constituency results, and once those ones are resolved, we will bring them to you, including the EC itself. But I just want to remind our viewers again of the seats that the NDC has won in the Ashanti region. Okay, so before then, of course, the Electoral Commission has not declared the results just yet, even though they are ready, because they're waiting for the agents to sign, and then the final declaration will be done. But the seats in the Ashanti region, just a reminder for, I know that some of you just know that 8 seats have been won, but probably don't know which ones, is Asawase, Setre, Afram Plains, New Edubiase, Edra Setre Dumase, Ahafano East, Akrofum, Adansia Sokwa, whom that seat, of course, where KT Amon says he wants recounting. Obuasi East, Ahafano West, and Ahafano North. Well, those ones the EC is yet to declare, but they believe strongly that those seats have been won. So yes, this is still your election hub. We ask you to continue to follow us on social media.
Definitely. On
YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on X. We're streaming live on X as well. So if you do not have a television set, no worries at all. I know that majority of us are live on Twitter today. And if you want to tweet at us with anything at all, your comments, you can use the hashtag EIB Election Hub, because we are your election hub. Joshua, and very shortly we'll be going again through the numbers. We've looked at Ashanti region very closely and how they performed both in 2020 and 2024. We will look at the other regions. We'll look at Greater Accra. You know, in Greater Accra, in 2020, this year, I think Dr. Baumia got about 500,000 votes or so. Nanado has done over a million in the past. And you would have thought, you know, initially when the conversation about the NPP being likely to lose came up, many people said, oh, the anger is only in the Greater Accra region. The anger doesn't go, when you go to the other regions, it is not the same. And I have to be, you know, in all honesty, I have said same too, especially because I've had the privilege, because of Voter Connect, to go to other places. I had the same thinking, but these people have showed us that the anger was national. And you know, I had Katie Hammond speak earlier, who said that he also, I mean, he also believed that because in the Ashanti region, in the rural areas, right, not in the urban elite areas, but in the local areas, these problems that we talk about doesn't exist there. They have no, you know, I don't want to call it interest, but they don't concern themselves with the interest rates, you know, the DDEP, those things they don't even invest there. So those areas, these things don't come up there, and that is why when people say that the problems or the people who are complaining are in the Greater Accra region, you would understand. But over there are some, like, there are things that they concern themselves with that we too in the Greater Accra region we look beyond that. But it is still surprising that even all those people are angry.
Yes, so, and they're angry because, you see, if I have a nephew or a niece who is far in my hometown, and that nephew does not have to bother about so many things, but if he depends on me, and then he calls me and I tell him, Charlie, because of the haircut, I invested this amount of money. I lost so much, and so I cannot send you. Now he will be worried about it. He has not invested directly, but because the one he depends on has invested and has lost so much as a result of the haircut, he also feels it. And so that's how come what you would say is happening on the national front, you would think is not impacting people in their various constituencies. But the truth of the matter is that it is, because most of the people in the hinterlands, they move to Accra. Why? To seek greener pasture. And so when they come here and the greener pasture they are seeking now turns brown, they are not able to get what they need to get to be able to send back home. The people there feel it, and the people there, and they tell them the truth. As it stands now, I'm paying so much in terms of taxes, and so because of that, I cannot send you the normal 200 cedis I used to send you every week. So now I would have to send you 100 because my cost of living has shot up here in the capital. And so it has its way. The national politics has its way of seeping to the localities. So people are in the local areas, they are in their various, you think, oh, this is a little fishing community, they do not concern themselves with the macroeconomic challenges and all of those things. But because the people they depend on are affected by these things, they also feel it. And so yes, when petrol is increased, when we have fuel prices shooting up, and you are here struggling to get those ones, clearly it affects people there who are also, you know, doing their what they call boja in the end. Right.
So we're saying what means that very shortly the chairperson will be declaring the results, because
that's
Dr. Mane Boama, who is the head of IT and elections
and IT
for the NDC, is signing on behalf of the NDC, and many have touted, you know, the huge role that Dr. Mane Boama played in this year's election for the NPP in terms of the coalition, their strong room and all that. I have seen quite a number of posts from members of the NDC, including some George, you know, saying how happy he is that he stood by the appointment of Dr. Mane Boama, and they seem to be very happy with the work that he did. So you also see, is that Dr. Bosman Osari I see in the shot there? Actually, no.
Samuel Tete.
Okay.
And then Bano Bio.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, many are wondering what happens to this EC when the NDC takes over power, because...
do you want to know? What happened to the last EC?
I know. But the people of Ghana want to know.
And I'm asking them, what happened to the last EC?
But I also think that address by the EC chair yesterday, telling people that, telling people that they will... so on your right, so you see two things on your screens right now.
Right.
To the left is the Electoral Commission, and then to your right is JM's office, where everyone, you see Pablo in your shot, the National Youth Organizer.
I see Awengobit, PNC.
Samson Awengobit. And then many other executives of the NDC awaiting that address by John Dramani Mahama, who is president-elect, whom in a couple of minutes will be declared winner by the Electoral Commissioner, Madame Jean Mensah. So these are shots. We're establishing our presence there to let you know that once they start talking, we are there. We are your election hub, and we've got you covered. We told you from the beginning that we're with you until the last ballot is counted and until a president is sworn in come January 7, 2025. And we will be with you, hold our leaders accountable all through and through. And I feel like the job of the media has just been, although the media has got a lot more responsibility now, especially looking at the fact that this 9th Parliament is going to be controlled by the NDC. Absolutely. And whatever the MPP will say will not matter.
And I feel sad for the MPP.
It will not matter. And so a lot of the work has to be done by the media.
But we pray it matters.
You and I know that it will not necessarily matter.
So we pray.
I have, because of the numbers.
Maybe we can have a speaker from the MPP side.
You and I know it's impossible. It's not possible. But then again, it may not.
Yeah, but I mean, clearly, it will be an interesting one, the 9th Parliament. But still on your screens, Dr. Omani Boama is still there at the EC. I don't know what's happening, whether they can't find the 8 for him to append the signature. But clearly, he would be able to find it, and then he will now sign. He's also checked out this. Well, it looks like he's done. So Dr. Omani Boama, who is Director of Elections and IT for the NDC, is done. Number 9 on the ballot, representative of the 9th party on the ballot, is also there to also indicate, append her signature, and then when all is done, when all 12 are done, we'll clearly have the EC chair now declaring the results. Now, this is important because the EC chair cannot declare what the parties have not agreed to. And what this also shows is that the ones who append their signature agree to the figures that have been put there for the EC chair to declare. And you can tell clearly, I've seen some screens also at JM's office telling you how green the map of Ghana has become, with a few dots of blue there. And so you expect that John Dramani Mahama, who we are just waiting for the official declaration for him to be president-elect. Once he also addresses, you can tell, and from the shots there, you can see the excitement from the NDC ladies. Very, very excited NDC ladies.
There.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting and very expected that you would see the joy. And if you had gone other ways, perhaps the camp of Dr. Baumia would also be having a possibility dance by now. But now it is not possible, and clearly it has become Zusible. And so, yes, the campaign office, or the office of John Dramani Mahama, the setup is there. We are there live for you, so you don't have to make your way anywhere. This is where we are. So number 10 is also appending signature. 3 more, and we are good to go. Then we'll be hearing also from the EC chair. So, okay, now there you see the first family in waiting on your screens now. That's the residence of former President John Dramani Mahama, soon to be President again, John Dramani Mahama. His beautiful Lordina by his side, and the children are there with the farm. It's a beautiful, lovely picture. and that's how you celebrate victory. That's the family there waiting patiently for Madam Jean Mensah to declare.
That's a beautiful home,
very,
by
very
the way.
beautiful.
And everybody, so I see Sharaf there, John Dramani Mahama, Ladina, the beautiful daughter of theirs, and then the other sons. First family in waiting. Yes, Farida. I see Farida there. I don't think they know that they are live on TV.
Oh no, they know. The guy just adjusted his shirt. You know, when you're on TV,
they're probably watching GHOne TV, as they should.
Yes.
You know, so that is it, live from their residence. Right. We won't tell you where they live.
No, we don't want you to go there.
Even though we know they all do. But they won't come from us. Yeah, so these are live pictures. Yes, these are live pictures.
The president has some,
but John Mahama has some aura,
some demure.
Do you see his pictures, like when he's in a suit?
Oh yes,
he just holds it. Oh my God, oh my God.
Charlie, the president is texting. I wonder who is texting. He says, Charlie, you see me on GHOne.
He's on social media.
You know,
and Farida, I said Farida has lifted her head.
Of course,
so clearly they know that they're on
TV. in waiting. But that's the beauty. Sharaf is just laughing. He's just so excited,
And the children of JM have been very instrumental in this campaign. They have been with their father, followed him almost everywhere that he has gone to campaign. So live pictures from Mahama's residence, awaiting the final declaration of results from the EC, and then he will move to the party's his office in Cantonment, where we have already established our presence there, and bring you videos and what he will be saying.
Only Farida is the only one not on her phone.
She was on her phone earlier.
But she's now not on her phone. Because someone texted and says, Charlie, you're live on GHOne.
Let's remind our viewers, by the way, that this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Mineral Water. Do you know why I'm happy? Because it's almost over.
Finally. We can't wait for the final whistle from Jean
Anyway,
Mensah.
so John Dramani Mahama makes a comeback, and I don't know if you have seen that meme going around that America went back to their ex, Ghana went back to their ex, so maybe you should also go back to your ex. But you are married, so you are not part.
Oh no, but ex can mean a lot of things, but in the end, don't go back to your ex.
I hope that Mrs.
No, that's what I said. Don't go back to your ex. Don't go. If it's Ghana, you can go. But if you're not Ghana, you're not America, don't go.
That's just by the way. But live pictures from the residence of John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, with his children there after a hard work. I can only imagine how they are feeling.
Oh yes,
and the joy in their hearts.
Someday when my father becomes president, I can feel that way.
And tell us the experience.
Yeah, it will be so nice. But I mean, clearly, very, very beautiful picture, live picture from the residence of John Dramani Mahama, and it's beautiful. I mean, for those of you who are not watching TV, you know what? I have a very good way for you to do this. Maybe you're listening to us on Star 103.5 FM. Just go on Facebook. We're streaming live there. You can go on YouTube, on X. We're streaming live there, so you can just join us there also.
Yes, and the EC though announced to us that they were going to declare the results at 4:30.
It's 5.
1 hour later, we still don't know what's happening. So on your screens, as you can see, is me. Oh.
They're taking you off.
Yeah. Then it was me and John Mahama's residence and John Mahama's office. Anyway, so that's.
So that's what we have there currently. John Mahama on phone. I'm sure he's still receiving congratulatory messages and things like that. So John Mahama still on his phone. Lodina is taking the phone. I'm sure that says, "Oh, it's Mama Lodina." Okay, then the phone says, "Oh, Charlie John, someone calls to speak her to you." Yeah, so that's what is happening currently on your screens. John Mahama patiently waiting, and he's been waiting for quite some time to get this done because, I mean, after the concession, people were asking why the EC had not also made frantic efforts to just declare. But clearly, we heard from the EC chair yesterday. She mentioned definitely that there are processes to follow, and until all those processes are exhausted, she cannot just go ahead and then make that declaration.
Okay, so the EC chairperson just just walked in together with her deputies and other members of the commission to address the press, of course, and the final results declaration. You see in your shots there, Madame Jean Mensah, the most talked about human being in Ghana today and everywhere beyond. And you see to her, well, left, depending on how you're looking at it, Dr. Bosman Asari and the other members of the commission who are seated now. We'll cross over there live and hear what everyone is waiting to hear. This is GHOne Television. We are live on Star 103.5 FM and also live on X. And we are live also on Ultimate, and we are live on Empire 102.97 FM. Okay, so I guess we're rising to sing the national anthem.
Thank you very much. Shall we have our seats? We would like to start this program with an opening prayer by Reverend Ikuya Ofori-Boateng.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, you have said in your word that many are the plans of men, but it is the counsel of the Lord that will stand. We thank you, Lord, that you have spoken in our nation today. It is our prayer that as you have commanded us, that it is you that establishes leaders, that you will pour out your mercy and your grace on all of us as a nation, on our leaders. We thank you, Father, for this time where we declare what you have spoken. We ask, Lord, that your presence be with us. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of all our hearts be pleasing and acceptable to you. O Lord, you are our strength and you are our Redeemer. Amen.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of a few dignitaries. I'll start with the special representative of the Secretary General, UNOAS, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao. We have with us the Deputy Head of Mission, ECOWAS delegation, led by His Excellency Baboucarr Blaise Diagne. We also have with us in the National Coalition Center, the UN Representative Coordinator Ghana, His Excellency Mr. Charles Abani. We have delegation from ECONEC. We also have with us the USA Ambassador. Accompanying the USA Ambassador is the British High Commissioner to Ghana. Now I'm coming home. Before I come home, we have delegation from the Commonwealth. Head of delegation, thank you very much. We have a team from the Association of African Elections Authorities here with us. We also acknowledge the presence of ECONEC delegation if they are here. as well as the AU reps here. Thank you very much. Now I'll come home. With us, we have directors and deputy directors from the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Can we see you? Can we see you and wave? Please be on your feet. Be on your feet for Ghanaians to applaud you for the wonderful work that you've done. Thank you. Now I go to the commission members. Here with us is Commission Member Professor Peter Apiahene. Also here at the high table, we have Commission Member Hajia Salima Sani Mahama. The one who said the prayer is a commission member, and she is Reverend Ikia Ofori-Boateng. Thank you. I'm told the EU ambassador to Ghana is also here. And the director of USAID is also here. I would like to introduce another commission member, Ms. Ajua Isiama Abrefa. And now I go to the executive commissioners. At the high table, we have Deputy Chair in charge of Corporate Service, Dr. Bosman Eric Asare. Deputy Chair in charge of Operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, is also here with us. And the chairperson, the returning officer, Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, is here. In addition, I would like to acknowledge some few people here. Reps of the National Peace Council, representative of domestic observer groups. I can see Mr. Ayin here, the National Coordinator of CODIO, reps of other international observers, members of both local and international press and media houses. Shall we see your hands? The local and international press houses with us. And last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the supporting staff, members of the security services, as well as the members of the ambulance services that were able to come on short call. Thank you very much for coming. And now, the reason why we are here. I have the singular honor to cede the podium or the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential elections, Madame GHOne Mensah.
Should I go to the podium? Let us go to the podium.
A good evening to all of you, our distinguished guests. To God be all the glory. Great things he has done, and greater things he will do. We thank the good Lord for making it possible for us to witness this day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 48 hours since the close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024. The voters of Ghana have spoken. They have expressed their choice at the polls, and that choice will today be upheld by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. As a commission, we have fulfilled our vowed aspiration to imbibe transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness at the heart of all our operations. And I can confidently say that with the help of God, we have fulfilled these aspirations and the expectations of the citizenry. We have conducted elections that are credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Elections that have ensured that the will of the people as expressed at the polls. The elections that have guaranteed that every vote counts. As a country, we take pride in the fact that our electoral processes, initiated since 1992, uphold and guarantee the voter's choice. We take pride in the fact that the voter's choice, as expressed at the polls, is sacrosanct. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 years have been spent in injecting and infusing 4 key elements into every aspect of our work. And those elements are transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. As such, we started the year poised and ready to conduct credible elections. We were conscious that elections were an event and not a process. This resolve led us to undertake several transformational decisions, including the re-exhibiting of the Provisional Voters Register for the first time in our history, when concerns were raised about its credibility, as well as opening up the IPAC meetings to the citizenry by allowing the live coverage of all IPAC meetings. Indeed, the decisions to re-exhibit the Provisional Voters Register to allow a further review by political parties and the citizenry, as well as the demystification of the IPAC meeting, has helped diffuse the tensions that around the Provisional Voters Register. Ultimately, those 2 decisions restored the confidence of the citizens in the Voters Register and cemented Ghana's peace. Again, in the spirit of responsiveness, when complaints were made about the 50 persons charged voters for the verification of their registration details online, the Commission waived the fee and allowed voters to verify their details at no cost. In line with our determination to ensure the credibility of the 2024 election, when the Commission received information of the leak of a single defaced ballot paper, the Commission acted swiftly and destroyed ballots for both Western and Eastern regions. This bold determination and this bold decision was based on our determination to uphold the integrity of the election at all costs. In less than 1 week, the Commission printed new ballot papers for both regions and went on to successfully hold the special voting 2 days ahead of the main election. As a Commission, our singular message to our teams at all levels has been clear. It is that our mandate is not to make anyone a president or a member of parliament, but rather to conduct and undertake credible and transparent elections and electoral processes which uphold the voter's choice and lead to acceptable and peaceful electoral outcomes. Today, our resolve has paid off. We have conducted elections that are fair, elections that are free, elections that are credible, elections that are transparent, elections that are peaceful, and elections whose outcomes are acceptable by all. So transparent are our processes that any interested political party, media house, or citizen could collate with near precision the results of the election, attesting to the resilient and robust processes built over the years. And we witnessed this with the concession of the Vice President even before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the testimonies on election day also attest to the efficient, robust, and resilient processes we put in place. Many citizens testify to the seamless processes they witnessed at the polling stations. The average time spent at the polling station was around 5 minutes compared to several hours and several minutes prior to the 2020 election. Citizens also attested to the efficiency of the biometric voter devices, the biometric verification devices employed to ensure that every man has one vote. The system worked efficiently and ensured that the voter who registered was indeed the person who voted. We are confident that the 2024 election will further cement trust in our electoral processes and reduce the suspicions that typically characterize elections on the continent. At this juncture, I would like to thank all of you who journeyed with us to ensure the success of the 2024 election. To our staff, both permanent and temporary, we say, Ayiko, you have worked hard, put in long hours, plowed the field, and done the spade work at the risk of your own lives to bring us a successful outcome. Our hearts go out to our staff who were manhandled during this time. We wish you well, and we ask the good Lord to bless all of you. To our media partners who have journeyed with us and enabled us to bring the commission to the doorstep of every Ghanaian, we say thank you. To the Ghana Police Service and to our partner, the National Peace Council, we say, Ayiko, we thank all of you, the good citizens of Ghana, who have believed in us and allowed us to serve you. To our dear families and friends who have journeyed with us every step of the way, we thank you for your support, your prayers, your encouragement, and your advice. We are conscious that we could not have achieved this success without the help of the Almighty God, our anchor, without whom we could have done nothing. We remain eternally grateful, and I say thank you, Jesus. To all our observers from the ECOWAS, from the African Union, from the ECONEC, from the Commonwealth Secretariat, from the West Africa Elders Forum, supported by the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, from the National Peace Council, from CODEO, from the Association of African Election Authorities, from the European Center for Election Systems, from International IDEA, from Manso Institute, IDEG, and to electoral commissioners from election management bodies in Africa, namely Uganda, Gambia, Kenya, Liberia, we say thank you for your support. We wish you all Godspeed back home. As a returning officer for the presidential election and in fulfillment of my mandate as enshrined in law, I will now declare the outcome of the 2024 election. It is important to note that per Regulation 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, the winner of the presidential election must obtain at least 50% plus 1 at the polls to be declared the winner of the election. We have collated the presidential results from all 16 administrative regions, of which 267 of the 276 constituencies have been captured. We have not been able to receive results from 9 constituencies because our offices have been besieged by political party supporters, making it impossible to complete the collation process. That notwithstanding, the presidential results from the 267 constituencies, including the newly created GHOne constituency, clearly established the winner of the 2024 presidential election. Simply put, even if all the votes from the 9 constituencies were added to the candidate who placed second, it will not change the outcome of the election. It is important to note that the Commission will update the records on receipt of the presidential results from the 9 outstanding constituencies. Ladies and gentlemen, now to the results of the 2024 presidential election. And the results will be announced based on the positions of the presidential candidates on the ballot. Mahama Bawumia of the NPP obtained 4,657,304, being 41.61%. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the GCPP obtained 16,673, being 0.15%. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement obtained 16,461, being 0.15%. Kofi Apalu of the LPG obtained 5,219, being 0.09%. Mohamed Frimpong of the National Democratic Party obtained 4,413, being 0.04%. Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP obtained 23,397, being 0.21%. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6 million. Let me take that again. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397. And I'd like to repeat that. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397, being 56.55%. Mr. Hassan Ayariga of the APC obtained 17,461, being 0.16%. Mr. Kofi Kranting, independent candidate, obtained 3,320, being 0.03%. Mr. George Chumberima Edu, independent candidate, obtained 3,091, being 0.02%. Nana Kwame Biediaku, independent candidate, obtained 84,478, being 0.05%. Mr. Alan Kojo Tremanting, independent candidate, obtained 31,202, being 0.28%. The total valid votes cast add up to 11,191,422. Total rejected votes 239,109. Total votes cast 11,430,531. It's important to mention that the total registered voters add up to 774,159. And the percentage voter turnout based on the 267 constituencies stands at 60.9%. 60.9% based on the 267 constituencies. And as I mentioned, this does not include the 9 constituencies whose results we are yet to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, results from the 9 constituencies are still as outstanding. The 9 constituencies are Ewutu Senya East, in Sawam, Aduajiri, Akwetia, Suhum, Techimant South, Domi Kwabenya, Ablekuma North, Ahafo Ano North, and Damango. The total registered voters in all 9 constituencies add up to 947,116. In the event that all the valid voters from the 9 constituencies above voted for the candidate who placed second, the total number of votes he would garner would be 5,604,420, representing 46.17% of the total valid votes, which would have been 12,138,538. The inclusion of the outstanding constituencies would have given the leading candidate 52.13%, which is still greater than the 50% plus 1 required to be declared a winner. And so even with that scenario, he's clearly the winner of the 2024 election. In the light of the above, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much. is 0.75%. Nana Kwame Bediako 0.75%. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. John Dramani Mahama is President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, and he will be sworn in on the 7th of January 2025 at the Black Star Square. We brought you visuals from his private residence where he was seated with his family in a very happy mood, of course, as the EC chair finally declared him as the President-elect and run us through the numbers of what each candidate on that ballot paper got. 12 candidates in all, because one of them passed on along the line. Madame Ekiadonkor, may her soul rest in peace. Congratulations once again to the first family in waiting.
Exactly. And
well,
I mean,
the first family elect.
And what excites me is the fact that the figures we projected
were accurate.
Not even one.
We didn't miss a single thing.
0.00.
And so kudos to the entire
research
strong team,
Amazing.
The members of the strong team, led by Jojo Kobina and Edem Kojo, Emmanuel Ejabeng. Well done to all of you.
Guys.
You did an accurate job. Our predictions were correct. If you're on our social media pages, a couple of minutes before the EC chairperson announced the results, we had put it there. Even the figures by which the NDC had beat the NPP.
Exactly.
We got it accurate.
We did the calculation.
We did the calculation here, and we put out the rejected ballots. We put every single detail
voter
out.
turnout.
Everything was
all calculated
accurate.
by the strong
and you
room.
see that on your screens. Congratulations to the entire EIB research team. As we call them, Aki and Popo, which you understand they don't like, by the way. Very well done, and to Jojo for putting it all together, and of course the other leaders of the newsroom, Mrs. Alice Amin, Ibrahim Al Hassan, Nadede, and our co-anchors. Echo. All the reporters that went out there. All of you from. Yes, you mentioned Echo.
It sounds like
yes,
we are not
vote
of thanks. but the EC, they give themselves the flowers.
Exactly. So we are returning. We are doing the same thing. And for me, mentally,
you have declared. But let's run them through the figures.
Yes,
again.
let's run them through the figures.
Yeah.
And Joshua, even before we do, I have been saying on this show, that. Okay, let me not say what I said. But the numbers will show that Alan Tremantin disappointed many people, especially with all the experience that he has. He didn't start politics today.
No.
In fact, I dare say that he started politics before we started journalism. Yet, the Nakwame Bediako, who has sworn that he is not a politician and that he's an entrepreneur for the youth, beat him.
Woto.
Seriously. And the numbers, so we're going to mention them according to how the EC did, which is also according to what is on the ballot paper. So, Joshua, we go do it together, right?
Okay, yes. So we start with the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. 4,657,304 votes. So these are the number of people who voted for Dr. Bawumia. And interestingly, this number is minus the 9 constituencies that the EC says it is yet to validate and declare results from those particular constituencies. So these numbers are without those 9. And clearly, one of the things that we have also been told clearly by the EC is that even if all the people in those 9 constituencies decided to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it will still not amount, it will not change what is currently on the surface of the pink sheet, as we are told here. So the Danlate also polled 16,672 votes.
And before you go to Danlate, the Dr. Bawumia's figures, which Joshua brought to you earlier, represent 41.61%. Remember, you need 50% plus 1 to be declared winner of the presidential results. But Dr. Bawumia polled or obtained 41.61%. And then Danlate of the GCPP polled 16,673, representing 0.15%.
Then GHOne, Sofocha Abosum, I mean, the 2020 elections, he was the third force. But looks like people have abandoned him, even after the 7 cases he invoked before the elections. So he was able to manage 16,461 votes in the just ended elections. And then the LPG, Somiha,
for GHOne, in the year 2020, he came up very strongly as the third force.
Exactly.
And I want to quickly check as you go through the numbers. I mean, you could go on, but I want to check the number of votes. And in your on your screens right now are pictures from the president-elect's private office in Cantonment, where we have established our presence there. In the next 49 minutes, the president-elect will be addressing the country live from that office, where you see on your screens, and you see lots of NDC supporters massing up there, waiting for their president and their flag bearer. In fact, he's a president for all, but their flag bearer to come in there. But jubilation is ongoing on your screens, as you can see there, just to let you know. All right.
And there'll be a lot of moments after he addresses the nation at 7 p.m. and we'll be bringing that to you also live here.
Joshua, what did you say that GHOne got in 2024?
So GHOne made away with 16,461 votes.
Do you know what he got in 2020?
Talk to me.
106,265.
Wow.
Yeah.
So then you can infer that he lost to the newcomers, Cheddar.
Yeah.
And then Alan Chamatin.
Yes.
Because when you look at Alan Chamatin, Cheddar's figure put together, that's over 115,000 votes.
Yes.
So yeah, GHOne lost a lot of votes to those
GHOne
people too.
in 2020 had 106,000 votes. This time got
16,
way less, 16,000 votes. Let's move on. Which other party?
LPG, 5,219 votes in 2024.
In 2020, LPG had 7,739 votes.
So he also lost.
He also lost.
Interesting. NDP, 4,413 votes.
NDP is Rawlings's party. What did they get again?
4,413.
Well, in 2020, when Naana Opoku-Agyemang Rawlings was on the ballot, she obtained 6,531.
Another decline.
Yeah.
Clearly. Now let's move to Kwame Nkrumah's CPP. 23,397 votes in the just ended election.
Well, in 2020, when their flag bearer was Ivor Greenstreet, they got 12,249, meaning there's been some appreciation of the vote, right? Clearly, what do you have?
Clearly, because now they have 23,000, so clearly they are appreciated with their flag bearer being Nana Sapon Nkrumah. Now the NDC 6 million, and okay, let me do the Gene style. NDC 6,000. Let me take it again. So the NDC 6,328,397 votes.
Okay, well, the NDC in 2020 obtained 6,265,2 266. Please, can you take that again?
So this is 6,328,397. And you say in 2020, according to the figures,
6,265,000.
So there was clearly 100,000 appreciation in the figures of the NDC.
And so for the people who say that I'm sure you've heard the argument that
yes,
the NDC didn't do so much in terms of appreciation of their votes this year.
And clearly the figures show.
The figures show, but there was a huge decline in the figures of the NPP. And we'll be looking at that very shortly. The NDC, though, maintained its flag bearer. John Dramani Mahama was the flag bearer in 2020. In 2024, the same. And then percentage-wise, John Dramani Mahama obtained 47%
in 2020.
In 2020, 47.40%. Whereas in 2024, it's moved up to 56.55%.
Exactly.
All right.
So we are seeing an appreciation in the percentage, but in terms of nominal figures, you only saw 100,000.
100,000. Let's look at the NPP's figures again, Joshua, because I want to do a comparison.
Beautiful. So the NPP in 2024 obtained 4,657,304, and that amounted to some 41% of the votes. But when you check from 2020,
in 2020, the NPP obtained 6,776,066 votes.
So that's a drop.
Yeah. Huge
drop.
Over 2 million. Over 2 million. Over 2 million.
Yes.
And the NPP at the time, percentage-wise, it was 51.26%. Compared to Dr. Baumia's 41.61% that he obtained in the year 2024. APC, what are the figures for APC?
For APC, Hassan Ayariga managed 17,461 of votes in this year's election.
Sorry, take that again.
That is 17,461.
Okay. And then you said 4,000?
17,000.
Oh, 17,000. Yes. There's been a huge appreciation then, because in 2020, Hassan Ayariga obtained 7,171 of the votes.
Interesting.
So he's done well. He's gone up. But still, you would have expected persons who have been there before, because this won't be Hassan Ayariga's first time. It won't be his second time. You would have expected them to make a better, announcement or do better in terms of the numbers,
because they would have learned about
the voters and how to deal with them, what to say to them. But Nana Kwame Bediako came out as the third force, and yesterday or 2 days ago when we were talking about Nana Kwame Bediako, from the figures that we were getting, coming out strongly as the third force, Hassan Ayariga sent us a private message to my phone and said we should take our time and wait for the full declaration of the results and not declare Nana Kwame Bediako as the third force, because he could be the third force, but clearly he is not the third. What did he get again?
17,000.
Okay, so 17,000. That is above GHOne.
Above GHOne. Okay.
But it's not above Alan.
But it's above LPG. It's above NDP.
Wait, take your time. So, in your shots there, you see Esiedun Ketia, who is the chairman, national chairman of the NDC,
and Professor,
Professor Joshua Labi, who is campaign manager of the NPP's 2024 campaign. There we have the NDC. I beg your pardon. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Right. So we are still here. This is your election hub. We're going through the numbers and comparing them to what the numbers looked like in the year 2020. And we're saying that when it comes to APC, APC in 2024 did better than GHOne, who had obtained about 16,000 votes, but didn't do better than Alan Trebanting, who got about 31,000
votes. And even the CPP had about 23,000 votes. So clearly they did better than the APC. Now, okay, so let's look at independent candidate Kofi Kranting. He polled 3,320 votes.
Okay, well, Kofi Kranting was not in the race. In 2020.
Right.
Kofi Kranting was not in the race. Let's cross over to the EC, the Electoral Commission. My colleague Evelyn Arba Edu is engaging one of the ambassadors. Okay, we apologize for that. We will establish the feed properly. Okay, let's go to the EC head office now.
To Ghana's future and to unity between all Ghanaians. the day after the election. And I want to commend the Electoral Commission for running a very efficient and very transparent process. There were a number of steps where the Commission listened to stakeholder concerns and took an action, including the recognition that the professional associations for journalists should be the ones accrediting journalists, which I think empowers those associations and acknowledges the independence of the media, which is so important to the success of any election. The review of the provisional voters' rolls more than once to perfect them was really admirable, and there is much to celebrate in Ghana today. Ghana's democracy is a real model.
All right, so Ghana has gone back to re-elect her former president, and the same thing has been done in the U.S. The former president, Donald Trump, has been re-elected. How does this bond or strengthens the bond between the two countries?
Well, you know, the comparisons between our two elections were uncanny. They're very close together, and it was a standing vice president running against a sitting president, as you point out. And I hope that may...
All right, so you heard my colleague there, Evelyn Aba-Edu, engaging the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, Virginia Palmer, there at the EC head office, where she observed the declaration of the final results. And if you just tuned in and you don't know what's happening in the country, John Dramani Mahama has been declared president-elect by Madam Jean Mensah, who is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In your shot as well are live pictures from the private office of John Dramani Mahama in Cantonment. Very shortly, in about some 29 minutes, John Dramani Mahama is expected to address all of us for the first time after being declared president-elect. And we will hear what he has got to say. Former President Mahama won and beat the NPP by over 1 million votes, over 1.5 million votes.
1.6 actually.
Almost. Well, okay, 1.6 million vote, right?
Yeah.
So
over 1.6 million.
Yes, so over 1.6 million votes there. Let's bring you back some old videos.
Balloting. Say about Okratano. Maybe I'll be a better about Okratano. Na Nyamincha de ya balloting no. Let's just say NDC. Yabeto number 8. Ezu. 8 na. Obika say obreki 8 no. 8 no e wo me ho. Machi 8 no. But this a mabunu carpet tax. Enye ezu eza semika say COVID levy ye be ye fi ho. Bed tax so ye be ye fi ho. Na enye no.
Right, so you heard the former president who
yes, he's a former president.
At the time, he was. Now he is president-elect. I don't want any mistakes. I don't want problem. You know, we don't want any problem at all. Please forgive me. But at the time he was speaking, he was a former president. Yes. Now he is president-elect. He will be sworn in on the 7th of January, 2025 at the Black Star Square, and trust your EIB Election Hub to bring you all of that coverage. We brought you live visuals from his private residence before the announcement, after the announcement, and there in your shot are live pictures from his private residence, his private office, I beg your pardon, at Cantonment, where he's expected to address all of us in some 27 minutes.
Yeah, trust why it's when him say in Kofua Kahuasem say yen trust wo say Bema results abantem na in term na yepe ana peaceful elections, acceptable elections, transparent and inclusive elections na yepe inti say ye dream hu ye yes yepe say results to bantem na still I say we make sure say results na eba no parties ni na agietum involved. We show you process here. A static-free polling station. Yes, parties no ho. Omu kind, omu chowo pink sheets so no more sign. Everywhere a constituency collation center. So omu ho. omu wo ho aye collate omu hwe bibia na omu assign na the paper no be amawo ye ba regional so regional collation omu wo ho omu hwe bibia na omu assign na ye the paper no ba kwa amawo nationally so sa we wo ha no who say fax machine regional results fax na dey ba na 16 fax machines are results bad no be ehun transparent omu unity ho omu hwe na why a copies amawo omu hwe omu we ha omu the cross check it omu one na omu assign na wa ma won copy nti yes speed is important now share process here in 48 hours we've been able to deliver the results. We share countries like Kenya was 7 days no their elections, although results are coming straight from the polling station. Nti I say a dream in our haste we should hasten slowly, hosting with caution. Now at the end of the day you have a credible process parties in G2.
Then message now party members how many
oh yeah that almost it's a collective effort, as you know. Obia sorry Juma it's not been an easy effort, but Obia everybody has risen to the task. Obia field officers, young regional directors, deputy head office directors, deputies, head office staff, district staff, regional staff, senior junior staff, commission members. Obia Juma culminating declaration
here. Finally, Obi feel say easy. Mobo baba wia, modumasi, monya hwibi no makwada. Electoral education.
I wish
to the public.
I wish. The last 4 years have been spent. The last 4 years have been spent building an institution, and it has involved last 4 years. Here they are building institution to transform this commission from an election machine into a viable entity. Until last 4 years, so many policies. We share every department. Every department one new policy. Work plan. Guidelines. We share transportation policy. We share HR policy. BBI is guided by policy. Because the commission believes to have credible elections, it has to be built on a credible institution that is governed by a set of governance framework. So as an institution, we ourselves have to be accountable in order to deliver accountable and transparent elections. So for last 4 years, I call it, you spend the building institution, and you can be sure, say, we will continue in that state. And that's it.
Right, so those are live pictures from the EC's head office. You heard the EC chair talk to the media after declaring John Dramani Mahama as winner and president-elect of the 2024 presidential elections. Also in your shot are live pictures from the private office of John Dramani Mahama. In some 22 minutes, he will be making an address for the first time since becoming President of the Republic of Ghana, making a huge comeback, beating the NPP and Dr. Bawumia by over 1.6 million votes. Joshua.
Yeah. And when you listen to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, she was basically addressing concerns about the delay in the declaration. And she said yesterday at that press conference, she reiterated the fact that, well, they had to follow due process and make sure that we are not just delivering an election with speed, but also ensuring clearly that we are following due process. We are making sure we are leaving no stone unturned in producing results. And I'm sure that she's taking a cue from what happened in 2020, where results had to be declared and then redeclared and then declared again. And so clearly she was also now shedding some light on that. But I think clearly that we can also move again to the figures. From what we have seen with the EC and Madam Chair Jean Mensah. Like you said, we'll also be going to the cantonment office of John Dramani Mahama, where in some 21 minutes we are expecting that he will deliver his address as president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. And like Sawa said, we promised you that we're going to stick with you from when the first ballot is cast till the oath of office is sworn on the 7th of January 2025. But Sawa, can we go back to the figures?
Yes, let's go back to the figures, Joshua. And while at it, right, I have pulled out the 2016 figures, okay? Of John Mahama and Nana Akufo-Addo, because we have just we have just confirmed that John Dramani Mahama beat the NPP and Dr. Bawumia by about 1.6 million votes. In 2020, we will look at 2020, but I want us to go to 2016 because that's when we also saw the anger. Even though we have all said on this platform that it cannot be compared to what we are seeing now. But I just want to work out the figures, right? So in 2016, when John Dramani Mahama was seeking re-election, and then Nana Akufo-Addo won, John Dramani Mahama then obtained 4 million, Joshua, and I want you to get your calculator ready. 4,807,229. Okay, 4,807,229.
Okay.
You have it?
Hold up.
4,807,229.
229.
That was for John Dramani Mahama.
Okay.
And then the NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, obtained 5,776,076.
And 76.
Right. And what's the difference?
968,847.
You know, in 2016, right, after the 2016 elections, when the NPP communicators came on our shows, they made a lot of noise about how we beat the NDC. I mean, according to them, we beat you. NPP will say they beat the NDC by close to a million votes. Fast forward to 2024, and the NDC, the same man, has beat the NPP with over 1.6 million.
Yes.
Now, let's look at what the figures were in 2020, okay? But just to let our viewers know and appreciate what we're talking about, in 2016, there was a wave of change, just as we are seeing today. And we have told you that it's nothing compared to what we are seeing. But in 2016, Joshua, the NDC had 123 constituencies. Okay? They won 123 constituencies. The NPP had 152 constituencies. Okay, let's go to 2020. In 2020, John Dramani Mahama.
Okay, the figures.
6,265,000.
266.
That's for John Dramani Mahama.
Yes.
And then the NPP 6,776,606. No, hold on. 6,776,066.
And 66.
Yeah.
So
what's the difference?
So the difference is 510,800.
Joshua, what that tells you is that what we are seeing today, we've never seen it before. Because from 2016, the difference was almost a million votes.
980,000 above.
2020,
it dropped
the
to
difference,
510,000.
it dropped to 500,000. And then in 2024, 1.6 million votes. We've never seen anything like this.
And I'm looking at the issues that informed voters' choice in 2016. Dumso was topical. So people were complaining about economic hardship and people were complaining about power crisis and all of that. Even in the midst of that, where we saw the Dumso, the vigils, that celebrities joined the fights, so much against the government of the day because of their performance. I mean, businesses were collapsing here and there. 980,000 votes difference. So you say that these are the number of people more who believe that the government of the day did not deserve to be in power. Now, fast forward to 2024. What issues are playing out? The economy, very big on the agenda. So much happening. And so now we have 1.6 million more people saying that we do not want this government. If this does not tell you clearly about challenges that people are facing, for which reason they believe that this government does not deserve to be in power, then we'll have some challenges. I mean, this clearly tells you that the crisis of 2016 cannot be compared to the level of dissatisfaction with what is happening in 2024. A government should take a cue from this.
Right. I have heard a couple of, maybe a few of the government or appointees speak. We're hoping that in the coming days, a few of them will talk. But we will be bringing you a press address or conference organized by the NPP in the Ashanti region, which was addressed by its regional chairman, Chairman Wuntumi. We'll be bringing that back to you. Yes, he's spoken. We'll bring that to you very shortly. We'll play that for you very shortly. But like Joshua said, it just shows you. And if you go on our social media pages now, which visuals will be displaying also for you very shortly, you'll see a graphical, or well, a map representation of the areas that the NDC won and where the NPP lost. And the entire map is almost green.
Yeah.
The entire map is almost green. And so this is your election hub. We're live on X, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube as well. Let's, one of the seats that were lost, Yendi.
Farouk Aliyu Mahama.
Lily's best friend.
Yeah.
Farouk Aliyu Mahama.
Right.
Finally conceded. I recall there was some bit of chaos when they were having the internal primaries.
And that's what I wanted to say, that Farouk has been facing it even internally.
Yes.
So for me, it was one of the seats that I felt could easily go to the NDC or could leave Farouk in that constituency. I mean, Yendi, even in the internal processes, we saw what happened with Farouk. So much.
Yeah.
And later, yes, we saw the issues. GJA had to, at a point, blacklist Farouk and all of that. He later came to beg, among other issues. But then finally, 2024 general elections, the pool of Yendis decided that they were done with Farouk. It is over for him. And then something interesting happened.
Yes. I think that a lot of them, right, followed the concession speech by Dr. Baumia, which he did very early, and decided to also concede defeat. Farouk Aliyu Mahama was one of them. And mind you, he's the son of former vice president, under the NPP. He also decided to concede defeat. But you listen.
My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. I get it. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up.
Well, so you've seen it there. Farouk Aliyu Mahama decided to at least copy your vice president, like your flag bearer's own.
Yeah, and it would have been easy. But what is it with, NPP politicians and Americans?
They are sisters, sister party. You haven't forgotten when? You know that Professor Kwesi Ening, when we were on here with him, and he said to John Dramani Mahama not to plagiarize like what we saw Akufo-Addo did. And for many people, that thing that happened on January 7, 2017, because they say it wasn't the words of Nana Akufo-Addo, that was why he handled the country the way that he did, because
and it's interesting.
They were not his words.
Yes, I mean, and Farouk, I'm looking at the concession.
Don't do that.
No.
But why did he do that?
No, but the thing is, Farouk would not write this.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Why? Is it the English? Or why wouldn't he write that he doesn't have time?
No, but you see, our politicians have people who handle
who
them.
writes their speeches.
So there are people who write speeches for them. So the question I'm asking myself is, who wrote this for Farouk? What was the conversation Farouk had with the person for the person to write this?
I'm sure the person must have been fired by now.
If not, I would be surprised. But okay, well, you've lost your seat as MP, so you are firing me as what?
Francis Aban just sent a message that because you asked the question that what is the relationship or the correlation
between Ghanaian politicians and
he said they are sibling parties, Democrats, NDC,
and then the Republicans
MPP. So Farouk copied the NDC's sibling in USA. Remember?
So you're not even coming from your own people. but it's interesting, and I feel that in this age where technology is rife, you can just put anything anywhere and you get to know the original or where it's plagiarized from. So whatever happens, well, if he had done due diligence, perhaps he would have won the election. So the person lost. You can understand that, yes, as it stands now.
At this election, honestly, Joshua, nobody will tell me anything about due diligence because
you can do everything,
and you will still lose.
I mean, GHOne said that this election, the results defies logic.
Yeah.
It defies any form of logic that you can think about. I mean, the way things are going, it tells you anger. That's not reason. There is no reason when it comes to anger. When people are angry, they don't care what you tell them. They don't care what you do. When they are done with you, they are simply done with you. And that's what's happening.
Let's go back to looking at the results, right? Assessing the results. And just to remind you, this is your election hub. At exactly 7, we'll take you live to the private office of the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana as he speaks to us for the first time. We have looked at that of the Ashanti region for 2020 and 2024. We have looked at nationally 2016, 2020, 2024. Let's go back to looking at the various regions, okay, between 2020 and 2024 and appreciate the performance of the two leading political parties. So from the Ashanti region, we go to the Bono region. In 2020, Nana Opoku-Agyemang obtained 153,341. Okay? And then Dr. Bawumia in 2024 obtained 124,811.
That's a deficit of around 9,000. A deficit of around 9,000 votes.
We will go back to it, but let's cross over to the Ashanti region. I mean, I told you that Muntumi has been speaking. Many have been waiting to hear what explanation he has
and which
for the
scriptures
kind of...
he come back that with?
After making me read the scriptures. Let's listen to Chairman Muntumi.
Ghana nyina no ye elections na ayade a Ashanti region so nasa Ashanti regional party no so ye so ye call election ni bi na eso sunsanso no obia no e de obia nim sisi na eyese yebeba na yaba beda obi bia ase enti de di kan ye de aseda de ma otwe di ampo nyankopon se wahwe yeso ama de pa aba bechen na yado nyankopon ase awie susu no na wo se yeda nipa no bi susu ase yeda santemai ase Nano day you say a flag bearer, the vice president and the leader of MPP, Dr. Alhaji Mabuba Udiabaha, Oko Yura of Himswaho, Akosren and Paibo, and him for Hodwo, Yakomoho, Akostra Mum Paibo, constituency Bia Yakoi, your near him for your name is Zongo Chiefs. You know, Nyamia Sofo, any Muslimi for so for nyina ebihia obi a enti ehia adwumayefo ene business people ehia adwumfo enu omuhia sansoso ena omusua ensano adwuma ene wo a ankrankran so omo omunwuma soso ye ne omunyina soso hia eyese as a campaign manager and the regional chairman meba na yede na access from yede abre media for yede ama obi biara o wa santimantem hase ewo mu se enye obi a na koto aba ne de nanso so ono okoto ye beda wo wase ona ankoto so ye beda wo wase na yasre otwedi amponyankopon se ono ana onima de krontia o ma de chi no o ma de esa ye ne nyankopon ni bibia pre ye ne onyankopon ye ne ni nsembisa bebre ye ne ni akon efise eye ye panyi a oda ya no akyere se oyobi a osuro onyankopon oyobi a Ghana dana komaso yewura Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia esida babia no ko bia twen se Electoral Commission kura no beba na ode results beba betudwa ansana se obefre na wa congratulate obi a congratulating obi wo kura no Electoral Commission kura bia beto ho congratulations kura bi ma nanso a leader oda ya no aye Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia ode call 2024 esano akire se oyobi a oye nimdiefo opasudwe open Ghana kanko osuro nyankopon said ye woka Job chapter 1 verse 1 na o say the use asase so na sa Ghana asase so na be ma bi wo ho a osuro onyankopon sa sui ena nedai ene former majority leader regional secretary ne MPP panifo a wotwa ye ho ahia yatimi ahun se sa sui ebi esoso ewo yewura Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia eho na edru baabi a yesu ene edru baabi soso a yesere se drud abra wo so usu na se wan so a
right, so that is Chairman Wontumi there addressing NPP faithful in the company of former majority leader and former member of parliament for the Swami constituency until January 6, 2025,
yes,
and other party executives. And you know, one of the things that he said is that they went to every place, went to every chief, went to every religious leader, and sadly, Dr. Bawumia didn't win. Let's continue with our analysis of the numbers, shall we? Okay.
We certainly shall.
We where were we? Okay, we've done Ashanti region. Bono East, right? So Bono East, I was telling you that Nana Opoku-Agyemang obtained 153,341, and then
and that was in
2020, and Dr. Bawumia obtained 124,811.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
28,500.
28,000.
Yeah.
So Nana Ado did better, of course, than Dr. Bawumia in Bono East. Dr. John Dramani Mahama also appreciated in terms of vote.
Okay.
Albeit not so much.
Yes.
He obtained 213,694 in 2020 in that same region, in Bono East. 213,694. And then in 2024, he obtained 216,691. So he appreciated.
By some 2,997 votes.
Not so much, but He made some progress.
He did make progress, because even as he appreciated here, you realize that Dr. Bawumia's the MPP's votes depreciated. So yes, even though it was not much in terms of nominal figures, if you do the percentage, you realize that was greatly an improvement compared to the performance of the NPP in that region.
Okay, so that is it for the Bono East region. In Bono region itself, Nanado got about 292,000 in 2020, 292,604 in 2020, and then Dr. Bawumia reduced that number to 192,773.
That's almost 100,000.
Yes.
And that doesn't
10,000 or actually more than
do
the calculation. 292,604.
And Dr. Bawumia did 192,773. 100,000.
That's Bono. John Dramani Mahama obtained 203,329 in 2020, and then in 2024, 235,681.
So he did like 32,000 more in that region. And that's why when you look at the map that will be showing, you realize that area is green.
Yeah. Eastern region. Eastern region is one of the many regions that shocks a lot of people, especially because that is the home region of the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. You would have expected that they would come out in their numbers and vote for the NPP. But that's not what happened.
I mean, when the president went to Chebi to cast his ballot, he was so optimistic. He says, well, Charlemagne people will come out. I mean, we are coming to show, because he's done so much, and he believes that, yes, the people of the Eastern region are proud of the work that he's done as president, and they would show that appreciation with the election of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as president. But talk to me about the figures.
Right. So with the figures, right, the Eastern region, Nanado in 2020 obtained 752,061. That is 2020. Joshua, you will be shocked at the numbers in 2024. Dr. Bawumia obtained
that's the shock right there.
But Dr. Abi is talking so much. Dr. Bawumia obtained 493,234.
And that is a difference of about 258,000.
So if the people from
that is more than a whole region.
If the people from the president's home region didn't want to vote for the NPP, who are we in the Greater Accra region? You know, as the people in the Greater Accra would say.
Where nobody comes from, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, even though John Dramani Mahama in the Eastern region also depreciated in terms of votes. Because in 2020, John Dramani Mahama obtained 470,000 votes. Almost 471, because it's 470,999. So let's just say 471,000. In 2024, he obtained 453,234. So here, then again, the issue of voter turnout comes in. Because John Dramani Mahama didn't appreciate in terms of vote.
But he didn't lose much.
He didn't lose much. The people didn't vote for him.
So those who voted for him in 2020 perhaps he had around the same crop of people deciding to stick to him in the
nobody really voted for him to increase his numbers.
So there are over 258,000 people who did not vote for the NPP.
Didn't vote at all.
That's it.
That's how angry. So even the people in the president's home region didn't vote. Where the president of the land comes from, where his parents were born, he has a home there. Even about 200,000 of them didn't vote. Because then where did the votes go? No, they didn't vote.
They didn't vote. It's not as though those votes went to John Mahama. I mean, you can't tell me that Cheddar made 100,000 votes there. You can't tell me that Alan Chamatin made 100,000 votes there. So clearly, in fact, over 258,000 people did not vote. Who voted for the NPP in 2020 did not turn up to vote for the NPP in this election, and about 30,000 people who voted for the NDC also did not turn up to vote. So in all, we are looking about about a difference of about 480 something thousand people who decided in the eastern region.
Right, and you're still watching GHOne television. We are live on GHOne. We are live on Star. We are live on Ultimate Empire. We are live on X, YouTube, and Facebook. In about some 6 minutes, we'll take you live to the private office of John Dramani Mahama, the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. He speaks for the first time. Please don't go away. And follow us on all our social media handles across the board. Let's go back to the numbers, because once we're done with the numbers, Joshua, there's one other thing that I want us to talk about. We'll talk about the first female vice president that we have had, and the other female position, the other positions that have been held by women, and the outstanding ones. We'll look at that. But let's go back to the numbers. So once again, I hope that in the communication of the NPP, they admit the anger of the Ghanaian people. At least the thing that Ghanaians have been looking for a long time, which is an admission by the NPP of where they have taken us as a people. We get it, because if they are able to admit that the way they handled the country is what has brought them here, I think a lot of people, their own supporters, will be happy with.
Well, as it stands now, I can say for a fact that it's a little too late for the NPP. Whether they admit or not, the people have decided. The verdict has been given. The people have loudly, in fact, 1.6 million people have loudly said that we are not for the way the country is being run. That is, if you add that number to the number of people who voted for John Dramani Mahama, then it tells you clearly that it's a loud verdict that it's a little too late. And we saw that on the campaign trail. You see, you would see President Akufo-Addo in his bid to campaign for Dr. Bawumia rather be talking about himself, rather be talking about his government and what his government has done. So it was in the latter part, in fact, I think it was the final rally that he said when he wanted to implement this, he asked the vice president to do it and he did it for him. You see, but that what you can tell there is that they took glory for the successes and then failed to appreciate the failures that Ghanaians were talking about. And I've heard so many MPs or so many people in the NPP who are not happy about what has happened in 2024, and so they talk about the fact that, well, we failed to listen to the people, we failed to pay heed to the concerns that the people raised. We said we're a listening government, all right, but then the masses, when the voices of the masses echoed, we did not pay attention to them. And that is what we are seeing in the outcome of the elections. People largely and loudly saying that you failed. We failed. Yes, free SHS was birth. Yes, we saw people go to school, secondary schools for free. But when the concerns were raised about the quality of food that they were having in the schools, what was the response? When the concerns were raised about how they were going to school and coming home, spending so much time at home and spending very little time in school, what was the response? When you talk about how the economy was managed and where the dollar was till where the dollar is now, when people complained, what was the response? When we talk about the fact that we said we're a very proud nation, we're not going to go to the IMF, and we ended up there. When the people spoke about it, what did government say? So you see, there are so many instances that people raised concerns about how the country was being governed. Unfortunately, we did not get the government to respond to the concerns of the people. We always said, well, things are going on well. It was just Russia-Ukraine war and COVID-19 that disturbed everything. But for these things, the trajectory of the economic growth was on the ascendancy, and in the end there.
Right. Okay. Let's continue. So we're done with the Eastern region. Let's move on to. Okay, Bono East done.
We're done.
We're done with Bono East, right?
And Bono 2.
Okay, and Bono 2. Let us then look at the Volta region. Volta region. Nanado in 2020 obtained 100,481 votes. Okay.
Which is a lot of votes,
Which is a lot of votes for the Volta region. And then Dr. Bawumia in 2024 obtained 56,699 votes. Now, what's the difference?
So we are looking at a difference of about 43,782 plus the loss of Amewu's seat in the Volta region.
Right. Okay. Look, for the Volta region, right, I suspect a number of things that may have caused the defeat of the NPP. But aside the fact that it's the World Bank of the NDC, remember the Volta Dam spillage and what the people went through, and how President Akufo-Addo went there to speak with the people, and some of the utterances that people were not very happy with, and how the people felt very neglected following the spillage of the dam.
The dam, yeah.
You know, he said, and I'm not quoting him verbatim.
Oh, don't worry, we'll quote him.
But he said that you people have not been voting for me.
Exactly.
But I have come here, in a way, you know. Basically, that's the crux of what he said.
Which was very wrong at the time, and it's wrong now.
Exactly. And it was heavily criticized then, and a lot of NDC MPs in the Volta region, even across the country, spoke extensively on it, campaigned heavily against the NPP on that statement that Nana Akufo-Addo made. Unfortunately, at the time, the person that was visibly being seen to be doing everything in their power to help the people of the Volta region was Okudzeto Ablakwa.
And that's why he secured over 97% of the votes in his constituency.
So, I suspect very strongly that beyond the fact that it's the stronghold of the NDC, the fact that the general economic challenge, that statement and the treatment, the way that people believed that they were treated contributed to this loss. Because remember, Joshua, government even came to tell us they were setting up an interministerial committee. You and I are journalists. We don't know what has become of that committee. We don't know the work that they have done. We haven't seen any report, because that committee comprised of, I think, the Interior Minister
and all
the Chief of Staff.
Plenty. Nothing happened. In fact, we didn't see much from them. And that's why you said, what we saw, or who we saw leading the charge, getting people relocated, building and commissioning projects for people to move into, was Okudzeto Ablakwa. And you see, after that, I remember the NDC caucus, or the Volta MP caucuses in Parliament, also who made largely of the NDC MPs, raised concerns about the continuous neglect of the region under this administration. And the people said, and one of the things they used to reinforce that was the comments from the president. So clearly, for a communications person, I'm looking at the president, looking at it in a way that, well, despite the fact that you don't vote for me, I don't get most of my votes from this place, I have come. And that was to, in a way, make the people feel that he cares about them. But it rather rubbed off on them wrongly. They felt that, well, you're president of the land. Whether I voted for you or not, once you're president, it is your responsibility to care to the needs of the people that you govern. And so, if you come and tell me that because I did not vote for you, I am undeserving, or you make me feel like I'm undeserving of your help, which of course did not come by the way, because we saw so much happen there. I remember Cheda was there at a point, and after that we also saw that it was Ghanaians, philanthropists, among others, even media houses, raising concern and also getting people to mobilize to go to the aid of the people. Because now, if you ask me clearly if there is any government intervention that I remember, sorry, but I don't. I remember what Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa did, because that's what I saw. I also remember the relief that the people of Ghana, through our benevolence, because you know we are one lovely country, we love each other. So when we see a group of people going through some tragic situation, we go to the rescue of the people. And so that's what we saw. We saw people go out of their way to support those who lived in the Bator areas, the north, central, Tong areas, who were affected by the spillage. But what happened on the governmental sector? We saw nothing. And so the people said, you know what, we gave you over 100,000 of votes in 2020. Now we are going to give you about half of that number. So only 56,000 people decided to vote for the NPP. And I'm sure that those 56,000 people included the NPP leaders and constituency. Yeah, because really the apathy was huge. Look at what happened to Peter Amewu.
Yeah.
And Amewu was someone who, in fact, I come from his constituency, so I have heard.
In Hohoi.
Yes,
Okay.
I've heard people talk about the fact that, well, electrification, he is always on the grounds. If he's not even able to attend events, he sends people, how he relates to the chiefs and the people in the area, what he has done for the youth, some getting employments here and there, creating avenues for people to do well, but they did not retain him.
Joshua, let's come to the Almighty Greater Accra region. Myself, you, lots of our colleagues, in fact, we all knew that there was no way that the NPP was going to win the Greater Accra.
Very well.
Poll watchers had said that the NPP was not going to win the Greater Accra. But let's look at the numbers, okay? So in 2020, please get your calculator ready.
I'm ready for you.
In 2020, Nana Akufo-Addo obtained 1,253,179. 1,253,179.
Okay.
Dr. Baumia in 2024 obtained 681,535. What do you have?
A difference of 571,644. Almost half of the votes that were obtained in 2020.
Joshua, you know, when you hear that, right, you would have expected, or you, as our viewers are watching, they'll be thinking that, okay, all these people who didn't vote for the NPP
would have
voted for the NDC. But that's not what happened. I'm sorry to disappoint you, because in 2020, John Dramani Mahama did better than Akufo-Addo in Greater Accra.
Yeah.
He obtained 1,326,489. And then in this year, John Dramani Mahama obtained 1,260,832.
Yeah. So a difference of 65,655.
So the Greater Accra didn't spare anybody.
No.
Greater Accra has been angry all through. They simply didn't care because John Dramani Mahama did not appreciate in terms of votes. He rather reduced because from 1.3 million to 1.26 million tells you that even though the people were more angry at the NPP and decided that about 500,000 of them will not vote for the NPP, they still didn't go out to vote for the NDC.
And that is what we saw when we went to the polling stations to cast our ballots. I told you, when I went there, it took me less than 3 minutes to go through the entire process. I was able to get verified. I dipped my finger in indelible ink. I took the ballot paper for presidential. I thumbprinted, came for the parliamentary, thumbprinted, and it didn't take me 3 minutes to do all of that, because when I went there was virtually nobody there. And that was the ripple effect that we saw across the polling stations in Accra. And when I was complaining about the low voter turnout in my polling station, I heard people talk about the same thing, where they also went to vote. Because in the morning, we did not see the usual queuing with stones and chairs and all of that. And as at the time I voted, 700 and something people were supposed to vote there. As at 2 p.m., only 200 of us had voted. As at 2 p.m. So clearly, the voter apathy in Accra was huge. People just didn't care, because it was said that, well, we said the NPP is terrible, but the NDC we have experienced it is the same. So you know what? Let me focus on my personal economy and not depend on whatever is being promised. So that was quite clear. And it tells you also, and the interesting part is that these two big parties held their final rallies in Accra.
And it was intentional. And you know, as we move on, right, one of the things that I would want us to look at is where the two of them launched their manifestos. Remember, we discussed it at that time and the impacts that it was going to have on, you know, when the NPP did their unveiling of the running mates in the Ashanti region, it was with the intention to gather more votes. Clearly, it didn't work. We will look at the launch of the manifestos, where it took place and its impacts. The NDC launched theirs at Cape Coast. The NPP did at Winneba, not Winneba, somewhere in the Western region. They did it in the Western region, right? And I am sure. Please check.
I'm quickly getting on that.
I'm sure. They did it in the Western region. And I remember because at that time we were discussing what the impact of it was going to be. Are you seeing the numbers?
Yes.
Are you seeing it?
So in
it was in Takoradi, yes. So, but look at what has happened. They lost the Takoradi seat. Secondly, gone.
So, and that's the challenge there, because we are looking at issues of Galamsey, underdevelopment, and all of these things. You remember what happened when we had concerns of illegal mining and the fight against it, and with the Western Regional Minister, the comments he made, and all of those things.
Isn't it in Takoradi that they put up that statue there?
Oh, you mean the famous statue that had protection?
You see, all these things. Yeah. All these things, and I haven't been to Takoradi recently, but Jojo mentions that oh, they didn't lose Takoradi. Oh, they lost
Second D.
They lost Second D.
Yes,
okay.
Twin City. Yeah, it's a Twin
Second
City.
D. Yes, okay. I haven't been to Takoradi in recent times, but Jojo has been there. Talks about
what are you going to do there? Anyways.
Jojo has a lot of businesses outside Accra.
You're explained there. But
and
basically,
he mentions,
when you look at it,
how, and it's not just Jojo, by the way. On social media, you see people talk about the mess Takoradi is in. The whole place is bazaar, constructions that are not completed. IB and I went to Kumasi too. The place, so constructions that have not been complete. So now what happens? What happens to those things?
Oh, we have continuity. We trust our leaders to continue projects.
You and I know that we'll come back here.
Let's have faith.
In the next how many
because
months?
we know blocks that have been abandoned for 8 years. And then so we know how but we are trusting that John Mahama says he's learned. In fact, one of the things he campaigned on was the fact that he's had the privilege to be president, come back, see how to go about things, see how not to go about things. So we would expect, in fact, I'm looking forward to the next 4 years under John Mahama to see what difference would be displayed in his second coming. But when you're talking about the Western region, Takoradi, like I said, Galamsey, issues of abandoned things, and funny enough, people also talking about unemployment, how the youth there was not even getting employed, how their source of livelihood was taken from them. You see how they revolted when it comes to the crackdown on illegal mining, among others, and the fact that concessions had been given to certain party people who were running things in the region, and a whole lot. And so clearly, yes, you hold the fanfare there, you would host the things there and believe that it would also translate to votes. But the big question is, will the people forgive you for all the wrongs because of one fanfare? No.
All right, let's go to the northern region. The northern region is another place of interest because even in our introduction, the two of us, we talked about of the north, right?
Right.
We were looking forward to what the results from the northern region was going to be like, because the two leading contenders were from there. Many poll watchers said there was going to be a split of the vote. Joshua, both.
You're looking at the map, eh?
I'm looking at the numbers.
Right.
And in the year 2020, right? Nana Opoku-Agyemang obtained 409,000.
Yeah.
963.
963. Okay.
Then Dr. Bawumia obtained 370,000.
317.
70.
Okay.
370,928.
So that's a difference of 39,035 votes in the northern region. Even though Dr. Bawumia is a son of the north, he lost as much as 39,000 of the votes that his predecessor, who is not a son of the north, was able to garner in the northern region. That should tell you something.
And then John Dramani Mahama, who obtained 476,550.
515?
50.
50, okay.
And John
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
No. And so John Mahama in 2020 got 476,550 in 2020.
And in 2024?
And then in 2024, 529,456.
So clearly he appreciated by 52,000 votes. So 39,000 lost from 2020 for the NPP. NDC appreciates by 52,906 votes. That's how it is.
You know what I suspect, right? I think that the NPP, just like the NDC the year 2000, will go and regroup, and come back.
So then people will reset.
Yes. So the resets will cut across. Not only, it is not just the country that needs a reset, even a subset of the party, which is of the country.
But it's interesting because you know that John Mahama mentioned that on his campaign. He said, well, some MPP folks spoke to him and told him that they would deliberately vote against their party. And it's simple. They want to vote against the NPP so that when the NPP gets into opposition, they will be able to take their party from a group of family members to be able to regroup the party for 2028. That's what John Mahama says. So he says he's winning the election so that the NPP can go and then regroup, because some people have stolen the party. They have hijacked the party from the real owners of the NPP itself.
Right. Okay. It's 7:14. We're still waiting for John Dramani Mahama, who is president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, to address us.
Mr. President should behave. Mr. President-elect.
They'll come for you.
It's 15 minutes. You see, the way you were waiting for the EC to declare, we've been waiting for you to also speak to us. So
because we want to hear what you have to say, right?
The 24-hour economy. All right, so let's go to the Ashanti region. We just came back from there a short while ago. Isaac Justice Bidiako is our man, even after the elections, has his helmet on because anything is possible. Isaac, talk to me. What is happening and where are you?
I can't hear anything now.
Oh, Isaac, can you hear me now? Hello, Isaac? To reset the gadgets and get things in place, and then we'll get to speak to Isaac Justice Bidiako on exactly what is transpiring in Kumasi, because we've heard from the party, the NPP in the Ashanti region. Let's try one more time and see if
the office of the Asawase Member of Parliament, Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak. Whilst the NDC supporters today in the evening converge at the Abu Abu Library to celebrate the victory of John Dramani Mahama, the Asawase constituency chairman stormed here with a group of armed men who came to distract the MDC's victory party right at Muntaka's office. So as you can see from the background, all the people who came here to come and celebrate, at the moment there is no party going on here, rather chaos that actually happened here. Now what happened here is that whilst they were preparing to start their victory party, the Asawase constituency chairman, whose name is given as concern, stormed here with armed men. Then they started destroying Muntaka's community park, that is his building right in front of his constituency office. They started, destroying the cement that they were using and also the blocks. This created chaos here. They have to pull guns, firing of warning shot. When the thugs realized that the people were massing up to come and protect Muntaka, they decided to flee. So as we speak here, several warning shots are still ongoing here in the Asawase constituency, to precise, Abu Abu Post Office right at the Muntaka's office. When the incident happened, Muntaka also went mad and also decided to defend himself. He pulled a gun. Then when the people realized that several people are also coming in with offensive weapons to come and defend the MP, they decided to flee. So now the Asawase constituency victory party for John Dramani Mahama has come to a stall, and that is why you see the people standing here with they are at the moment doing nothing. They don't know how they can celebrate this victory with what has happened here at the Muntaka's office. Now the question many are asking is, why should the constituency chairman decide to rather do construction in the evening around 6:30? Why should he come here that this is the time that he is coming to do construction? Because the the football park that Muntaka is constructing, where they are going to use as spectator stand. That is where he decided to come and build stores. And at this particular night where the party supporters are having fun, that is where he decided to come and do this to distract the whole victory party of the NDC in the Asawasi. So at the moment, there's nothing happening here in Asawasi. The supporters are just coming here to come and witness what has happened. And the warning shots keep coming out by supporters of Muntaka. Let me speak to Muntaka's brother, who also witnessed the incident. Prof, what really happened?
Okay, good. Let me say hello to your viewers and good evening, Ghana. Good evening to the viewers of Ghana One. So, what happened is that there is a land behind the AstroTurf that is being built. If you are aware about that, that land is supposed to be a school land, and then the community park is there, and so the honorable MP was building an AstroTurf, one of the AstroTurfs that we were hoping that will come on board before the new election. And then the constituency chairman decided that he will build stores there. So that will create a land use conflict. First of all, this is a school and that is a park. So where the stands will be built for the people to sit and watch whatever game is going on, that is where he intended to build.
Get you more updates from Asawasi on this particular development. We'll touch base with Bidiaku one more time and get to understand exactly what led to that confrontation there and give you more details subsequently. Right.
So, yes, we'll bring you more details on that. But shall we go back to our numbers?
The calculation. Someone just sent me a message and it's exciting. It says the people... Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, so we have told you that of the northern region. For the western region, which is Takoradi and its environs, we were talking about how the NPP launched their manifesto in the western region because they wanted to do better with their numbers. And so launching it there, created at that particular time some business opportunity for a few people to sell. You would have hoped that it would have had an impact on vote or the numbers, because it was one of the things that we really discussed at the time on why they decided to launch it there, because we also then, I remember, looked at the various regions that they had launched their manifestos in the past and how they performed there. We will go to the central region because that is where the NDC launched their manifesto and see whether they did better in terms of the numbers there because they launched their manifesto. Now, in the western region, the NPP, led by Nana Opoku-Agyemang, obtained 400 and... Okay, Joshua, my calculator, buddy. Looks like I may have to do my own calculation for now. So the NPP, led by Nanado, Joshua, please calculate. 400 obtained 439,724 in 2020, right? And then in 2024, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the NPP obtained 275,231. What's the difference?
164,493.
So the people of Western Region didn't vote for the NPP.
At all.
They're unhappy.
Massive
Even the
decline.
launch of the manifesto there didn't change their mind.
Yeah.
But let's interrupt this broadcast. And bring
Do you have your Bible?
Yes, Joshua, do you have your Bible?
I do have my Bible.
Can you get it immediately?
Oh, cool.
Okay, open to Ashanti region, chapter 85, divided by 100. Take a look at this video.
Of the NDC to win, and the MPP, we are going to win this 2024 by air, by land, by sea. We are going to win it by fire, by thunder. We are winning. How we have brought Ghana economy to this stage. Don't you think MPP will sit down and plan how to win election 2024?
Ezu.
We are winning by tender by fire. You think that MPP will not do anything to win? This is like, hey, Charlie. And then a few moments later, Chairman says, well, Yakwa Probo, Yane Muslimi, Sofwa Kasa. Right, but it tells you clearly that
stop trolling.
No, but this is it. That's the contrast. This was just a few weeks ago. Chairman Wontumi to be very confident of a win for the NPP. Then, right on the today's 9th of December. Chairman Wontumi is very calm, very, very collected, very humble. It's interesting, and he didn't even quote scripture today. No scripture whatsoever. That's how much shock this election has brought to the NPP. Very, very, it's very shocking. Very, very shocking.
I wish I could get the opportunity to interview Chairman Wontumi again.
I think you should.
Maybe
to find out this week.
To find out what happened. He was so confident, as you saw there. Exactly. All right, the Western region, I was saying, we've looked at the numbers of the NPP already, right? Mm-hmm. The NDC did quite well.
Okay.
This is the NDC
in 2020.
In 2020, with 398,549 votes.
Mm-hmm.
And then John Dramani Mahama again in 2024 with 423,245.
245. Okay. So that's like 24,696 increase in votes.
That's something that the NPP could have done some work with, but they didn't get it.
They lost over 100,000 to them.
And then they won majority of the seats in the Western region as well. Mm-hmm. So the NPP's decision to launch their manifesto in the Western region did nothing at all for them. Absolutely nothing for them. And that couple of weeks to the election statute that was put up there I think that even made matters worse, because people were generally angry across the country. It wasn't limited to the Western region.
No.
People were so angry. And then again, you talk about the economic conditions of the country.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the numbers for the Western region. I want us to, when you go to the Upper West as well, also up north, the NDC did better because John Mahama in 2020 obtained 238,972 votes.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2024, he obtained 242,852.
So that's a difference of 3,880.
That is difference of what?
3,880.
Someone needs that to win the parliamentary seat. But here's what happened with the NPP.
Right.
Nana Akufo-Addo in 2020 obtained 121,230. This is from a man who has nothing to do with up north there. I mean, when it comes to his birthplace.
Yes.
And then Dr. Bawumia, whom you thought, or many of us thought, that would have done way better than Nanado's numbers, because these people from up north are mostly Muslims, and so they'll vote for him, reduced Nanado's figures drastically to 89,906.
So we are looking at a difference of 31,324 votes.
Look, the numbers that we have gone through so far shows you that even if John Dramani Mahama, president-elect, decides to give Dr. Bawumia 1 million of his votes, he still won't become president.
No.
Okay.
Because he's leading by what 1.6 million so far. Remember, that is minus the 9 constituencies, which will shoot the numbers up, by the way. Yeah.
Upper East, Upper North, Northern region, Dr. John Dramani Mahama did well, did better
yes.
than, in fact, in the Upper East region, Nana Akufo-Addo in 2020, 170,340.
170?
Yes, 340.
Okay.
And then in 2024, Dr. Bawumia, 106,700.
Wow. So that's a difference of 63,000 votes. 640, yeah?
Yes. And then
John
Dramani Mahama in 2020, 335,502. And then in 2024, 361,697.
So that's a difference of 26,195. So clearly, the votes appreciated there.
Okay.
We didn't see that for the MPP.
Now, let's look at the central region. Like I was saying, that, we looked at that of the the western region. The central region, remember, is where the NDC launched their manifesto. Okay.
Running mate is also from the central.
Is also from the central region. They've taken majority of the seats in the voter in the central region, and there's an independent candidate also from the central region now. The NPP in 2020 obtained 613,804.
Okay.
That is 2020. Fast forward to present day, 2024. Dr. Bawumia obtained 382,749.
So we're looking at a difference of 231,063 votes between 2020 and 2024 in the central region for the NPP.
You also mentioned that, beyond all the other reasons why the NDC would have voted for the NDC, its running mate comes from there.
Yes.
Now let's look at the figures of the NDC. NDC in 2020 obtained 538,829. And then today, 2024, obtained 562,620.
So we're looking at 23,791 voter increase.
So Joshua, the people who didn't vote for the NPP, once again, didn't even vote for the NDC.
No. Mind you, the candidates for the NDC did not change in 2020 and 2024. So clearly, I didn't expect much of a difference anyway, because those who voted for the NDC in the central region in 2020, knowing very well that is the same John Dramani Mahama and Nana Jane, would just clearly go and cast their ballots for them again, if that's what they are convinced to do. But we saw some 23,000 people more decide to join the numbers in 2020. But like you said, for the NPP, it was a massive decline of votes compared to from 2020 compared to 2024. So yes, the central region, Nana Jane and John, the John and Jane tickets clearly
didn't do so, but it didn't do so well.
Marginally,
as a lot of people would have expected it to be more. Then again, it brings us back to what we've been talking about, voter apathy, because you would have expected that their votes will go up astronomically, especially because the NPP's own came down very largely.
No, but so the apathy is such that the people do not want to vote. It's not like they want to vote for the NDC. Those who decided not to vote for the NPP decided not to vote at all. And that's why you realize that the numbers of the NDC did not just shoot up. We saw the fact that it's just marginal increases, but those who decided not to vote for the NPP didn't show up at the polling station at all. So they rested in their houses, and some 84,000 across the country decided to vote for Cheddar. Aside them, nobody, they just stayed away from the process, and that's the big challenge. And that's why it hits the MPP so much, because those who didn't come out clearly would have been MPP people who should have come out, because in 2020 we are looking at over 6 million of them, and then in 2024 only 4 million of them turned out to vote. So a deficit of close to 2 million people decided, you know what, we are staying off the process, and that's what hurt the party so badly.
Right. Let me say a good evening to the over 18,000 people who are watching us on Twitter right now. Thank you. Keep watching. Tell a friend to tell a friend that we're churning out compelling content here. Everybody should tune in. And then we are streaming live on YouTube as well, and also on our Facebook page. On X, you can follow us on GHOne Television. On Facebook, same. On YouTube, EIB. All right, Joshua, I said that there were I mean, we've done majority of the regions that we could have looked at, right? Now, I want us to look at the female figure that we have. We have the first ever female vice president.
Yes.
In our fourth republic, we have had female ministers of state. We have had female SOEs. We've had female CEOs. We've had female chief justices. In fact, our current chief justice is female.
Yes.
We've had a female chief of staff. We've had a female speaker. Now we have the first female vice president.
Right.
It just tells me and many people that we're doing well.
Oh, we are.
We're doing well. The affirmative action
it's been passed.
And we're doing well, seeing a lot more women go into politics. And there was one thing that Professor Kwesi said, that when Professor Nana Jane was appointed, you know, she faced a lot. Insults, you know, we saw all the things that she went through, you know, and that is one thing that deters a lot of women from going into active politics. So they just like to observe behind the scenes or work behind the scenes. And you know, when they want to insult women, usually they're just like 5 or first three areas that they will insult you with. I mean, there's not the platform for it. But okay, on your screens now, live pictures from, okay, I see that John Dramani Mahama is arriving at his private office in Cantonment, Accra. And oh, you see members of the party there. I've forgotten her name. I've forgotten her name, but yeah, when we remember, we'll tell you. So live pictures. Valerie Sawyer, yes, Valerie Sawyer wrote quite a number of epistles when the NDC left power. Then I'm looking forward to what role she'll be playing in this next administration.
And I'm sure since the concession from Dr. Baumi, a lot of people would have been calling
and lobbying for positions. Mind you, though, John Dramani Mahama has promised the leanest government ever of 60. In fact, Dr. Baumia promised 50, but people didn't vote for him. So there's 60 ministers that we are expecting, and this comprises ministers and deputy ministers. So John Mahama will be in such a difficult position because constitutionally he is mandated to appoint more than half of his ministers from parliament.
Yes.
This is a man who has over 180 people in parliament. What will he do?
Oh, he will.
Lobbying will be at its all-time high peak.
Yes.
Well, you see how nice to be the candidate, the flag bearer for the NDC in 2028.
After John Mahama.
Do you think it's possible?
Oh,
everything is possible.
Nowadays, it's possible, but
yeah.
But clearly, I mean, it will get really tough for John Dramani Mahama. Looking at how much he says that, well, there's been so much rot in this administration. He's campaigned heavily on the back of the fact that this government has spent so much in terms of the office of government machinery, and he says that when we look at how much money has been spent there, he would be able to use that money to do so much. He's going to cut back on so much expenditure, wasteful expenditures, he puts it. And then, so it will be quite interesting to get to understand exactly how John Mahama would like to. I mean, I've seen the documents, I've read the manifesto and how they want to go about things. I remember asking, how are you going to fund free university education? The answer was, well, I mean, currently government is spending billions of cedis wastefully at the Jubilee House. When we cut that expenditure, we'll be able to raise enough money to be able to make this particular policy workable. And so it will be quite interesting. But I mean,
I suspect, I met Joel is saying that he suspects there's going to be merging of ministries, which I strongly agree.
Oh yes, that would happen.
Yes,
they've given hints of that.
They are going to merge.
Ministry would include fisheries and other ones. Transport will include other ones. So yeah.
Okay, so live pictures there from, and you see Stan Dogbe in action.
Oh yeah.
Hey. John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, has arrived at his private office in Cantonment, where he's about to address the country for the first. Super choked because everybody is happy. The Soloku has been ongoing since, Friday nights and Saturday morning when the results were trickling in very fast, and you could see the direction, especially when Dr. Bawumia conceded.
Exactly.
It was very clear that then the jam started, the enjoyment started. But there, live pictures from his private office in Cantonment. Very soon we'll be hearing from the first gentleman of the land elect in waiting to be sworn in on 7th January 2025. Everywhere, human traffic.
Oh, of course.
Hey.
Of course. I mean,
must be nice.
Oh, yes. I mean, the party has been in opposition for 8 years. So after 8 years in opposition, when you finally sense you can now smell and touch the victory, you would go all out. And I'm sure that people have moved from all parts of Accra and even outside Accra to join this particular one, and that's the joy that comes with winning an election, especially looking at the fact that the tension was taken out of the election early by Dr. Bawumia when he decided to concede very early. So the people so today people were not too anxious to hear from the EC declaring John Mahama. They just knew that it was done, and then they were just preparing. They just wanted the final declaration to be made so that it becomes official. And that's what people were looking forward to today. And so, yes, it's no surprise whatsoever that they find themselves at the office of John Mahama to join the celebration and get to hear from President-elect his first speech. Obviously, and we'll be monitoring that.
Certainly, and we'll bring that to you as soon as it starts, but we'll take you back there very shortly and bring you live pictures. For those wearing white, seated at the top there, gives you an indication of the kind of people that will make up, the cabinet or the ministers, the 60 ministers of John Dramani Mahama. We told you first, so you know. But back to the conversation about our first female vice president. The outstanding that we don't have or haven't had yet is a female president.
Yes.
We haven't had a female IGP. We haven't had a female finance minister.
Okay.
We also haven't had a female chief of defense staff. And hopefully, with the passage of the affirmative action bill and also into law now, which is now an act.
It's an act.
Yes, so it's law now. And with Professor Naana Opoku-Agyemang, being and occupying this position, the second highest office of the land, it will encourage more people and even encourage successive, parties and governments to do the needful, toe the line, and appoint.
She has shattered the glass ceiling as it stands now. So, and I'm pretty excited about that. Remember, she's the first of many.
Do you see the drone shots?
Right.
Okay, so let's cross over now. The National Communications Officer of the NDC, Sami Jane Fee. Okay.
So I mean, she's the first of many. She was the first female vice chancellor. Today, what do we see? We are seeing so many female vice chancellors of prestigious universities. So I'm excited. I feel that we are close to a time where Ghana can have a female president, and whatever barriers existed at first, Professor Naana Jane has proven that age is not a barrier. It doesn't matter how old you are, you can still get to where you want to. And I'm excited because I have daughters. And I like to see my daughters aspire or look to women doing amazing things, being at top positions, so that they can also aspire to get there. And I'm excited because I feel that, yes, it would encourage other women who maybe for some reason had decided that, this is not meant for me, or perhaps did not get the push they need to get to where they have to get to, or face so much in terms of the challenges that will deter them from getting where they want to get. Because like you said, Professor Naana Jane has been through it. In fact, she has had so much.
All right.
Of the MP for Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idusu, Honorable Kwame Agboja, we see you, we acknowledge you. Former Deputy Chief of Staff, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, we recognize your presence. Dr. Manebuama, our Elections Director, we recognize your presence. We recognize the presence of Dr. K. Silato Forsin, the Majority Leader. We recognize the presence of the former National Chairman of the NDC, Dr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. We recognize the presence of the former Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Dua Jaho.
Recognize the presence of all council of elders and members of the political committee. Recognize the presence of all former appointees. And we specially recognize the presence of the Chief Executive Officer of the great NDC, our General Secretary, Honorable Fifi Fiabikwete. We also recognize specially the presence of our National Chairman, General Mosquito, Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia. We recognize the presence of the manager of John Mahama's campaign team, Professor Joshua Alabi. And we recognize the presence of former Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah. All dignitaries and leading figures of the party are hereby acknowledged. All elected members of parliament on the ticket of the great NDC, we acknowledge your presence. At this stage, we are going to start our program. And so I'll crave your indulgence to be decorous so that we can begin. And to set the ball rolling is a man who has been very instrumental in the campaign leading to the victory we are celebrating today. Our national chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone our national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asiedun Ketia, to give us brief remarks. No, I can't hear your shouts. I can't hear your applause. General Mosquito is coming. This man went to all the 276 constituencies of Ghana. He went to over 1,000 communities. He's our national chairman and we are proud of him. Another round of applause for him as he climbed the stage. Thank you. Shall we all remain silent now?
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the President-elect, President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency, the Vice President-elect, Professor Naana Opoku-Agyemang, all protocols duly observed. I believe that today is the day of President John Dramani Mahama, and there will be no space for long speeches at all. So I've just come here to thank all of you and thank the foot soldiers of this party, the branch executives of the party, the constituency executives of the party, regional executives of the party, and the national executives of the party. And by extension, to all previous executives of the National Democratic Congress. As I said in Medina some 3 days ago, I believe that the party has never seen this level of total mobilization of its rank and file to fight and achieve a purpose. And at long last, the battle has ended. And the great elephant has been slaughtered mercilessly. But as we enjoy the victory, I want to specially mention for special commendation the technical staff of our headquarters who managed this election very, very successfully. I mean the directors of elections, the directors of IT, and all other persons who played a role in managing this election. Let me advise that we should be modest in our celebrations, because I can almost feel the weight of responsibility on our shoulders. Ghanaians have given us this mandate to accomplish the task of national reconstruction. And so nobody should tell us the weight of responsibility that we have. We cannot afford to disappoint them. So in the coming weeks, let us try and cut short our celebrations and begin planning seriously how to rescue our dear country. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, General. A round of applause. A round of applause for the National Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Akatamansonians, it is now time for us to hear from our mother, a woman of substance, a woman of valor, the pride of the Ghanaian woman, a woman of great accomplishments, the first female vice president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, Professor Naana Opoku-Agyemang. Let me hear your shout. Let me hear your shout. The women here, let me hear your shout. It's a great day for Ghanaian women. A great day for Ghanaian women. Yes. Yes. Our mother is here. Give it up to our mother again, Professor Naana Opoku-Agyemang.
What an interesting journey it has been. And you know, nobody sets out on a journey by herself or even by himself. It has been a very, very interesting one. And I want to thank all of you, those who are here, those who are not here. I want to thank all of them for their good wishes, for their prayers, for their contributions in many, many ways, and for bringing all of us to this site. All I have to say is thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you have done. And whatever you did, as our chairman has said, the fun is over, the work is about to begin. And as we journey together, we need to realize that we have to move forward also together. Again, I want to thank you. My nomination has many implications. You know, normally, no one even expects you to err in any way. If this will happen, and we know it will happen, it means all of us are on board. The victory is for all of us, but especially for our daughters, for our youth, for our women. Sorry I have to appear in a mask because I have a very bad cold, but the cold will disappear too. I know this is a big responsibility, and I don't intend to travel this journey by myself. You are all part of it. NDC is an inclusive party, and we are demonstrating it in many ways. My job was to have opened the door, and it doesn't end there. Actually, that is where the work began. I will hold the door open. The method of opening the door, the method of holding the door open so others wish to travel that door is what I'm implying. It is not a self-aggrandizing position. It is a position that empowers others. This country is not going to be built only by half the gender. They know very well, whether we are in the public space or not, the roles we play. And we have accepted as NDC to facilitate the process. I'm counting on all of you, that you all come along, you all work hard in your various spaces, and finally, that we put smiles on people who either have no access or who are not very respected. I thank you again and again, and I know, thank you for the comments. I wish blessings on our country. I wish blessings on our children, those who are here and those yet to be born. I wish blessings for those who are here and their future. And I believe that the meaning of blessing is to be good to another person. Thank you very much.
You can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall we all remain silent at this stage? We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has served this nation throughout his life. A man who served as president of the Republic of Ghana between 2012 and 2016. He was voted out, and some said he could not be president again. Some even mocked him and said he is the only person to have become a one-term president. But ladies and gentlemen, today, the Lord who crowned kings has given him the presidency again. And the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. It is the doing of the Lord, and it is marvelous in our sight. We call him the nation builder, and this nation builder will lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and shouts of joy, make welcome to the microphone our father, the flag bearer